$2 in my pocket and a dream in my hand, digging through old purses for some change again. Window shopping like it's therapy, garbage picking for treasures is the life I lead. Wi-Fi is out, electric bill is late, ain't no dinner, just paper plates, living off the pantry and dollar store canned food, which is fine, I still look good, I still shine. I'm a broke bitch, I cannot go too far because you know I can't afford it anyway.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining my co-host Mary and I for another Spiritual Learning Thursday. Every Thursday, we go over a different topic. After we play the video on the topic, we'll take any questions that anyone has and we'll try to answer them the best that we can. If you have any ideas on what you would like to learn about in the next upcoming videos, please leave a comment. We will be with you shortly. If you would be so kind as to take this time to give a like and share out the video, it would be greatly appreciated. Sit back, enjoy the show. Thank you so much again for coming.
Hi, everyone. How are you guys? We got Mary here today. We're going to do some chitty chat. Next week we'll have a theme. This week we're just going to chat and whatever. Anyone heard of T-Fan Spirit Box? No, I haven't.
No, I haven't either. It's a channel, you mean?
She said it's a channel, yeah. I'll have to check it out, Lori.
Yeah. Drop their channel in the bottom. We can get it.
Oh yeah, if you have the channel link, drop it in there. You're a mod. I don't know what's going on with these circles. Why they're half circles?
I don't know.
Like, no,
I'm a little big
like
drop.
oh here, there's little squares. Then I don't like that it cuts off the top of the circle. Like, I want to be either a circle or a square or a rectangle, or I want to be a shape, not like a cut off.
Look at me, I'm a dot in the middle.
Well, now I made a square, so it's a little better, but I made us little squares. Because I don't know why, like, it started cutting off the circle.
Yeah.
They keep charging more and more for StreamYards, and they keep fucking it up more and more. Like, leave it alone. You know? Leave it alone. they want to say they did something and that's why they're charging you more. Meanwhile, they're fucking it up.
Yeah, and
Anywho,
well, they added quite a bit, but they didn't add no $45 worth.
they didn't add quite a bit, let me tell you either, because we were using that all this stuff that they had, except like
Mm-hmm.
2 features that you could keep for all I give a fuck. Hey Boomer.
Hi, Boomer.
Um, we were using at the $25 tier, so there was no reason, absolutely none. You
I
know,
know, that's what I'm saying. And you know, $45
uh,
worth.
yeah, that's for damn sure. Thanks for putting the link in. That is the link of T-Fan's Spirit Box, which Lori says is a great channel. So if you're interested in Spirit Box, check it out. Um, yeah. So next week, it's been a busy 2 weeks. So next week we have a theme to talk about. This week we are just kind of winging it with whatever anybody in the chat has questions about. Um, if anything new is going on paranormal wise. Have you had anything new, Mary?
Do I have anything new? No, not really.
Nothing new and exciting, you know.
No, nope.
You know,
Same old daily spirits, you know.
it's funny. I think we become desensitized because, like, I, you know, I don't film it anymore because sometimes I just film the latter part where there's just a little spirit box so that the 3 minutes I have it on to do the crossover. So if somebody says something that I don't catch, I could re-listen to it if someone's talking. Hey James,
You're
through
right.
the spirit box. But usually now that they're talking to me, yeah, that's what we're gonna do next week. I have to do a video on it, Boomer, and she didn't give me enough
Yeah, we
time. She gave
talked
me two
about it.
hours, and I could not do a video in 2 hours about it and really read because I don't like to talk about things if I really don't read every side of the story and do some research on it. I don't like to just throw shit out there. I like to do my research. And give you guys the right information so and make a determination how I feel about it, and give the right one,
Feel about it. How we feel about it. Let's
Well,
go
you're gonna
we
say
on
your
that.
feelings, but I'm saying like,
All right.
yeah, in the discussion part you're gonna say your feelings, but when I do the video sometimes I
All
don't
right.
normally say my feeling in the video. I kind of just say this is what I found, this is
Right.
what people are saying about it. Um
Yes, there is,
so
Boomer. There's an extensive amount.
Oh, there's extensive stuff. I mean, from like mediums and psychics and empaths, clairvoyance. A lot of them dove into that. Um, so I want to read what they all have to say, what the differences are. Are there differences in how they believe what's going on with it? Then I want to ask my spirit guides. Hey, do you know anything about, because I'm sure they know about it, and then I want to get their perspective, and then I can get my own perspective. Um, yeah, that's what I do before I do.
Yes, Kelly is.
He's here.
Go ahead.
You gotta hit
He's
top
here,
chat.
yes, but he's in my channel, but she doesn't
Oh,
see him on your channel.
he's in Mary's
He's in
channel.
mine.
Mary and I are both streaming, so that's why you don't see him. Um, I forgot. Yeah, Mary and I are both on our channels. We see everything here. So to me, everybody's in the same place because they took the
I
only good
do.
thing that they had was they used to have the little paper clip. So I knew who was in yours and who was in mine. They don't have that anymore. It's just like, fuck you. The only good things they had, they took
But
off.
you can jump over to mine and hit the thumbs up, you know,
Yes, you can.
and
But
we
I'm
can come
just
back
saying,
if you want to.
you know how in the feed on StreamYards, it used to have the paper clips so you would know who was in the different chat. Now it's just,
Right. Nice. They don't. It's
it
just
looks
plain.
like everybody, I don't know who's where, but anyway.
Yeah.
Anywho, everybody's somewhere. They're either here on my channel or in Mary's chat. We're double streaming. So yeah, definitely if you could go by and give a like to Mary, that'd be awesome. So yeah, I like to do a lot of research,
Share us
but
out too.
what I was saying was you know, I do the crossovers. I talk to so many different spirits. There's so many different like interesting beings that come by sometimes. And I'm just so like, I don't know. It's just like so second nature now that I forget. Um, like when people ask me, is there anything new or did anything happen? And I'm like, oh no. But yeah, it happens every day. It's just so normal to me that I don't, when somebody asks me, oh, did anything new happen? I go, no. Meanwhile, you know, I met a new species yesterday, it's like, oh, yeah. But, you know, it's, it doesn't come about to be like, hey, I'm going to tell you about this. Okay, I just read something on it, changed my whole idea of what you were suggesting. Yes, Boomer. It's it's a really interesting subject, so we'll go over that next week. Um, and yeah, I'll do a video on it. There's a lot. There's a lot of
But
stuff about
right, Boomer. It's easier for me to read about it and then learn about it and then try to explain it to somebody. I don't do any good.
it.
I'm no good at explaining things to people sometimes. But yeah,
Right.
you misunderstood what I was trying, where I was going with it.
Yeah.
I figured you did, Boomer, but I was just kind of gonna. We was gonna when it come out, and we started talking about it. Then I figured you'd see what I meant by it. Yeah, it's different. It's I don't know.
Yeah, it's different. What about anybody in the chat? Do you guys have anything new and exciting that happened lately? Any kind of paranormal, or is there any kind of, I should say, even spiritual happenings? Um, Anything you want to ask us?
Anything is changing with you, like in your spirituality, your abilities that you have. If you have any, are you feeling an uptake or is it leveling out or
Feel
what?
stagnant? Yeah, because I feel that a lot of channels and people that I know that I frequent um have a lot of people been getting visions lately or flashes of something gonna happen, different things. I even got like some kind of feeling about um like they showed me something. I don't know if they showed me. I because I normally don't sit here and think about like things that go on in the world, right? Like that, meaning Mother Nature kind of things, like the weather, um, because it doesn't affect me usually what's going on unless it's my weather outside and I have to go somewhere. But I was sitting and I got a flash of like a volcano erupting, and I was like, oh, like where'd that come from? Like, why all of a sudden, that I did I see that, Um,
When did you go live, Boomer? Was you live today? I sure didn't see it if you was. Sorry.
what did you go live? We didn't see you live, Boomer. Sorry. Um, oh, my last stream. Okay. Well, in one
Oh,
day,
okay, your last stream.
anything can happen. I found out my teacher is coming from when I was in Atlantis. Another lifetime. I told you. Wasn't it you that I said, did you get that reading the other day?
Hi, Sharon.
Um,
Hi, Diane.
yeah. Hi, Sharon. How are you?
Hi, Kelly. Hi,
Um,
Kim. Hi, Fox. I'm saying hi to everybody. I just went out a while ago. I'm sorry.
that's all right. You can say hello. What did you
Uh,
have the reading about? I swore it was you, but you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm trying to say, Kim. I saw a few images from a past life in a dream last night. Wow. Yeah, so it's like a lot of people lately. Kim had a vision. See, you had like a dreamy vision. Um, I had like this flash, like I'm sitting here, like I said, and I'm seeing like a volcano erupt and like so different things are happening. Hi Brandon, how are you? Oh, we're glad you're good, Sharon.
yeah, things are happening, man. I'll tell you. Between the tsunamis and the earthquakes and the everybody's spiritual awakening more or uptake in it, I will say that.
I think
I
there
think
has
you
been.
know. Does anybody think it has to do with what's going on in the world right now? That's
Well, of
why.
course.
Well, I meant the weather-wise part of it, like the
Yeah,
tsunamis and
well,
the earthquake
yeah,
part.
the two before last night were butterfly. Okay, okay. I thought like I gave you a reading like that said like something to the effect that um you were gonna get a new guide or something. No, I mean because the last time we spoke, hey Evie, welcome in. I hope your appointment went well yesterday, Evie.
Yeah, that's what I'm
The,
saying. I don't.
the last live stream you had, you said you went for the consultation and you were
Right,
waiting for the stuff. So,
right. And they were supposed to call him to let him
mhm.
know what was going on. I think to give him an update. Apparently, he got the update.
Whether we've never had before, yeah. Um, so I think I did a reading for someone yesterday. I would have to grab the book out. I don't want to but their reading said that even Diane's reading, but there was Diane's and somebody else's, but like Diane's reading kind of told her to be ready for things happening and be ready to help. Um, and someone else's also was like the same theme last night. Um, so
I mean,
it also said that whose was it? I can look it up, but it said like the lunar the universe's the universe's lunar cycle, so not our lunar cycle, the
one of them was on
universe's.
mine.
So the universe's lunar cycle will be ending soon and new changes coming. So
Right.
that was in someone's message from their spirit guide. And I can only assume that that's not only pertaining to that person, like things of that nature that we don't even know about what's going on in the big scheme of things,
Right.
um, affect everything. Our spiritual energy, um, the spirits, everything. I think it was a spirit. It was very unusual. Wait, what did she say? I'm sorry. Back up. Lori! Where are you, Lori? Lori, did I miss the first part of your message?
Yeah, I'm going back to see what's that too.
Okay, Kelly, that portal that opened up July 7th was crazy. Everything is shifting. Very interesting time to be on the planet. Yes, Kelly. Um, I missed your reading, Jessica. That's okay. My sugars are good, and my doctor is very happy with me. Oh, fabulous,
That's
Evie.
good, Abby.
Yeah. Sorry, just gonna grab a smoke. I had one, but it seemed like it kept going out. I
What
wasn't
does she
really
think of
supposed.
spirit? Spirit done what? Opened the did the earthquakes? What you talking about?
I know. I don't think either the first part of your message got lost somewhere, Lori, or I don't
I'm
know.
not finding it.
Hey,
I'm looking
Cassie,
for it.
love, welcome in. Hey, Whispers in the Dark. Well, much love to you from Texas. I'm in New York, and Miss Mary is in Indiana, so we're all around you, I guess, or we're all around each other somewhere in the world. It's fabulous. I love meeting all the different people from different places. Mm. Yes.
I was sitting on my swing outside and it's like 105. I just felt cool, like a cool odd breeze. It was really weird, and then it went away. Very well could have been somebody helping
Oh,
you cool off, maybe. But I didn't see that the first time around.
yeah, I
And I
couldn't
went
find
all I
it.
went all the way up and I didn't see it. So I don't know. I whispers
Wow,
from the dark.
that's super interesting, Lori. And it could definitely be because I
Hi
remember
Cassie.
I was I was with Danny when he was here, and we went to and we were having an
Yeah, I
Indian
remember.
summer. It was middle of September. It was the middle of September, and literally it was like 90 something degrees, right? And I was freaking miserable and annoyed.
Oh wow,
There
Kevin.
you go, Fox. And
Hi
I
Kevin.
literally, hi Kevin. I
I know you're
literally
joking, Boomer.
was walking. We were walking in Kings Park, and it was so hot. And I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. It's so damn hot. And he's like, well, maybe ask one of the, elementals or the guides or something. You have a wind, like ask one of the wind ones or something to blow a little on you. Yeah, I
Yeah.
did. I'm like, can you do me the favor? Like, just like, I don't care if you knock me damn down. I need some, and they will, like, if you need it. Yeah. And so yeah, Lori, definitely. You may have a wind elemental around you. That's lovely.
Thank God the temperature went down some today. It was in the 80s here today.
Today
It's
we
been in
had
the
some.
90s and 100.
I've done
High
that before,
90s
but
and
nothing
100.
happened. But yeah, but
We got to
sometimes
90 today.
you have to have the right spirit
Better than
around
99.
you, right? So if you didn't have a spirit that could produce wind, like a wind elemental or an air, I should say, an air elemental or something like that. If they weren't around you, um, yeah, you wouldn't have got anything. So, um, yeah, so very cool. Maybe ask. Maybe you have a wind elemental hanging out around you recently. That'd be cool. Yeah, but and I've literally been sitting here and all of a sudden instant hot and I'm like taking off my shirt and I'm like, okay, who's here? And it'd be like either Astro or Jacoby or something, and or there's another friend that we have, fire elemental, that comes by to see the protector sometimes.
It's only
Marcus,
78 here right now.
Marcus, and it's like I think they come
Hi,
on
Scott.
purpose and stand next to me so I can start stripping.
Uh-uh.
I'm like, do they come just so they can see me start stripping? I'm like, I start taking
Well,
shit
it's
off.
going
I'm
down
like,
to.
no.
You'd be cool tonight. It's going down to 69 here
Well,
tonight.
hi, Scott.
Hopefully, it's cooler there for you.
Oh, a fire elemental? Really? That's cool, Boomer. Um,
Oh, you did, Boomer,
I
huh?
I knew what you meant. I figured you weren't doing an instrumental about fire. I got
Yeah, we knew what you're talking about. We knew what you're saying. So
we
you
knew.
discovered yours, huh? And it's fire. It's a fire elemental. That's what mine is. Fire elemental.
Yeah, mine is wood,
Believe
but
me,
although wood, which is my
I haven't
favorite.
worn my feet up when at all possible. When they
Like
get
when
too
asked to
cold.
right, Kim. Totally right. Um. Oh, there you go. The Firebird. Yeah. Um.
Uh, did you get his name?
I was saying that the over here we had such a bad thunderstorm. It actually ended just about an hour before we started the stream. But I was sitting here at one point, and the thunder was so close and loud. All of a sudden, it was so loud. I literally thought something exploded. That I almost fell off the chair. I almost had like a semi heart attack, and I was like, "What in the world?" I mean, then it
We had
rolled a
that.
little, so I understood it was thunder. But because it was so close and so fast. It wasn't like there was little thunder coming and it
Right.
was
It
getting
was just,
closer. It
yeah.
was just all the time it was right like it was like right on top of my house. It was like, what the
We had that
fuck?
a couple storms ago. Like, well, that storm was pretty mild, but
The same as my birth
a
year
couple of them before that one was not mild. It was crazy.
here, Kevin. That would explain why my first card was a Firebird, you bet. I got a bit of a story on that. Oh, cool. It was
Oh, that'd be pretty good.
160 days. Like I said, it was so. I have three fans on right now, so sorry if you hear wind because that's what it
Yeah,
is.
I got
And
fans on too, so don't, sorry. I
um,
got the
I want
noise cancellation done on here. I can tell you that though. When I'm not talking, it's not picking up the TV because I'm watching it.
we will have a monsoon the weekend. You're gonna have a Oh yeah, with all the rain, it could happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. Well, that's what it's happened to my son. Like he had to go feed my sister's cat because my sister, her boyfriend and mother, just got off of dialysis a few days ago, and unfortunately, because there's nothing more they can do, even with the dialysis, and she's done already. So she only has a few days to live, unfortunately. So my sister's over there. So my son goes feed
Yeah.
her cat.
Hang on.
And so my son goes to feed the cat, and I'm like, it's raining. So he goes to grab his umbrella, yesterday when we had that rainstorm where I ran inside. And he came back
Uh,
like his feet was soaked, and he's like, "There is like a big flood. Like, why don't they fix the street?" I go, it doesn't matter what's going on with the streets. When you have water come that fast and that hard, you're gonna have flooding. Starts early tomorrow. Oh no, stay safe, Lori. It's chilly there, Kim, in PA. Really? No. I mean, I have some clothes on, but I really would rather not. I really would rather not. I almost put my bathing suit on for you guys because I was like, if it rains again, I'm gonna go stand outside in the bathing suit in the rain. It was so hot. The anthem for August, March came out. Really? I made an anthem today. It will come out next Saturday. It's called the Broke Bitch Anthem. That's my new song I wrote. I love monsoons. Really? But isn't it like you get landslides with that and there's mud all over the place? I don't know. It's so hot, but the raindrops are freezing. Oh, well, that's nice then. 67. Oh, it's kind of funny how you mentioned fire elemental. And last night was when I discovered mine. You see that? I think Mary.
Remember,
Do
I
you have?
sent you a link,
Oh yeah, I was
but if
gonna
you
say.
don't see it, if you don't see it for some reason, look in the new because I sent it off my other channel on there.
I don't really do Twitter or whatever the fuck it's called now. Oh,
What?
I do like to watch the lightning.
Got my ex, man. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I'm
that's
not
what it
doing
is.
it myself.
Twitter X or whatever the
Yeah, it's
fuck.
on there.
Whatever the hell you want to call it. That shit.
It's gonna
I
have the
opened an
logo just like
account.
the one I
Um,
have,
um,
only it's white and yellow.
I opened an account on Blue Sky and I can't figure out how to get into it. I don't know where I saved the damn password. So I have to make another one.
Hi,
Hey,
SFL.
SFL. Yeah. Anyway, I still have Facebook Messenger. I use that. Oh no, no, landslides. Only rocks here. There are places that flood, but all the streets around here have warnings when you get them saying don't go in. Oh, it's flooded. Okay, good. Uh, the official anthem is going to be My Last Nerve. They also did a No King song. That's funny. They're like me. We just sing about whatever the fuck we want to sing about. I got the broke bitch anthem. I got coffee. I got, I did do a political song. I did all different kinds of music. Whatever the fuck I want to sing about, I write it and then the AI sings it. I don't sing it. I
Oh,
write
she
it.
said the F word. Ooh,
Hmm.
I'm going.
Hey, listen, I thought because I wrote a song saying I'm a broke bitch that YouTube maybe wouldn't put it up, but they were like, fine. I was like, oh, okay.
Hey, how do you do virtual backgrounds on here? Or can you?
No retro backgrounds on
Oh,
here.
that's right, you can't. It's another thing that sucks about this.
You can
Anyway.
put a picture up though, like it just a still.
Oh yeah, no, I could turn my camera off and have my up, but
Oh, yeah.
I have one of those. I don't want to use it. I couldn't remember if you could do those or not.
No, otherwise I would have mine up, my coffee one.
Oh yeah, that's not. That looks. I swear to God, that looked like a virtual background.
No, that's my kitchen.
Now I
That's my
recognize
messy
it.
ass kitchen.
Now I recognize it. All right.
Was that where was I at in the messages? Would you have trouble finding it?
Nice,
Kept thinking
Lori.
you knew.
I like watching those weather ones.
Mine was an automatic D with overdrive. And it had the original V6 in it until I blew it. Then I blew the V8 that they put in there too. So anyway. All right. Y'all ready to hear this? And this is
Yeah.
what made it so funny that you even mentioned it today. Because last night, I had like the weirdest fucking dream. It was very what's the word?
Vivid.
No.
Informative?
It's a type of it's a type of art genre. What's the word?
Lucid dream or
No. Abstract. It was
Okay.
very
Oh,
abstract. My dreams aren't usually abstract. They're very, very vivid and like real. But this was kind of abstract. And what was weird is like, all right, I'm driving in my car, the Firebird. Okay, and then like this is gonna sound weird as fuck. Then I was in a scene of Harry Potter involving Fox, the Phoenix, okay? And then like at some point, like we're like surrounded by fire and all that shit and everything. There's like lava flow going on and shit like that. So I'm like, and then it turned to just random bullshit. They had nothing to do with anything at the end. So I don't know what the hell the end meant because I can't remember a lot of it. I just remember certain scenes that I remember seeing I'm driving down a road and in my car that I used to have years ago, the Firebird, my first car, and all of a sudden like there's like this kind of Harry Potter-ish type scene, and soaring through the air in front of me is the Phoenix from the movie, who they called Fox. Now I don't know if that was specific. I don't know if that was, but it's the only thing I can think of. I mean, the only actual real Phoenix that I recall seeing is the one from Harry Potter. But so and that's what it looked like. So I'm gonna assume it's that one because that's the most recent thing I've experienced was watching Harry Potter and shit. So I don't think it relates to anything else.
no,
And
but
so anyway, I wake up at the end. Like the end became so crazy and abstract, I couldn't keep track of it or remember what was going on. But those three key things, the fire and lava flow, driving down the road in only what I could believe is my first car. I could only see the hood, the inside
dash, yeah.
after I had painted it black inside because it used to be white and maroon inside, and the outside was white. Well, the inside of the car was black, the way I painted it. And then all I can see is the white hood. So I immediately identified it as my old car, my first car I ever got. So I woke up and I'm thinking,
Hey,
wow,
Coke.
that's weird. Like there was so much like fire element in the dream that it could only mean one thing, right? So it's weird you mentioned fire elementals and it clicked. Last night, I dreamt of it. So then it dawned on me. Like my whole life I've been attracted to that type of, I mean, so the toss up was
me
dragon.
too.
the toss up was dragon or phoenix. Okay, and I always kind of felt maybe the dragon was my fire elemental, but that's not as strong as my attraction to the phoenix, aka the firebird. And then I thought, I was like, you know what? And this will explain.
Stand up
This
something,
will
one of
explain it. When I bought my
I'm
car
getting
back
broke now.
in '89, yeah, back in '89, after I graduated high school. All right, the first car I looked at was a blue um, Chevy Camaro. Okay, a used Chevy Camaro around the same era as the Firebird. All right,
I
so I was
call
like, yeah, this is my car. This is like what I want. And but I had to get a loan to get the car. Therefore, I needed a cosigner. So by the time I got all that wrapped up, got a cosigner, got the loan and everything, that car had been sold. On the way back from meeting with the guy about the Camaro, we passed another car sitting at the side of the road with a for sale sign on it. And if that's not a sign, that car ended up being a 1979 Pontiac Firebird. And it was immediately attracted to that. 15, I had $2,200 cash on me to because he wanted 2,000 for the Camaro. The Firebird was $1,500 cash, you know, and that's how it happened. Like my first intent was to buy the one car, but by the time and so that car got sold, and that same day coming back, we find the Firebird. So that was like over 30 years ago, right?
Hi, Jesse. Good to see you.
So I wasn't really all into that, this is a sign kind of thing and blah 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 and all that.
Right.
Because I hadn't really, thought about it much since I was like 14 and did that whole accidental walk to find my air elemental, which is the raven. So I was like, I was kind of confused actually. I was like, because the phoenix being a bird, I always associated with air elemental. But why was I attracted still so much to the phoenix? Well, another name for the phoenix is the firebird.
Yeah.
So, and then my first car purchased, inadvertently being available, like, was a firebird. So that's how, and then it just cinched it after my dream I had last night. That was so crazy and sporadic and what's that word I use? Abstract.
abstract, yeah.
Heads or tails out of it, right? Because it's so abstract. And I was just seeing fleeting moments of fire-related things throughout this very sporadic dream. And then it didn't dawn on me until just when you started mentioning fire elementals, I'm like, now I found out what my fire spirit animal is.
Yeah.
The phoenix. So that was pretty cool. That was crazy.
Ain't it funny how things come to you like that?
30 years
How
after
they
finding out that, 30 years after finding out what my air elemental is, being the raven, I find out my fire elemental, and I still am on the fence about my water spirit animal, because it's either the shark or the dolphin. I haven't found anything seclusive or anything.
You're welcome, Cassie.
What's the word? Decisive.
Anytime.
Not decisive. What's the word?
Definitive.
Definitive. Thank you. I haven't found any
I was reading the chat. I wasn't listening.
information that's definitive to what the earth and water spirit animal is. I only assume it's either the fox or the tiger, or the dolphin or the shark. So I'm still not, you know,
Yeah.
um,
Well, now I'm going to
so
ask you something. Do you believe, because like I was talking about earlier, like,
Hi, Face Ace.
do you believe that, hey, Face of Ace, there's a reason that right now you had that vision? Like maybe there's something that a message he's trying to give you.
something going on in my life that triggered
Well,
this
no, a message.
revelation,
God,
or
not everybody has one.
Yeah, a message that, well, he'll have a spirit
Right,
guide
but
or
he might not
animal
have an
totem. It might
elemental.
not be an elemental though. But yeah, but
Right.
so um not necessarily going on in your life, but maybe there's a message they want to give you. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it would be for you, but not necessarily because there's something going on in your life. Maybe there's something new for you, and that's why he's showing up at this point.
I think he's
um,
I think he's finally opened up to it, and
I don't know.
he's been. I mean, he's been back into paranormal now for a little bit, and it never
Huh.
really left him. But you know what I
Do
mean.
what?
And I think it's just to where he's more open to it now, and it's come out. I think he's
No,
had
I've
one
been
all along.
open to it since I first discovered my air elemental spirit animal.
Well, but that's
I
Right.
why I'm
What
saying
I'm
not that I've
saying
been
is,
closed
you're,
off to it or anything.
I mean,
I
maybe he's
think
never
there's a
exposed
reason
to it.
why it's just now being
right.
discovered. I just
Right.
I don't know what reason that is. I can't think of anything that's uh happened in my life that would now bring it to light. Other, I mean, the only new development in my life is the possibility of surgery on my shoulder, which I don't think that has anything to relate with
No,
I
but
don't think it's
it
that.
what.
may be something coming up that you don't know
I would
about. Is
say
what I'm
Right,
saying.
right.
Like,
it may have to do with what's going on, with all of us. Like with me, I know that there's more going on, and uh, I just need to learn to accept it and get it over with. And all of us is having a little uptake in our stuff. So this could be yours,
Hey,
you
face,
know,
that's good.
letting you know that they're there and that
But
they're there for you. Or,
yeah, I just wanted to get up here and uh tell you that I don't want like you guys go on with what you
you're
were
all right.
doing.
We
But
weren't doing nothing anyway but talking.
I mean, it just kind of a red light, or yeah, red, a light just kind of came on when I heard you mention that. You
Well,
know,
and
when
we
when
know
you
if we
said
don't get
fire
the glory out
elemental,
of you.
I'm like, wait a minute, I just had this
well, I'm gonna
Usually,
tell you.
revelation with the fire spirit animal, which
usually we
which
have
is,
to get it from you
has to
right
do
then
with
because you'll
the
forget it by
the elementals.
tomorrow.
So I was like, I just wanted to tell you that. So
Well, may I tell you my story about how I found out about my elemental? My protector one that
yeah.
he's
Oh, you
one.
want me to stay up here? Or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
can
can
stay.
stay up
Oh,
there.
You
okay.
want to? You might as well hear my story up here. I'm not gonna kick you down. Um.
I'm not
So
going to kick you off either.
yeah, no. So I was doing a, and this was before I started doing, or I just maybe started, but wasn't really sure what the hell I was doing. Um, Crossovers, or I said I was gonna start doing crossovers because I wanted to help the children, and I was doing a live stream, and Tammy Bergie's Rock Band was on the live stream, and she sent me a picture, and I go, "Oh my gosh, that's the what my boyfriend calls the tree god. That's what my ex-boyfriend used to
A
call
what god?
the tree god. He would
She.
say it was the protectors of the tree.
Oh, tree.
The
Okay.
tree, yeah, the tree. So he used to call it,
TREE, not
yeah,
CHI.
right.
All right.
He used to call him the tree god, and
I
he said
got
he
one
protected
too.
nature and stuff, right? So um, I was like, oh, that makes sense. It's a tree god, and he's there in the tree, and maybe he's protecting us because I'm doing an investigation, and there was something not nice there. Thinking that he was just really protecting the nature and trying to keep me really away from there. And that's why I caught a picture of him. Now, this was when I was in Long Island and I was just starting, so 6 years ago, right? 2 years ago, Danny was like, "Oh, well, there's a protector uh, and he just called him the protector. He didn't say who he was, what he was, nothing. Just called him a protector." I go, "Yeah. Um, so I go, "Is that the guy who keeps talking to me back?" And he was like, "Yeah." Oh, okay. So I didn't think it much of it. And then one day I'm sitting, maybe like a few months later, and I call Danny and I'm like, "Hey, the protector, is he the tree god?" And he's like, "Well, he's not a tree god, he's a wood elemental." And I'm like, "No, it's the same thing." And he's the only one I didn't ask his name because I was like, he likes being called the tree god. So I always just call him the tree god or the protector. Um, but funny enough, because I'm like, no, I think he likes that. So I just call him the tree god. But like, it came to me a picture of him, like just in my head, and I was like, and I called Danny and I'm like, "Why didn't you tell me it was this one, right? That we have a picture. I have a picture of. I caught him on the live stream. Tammy even sent me a picture. He's like, "Yeah, that's not my job to tell you. It's your job to figure it out." Like Danny won't
Right.
tell you any information. Um, and I was like, "Is it though?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, duh." But it took me that long, to kind of figure it out because I didn't put it all together.
Right.
It like, you know,
Well, the
and
way
that's
I
how it happens
understand it,
sometimes.
if you have that strong, I don't know, cosmic or spiritual attachment to a certain thing, that to the point where you know what it is and all that, like, you don't need validation from anyone else to tell you what it's up to you to determine whether or not it is what you believe it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Anybody else's validation is irrelevant.
right.
You know the word I'm trying to use.
Yeah,
And like, that's why I said, like, I don't need anybody to confirm for me that the raven is my spirit animal of the air element, or now I don't need her, like, because I know
right,
it. I feel it. I discovered for myself that was my attraction to these certain things that relate to this particular element or
right.
elemental or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
Because, like, I am a big, not fanatic, but I'm a pretty big fan of the Harry Potter thing. And what
right,
cinched it for me is the fact that there is, like, because the second Harry Potter is my favorite one, and only because of Fox. Okay, they're Phoenix, you know.
right,
Um, so, and the fact that the Phoenix has physical attributes that I have, like, um I don't, like, have the physical strength attribute of a phoenix, but I have uh the fortitude
right,
version of the phoenix strength. Like, I have so much inner strength, so much more than physical these days, that's where I relate to this particular element. The they have it in the physical form. I have it in like the internal fortitude and attitude thing. Like I have the
Your attitude,
fortitude
yeah,
strength of the phoenix. You know what I'm saying?
right.
So it's like
And
that's why nothing really gets me down because I have such a strong fortitude. I can't be broken down easily, because my inner strength is, super strong. I have a
right,
great fortitude in constitution. That's the word I'm looking for. I have a very high constitution, you know, so that's why when I was almost attacked by that dark entity years ago, that happened where it knocked out my cameras just before it tried
yeah,
to attack me. That's why I kind of like when I woke up to it. Yeah, I was startled, but it wasn't like I didn't. I don't fear it.
right,
Even today, like I don't fear that kind of stuff because of my sense of fortitude and you know the word I used that I can't remember now. So despite my lack of memory and being able to know specific words, I have a very high constitution. Okay,
yeah,
I mean up to the point where I could sit and I I could eat a meal while watching an autopsy. Okay, that takes constitution. All right,
yeah,
I'm not. I don't have a weak stomach for things.
right,
And that's where the phoenix physical strength relates to my inner strength,
yeah,
and the fact that I'm attracted to stuff like that. I don't fear fire like a lot of people do. I respect it
right,
and treat it as what it should be treated as. It can be damaging or helpful. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So it's like to me, fire is a comfort. For the most part, I don't fear it, but if it gets out of control, I know how to handle it too. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
So with the phoenix being of a fire related, element, that's how
mhm,
I determine, you know, uh, that's how I determine my fire spirit animal or
yeah.
elemental, however you guys want to look at it, is the phoenix.
Well,
So,
yeah,
as
and
opposed
funny,
to the dragon. I mean, I have a
yeah,
simple explanation as why I thought it was the dragon, but since I discovered I have a much stronger pull toward this other creature that may not even really exist in the physical world,
right,
but the idea of it is what draws me to it, and the fact that I'm pulled more that way than to the dragon, because dragons, not in the way we think of them today, but dragons
yeah,
used to be a real thing. Okay,
yeah,
just like dinosaurs used
Yep.
to be a real thing. Okay,
Yep.
yeah,
they're not what people portray them to be today. Fire
right,
breathing, but there was a creature like the dinosaur back in the day, that its saliva was very acidic to the point where it could burn or solidify flesh, and that's how they would capture and devour their
yeah, great,
prey. Just like the fly and a lot of other insects that what they do is they regurgitate their stomach fluids onto the what and it solidifies and they just like drink it up or whatever, just
yeah,
like a fly. Flies do it all the time, but they're not fire breathing flying things.
yeah,
That's what the traditional dragon was, and a direct descendant to that is the Komodo dragon. Okay, and that's where it got its name. Now the Komodo dragon, its saliva won't melt or dissolve your flesh, but it's it's so laden with bacteria, it causes a flesh eating uh um
Disease.
phenomena, a flesh eating phenomena when you're bit by one. And so there, that's what a dragon is. And I always thought that it wasn't until I discovered that fact about 10 years ago that I started thinking, well, that has nothing to do directly with fire then. So how could a
Right.
dragon be like my fire spirit animal? Because traditionally it's not fire. That's a popular
Right.
misconception. Dragons don't breathe fire. So I'm like, all right. So I kind of gave up that idea. I mean, I love the idea of dragons and there's, you know,
Well,
but
now
but
I'm
when
gonna
I had
tell.
that dream last night, and you mentioned fire elementals in the chat, and it clicked. I'm like, that's more fitting for me. You know, that fits me better because why would I out of the choice of two different vehicles to be my first vehicle, um, my first choice was not the Firebird, but it became my only choice.
Yeah.
Different circumstances. I take that as a sign.
Well, the sign in
So
itself, was associated because that car was in the dream.
right,
So
yeah, and it's too
yeah.
bad it took 30 years to discover it, or
Well,
nearly 30
like
years.
I said, there may be a
But
reason now because funny enough, and I'll tell you, this Scott might help with you, Scott. Scott's like, oh, I don't know any of my if I have an elemental or if there's any, but I'm gonna tell you guys, and this is for everybody in the chat. I was taking pictures when my kids were young. Sometimes I would take a picture of the sky. I don't know. I had an obsession with. I just love the sky and nature. Probably why I have a wood elemental. But I also there's an air one that hangs out around us. Um,
and
and
the wood is the extension of the earth element, right?
no, it's separate. Please don't.
No, hang on. This I was just
There,
reading it.
there's five. There's five elements. One of them is not spirit. Okay.
Elementals.
Yeah. There's
Right,
five
right.
elementals.
Yeah, the five. Well, there's four. There's
No,
four
there's
main
there's
elements: earth,
five,
air,
and the
fire, and
fifth
water.
one is wood. No, and there's wood.
No, look, I'm reading it right now. Elementals
I
generally
don't care
refer
what they
to.
say. I'm telling you,
Well, where did you get
there's
it? If
five
you didn't get it
elementals.
from here,
Huh?
where did you get it? If you didn't get it from here, the same place
I have
I'm
one
looking
standing
at.
in my backyard. Where'd I get it from? Kim has one. Mary has one. There's a wood
Right,
elemental.
but their extension, their
No, they're
extensions
not.
of
No,
the
they're not. Okay, I'm gonna put
different
this to
elements.
rest right now, guys. There are five elementals. I have two videos on them. There's five elementals. There's two videos I did on them.
Okay, you're using
Now,
the
if you
term
look it up,
elementals, so that's the
elementals,
right.
not
You're using the
elements.
term elementals, right?
Elementals
Elementals,
are
yeah,
spirit.
right.
They're divine.
Elementals,
Right.
all right, are an extension of the four elements. You know what I'm
No.
saying, right?
Yeah. Well, you're
I know
talking
what
about.
you're saying. Yes.
Yeah, there's four
Yeah. So
elements, right? And that's where the elementals extend from, are the four
no.
basic elements. They extend from the earth elements, all right?
Okay. So
Each
so
element has a different set of elementals, the ones from a different dimension, okay, that we call upon for help,
okay.
right?
So let's so at the beginning, before there was angels, before anything, the universe decided to make Earth. The creator, whoever you want to say made Earth, the creator, God, the
Right.
universe.
The creator created the elements as well as
Okay.
everything else. Right.
They were here before the angels. There was 5 of them. It's a
Says
species
who?
of divine being.
Says who?
There's a species of people who talk to elementals just know this. Like you can, if you talk to
All
an
right. So
elemental,
what about the people that communicate with spirits and
you can ask your spirits.
angels? Okay.
You
I've
can
never
ask your
spoke to an
spirits.
angel, but there are people who do claim that they do.
Yeah.
Okay. So what story is true and what story isn't? When people who claim they speak to angels who were supposed to be the very first creation of God, okay, and then after that didn't work out and God decided he needed more than just that, started creating other things like the earth and elements of the earth
Fancy.
and humans.
No, angels were never. I don't know who started that bullshit lie, but in anything you ever read, angels came
Oh, this ain't
years,
shit I've
years,
read. This ain't shit I've read.
years.
This is
I
information
know.
I've received from speaking to spirits.
So somebody actually told you that the angels were here before the earth?
Yeah, that was his
No,
very first creation. The
no. That
I don't
spirit
call him
lied to
God
you
either because that
big time.
humanizes him. But the
That spirit lied to you
ultimate
big time.
creator, okay, in the spirit realm, he created angels for just the spirit realm. Then he started creating the physical realm, Earth, the other planets, and things like that. Okay, and in the matter he used, all right, and this is where the biblical belief can meet the scientific belief. All right, and this is how it was explained to me. The method he used was taking that one ball of energy that existed
Hi,
and
Fancy.
exploding it into several different other what we call planets today. Okay, then he started creating the different elements of each planet. You know, Mars being desolate and like supposedly no
Okay,
life form
you're
on it,
talking about
things like that.
elements as
Okay,
elements like metal and shit like that. We're talking about elementals, which is a divine species, and they were here before the angels, about 3 million
but
years.
there's
Actually,
no there's they're not here. Okay, they weren't created here. They're anything divine was created of another what's the word? Um, where spirit realms exist and things like that. There's a word for it. What is it? Dimension. Or no, not
yeah,
dimension.
not dimensions. I
Not
understand
dimension.
what you're
There's another word
saying.
for it. But you know what I
They,
mean. Like they
they
weren't created here.
can go in between. No, they were
Right.
created
Elementals are separate
as the
from
earth was created,
right.
but that
Ele-
was way before angels.
what I'm agreeing with you on here is all right. So we can't settle on an agreement of what came first, the chicken or the egg. Okay.
Right.
All right. But we can agree that the earth elements that were
Yeah.
created by this almighty creator, there's 4 of them.
Yeah.
Right? Earth, wind, fire, water. Right?
Yeah, but those are just elements. They're not
right.
elemental. They're
Yes,
separate.
but listen.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
elementals were created created from
Yeah, heavy.
those aspects. Okay? Those aspects. Earth, wind, fire, and water were the idea behind creating the elementals. Okay, so elementals created in a different realm or whatever were based off from the different elements, the 4 basic elements. That's why there's elementals based off from the concept of fire, concept of earth, concept of wind, and concept of water.
Okay, so
right? You
let
gotta
me
agree with that,
mm,
right?
the I'm gonna it's kind of but a little backwards. So the elements of the earth were put here. How you got the four elements were because the elementals are what created those elements on the earth. The creator gave the elements a job to create the earth.
Okay, so
Okay.
the only thing we're both like in disagreement about is what was created when,
Right.
right? But we both know the basic rule of things is for every element, every one of the four elements, there's an elemental attached to that, correct? Whether they're the ones that created it
Yeah,
or
yeah.
vice versa. Okay.
Right.
But
But
the way it was explained to me made it sound like, all right, there's only one ultimate creator, correct? He created the
yeah,
elementals. He
yeah,
created the angels. He
yeah.
created the element. All right, I understood that he also created the elements that in extension brought the elementals. But you believe
No,
it's the opposite. He
yeah,
created the elementals, and the elementals created the four elements, right?
yeah.
Okay, so I will go with that. I will go with that um, hypothesis. Okay, I'll run with that hypothesis. So we're all agreeing that elementals have a direct association with the four elements
Yeah,
of the
they're
earth.
the ones
Okay,
who created
that's
them.
all
Yeah.
I wanted to say. So
Yeah.
when you say a wood elemental, okay,
Yeah.
all right, it all I say is yes, wood elementals are an extension of or vice versa, the earth element, let's say the earth element is an extension of the wood elemental, right? That
Yeah. And
right.
the reason why earth and wood are separate, from what I understood from my protector and talking to the elementals, is earth is solid. Like it's part metal would be an extension of earth because there's metals in the dirt and stuff. Wood is
Because you're thinking
came
because trees grow above the surface of the earth,
well
they're
trees,
not
but
associated
also
with the earth element.
but because trees are what made the air, because without the oxygen, so each first came fire, then came earth, then came water, then came wood, then came air. That's how the elementals, hi Christina, that's how the five elementals came to be on the earth, and that's how the elements came after it.
All right,
So yeah, if you're gonna
you
say,
can't have
well,
trees without water. Trees, plant
I
life,
just said,
thrive on
I
water,
just
right?
said it came fire, earth, water, wood, air.
Okay. Well, in science, there there's only four elements.
If you, but yeah, in science, there's doesn't believe that we exist either. That doesn't make it true. Like, they say that the supernatural doesn't exist. Doesn't make it true what the scientists say. They don't
Well,
know. They're talking
some
about
science
elements. I know,
some
but they're talking
scientists
about.
these days are leaning toward that
I know,
anyway.
but
So
they're talking about elements of the earth. They're not talking
right,
about a species of elementals.
right. I
It's
agree with
separate.
that.
You
So the only
know.
thing is we
Mm.
the only thing I don't think we'll ever agree on is the what came first, the chicken or the egg. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean,
We're
you
at a
can.
chicken and egg kind of thing here
Yeah,
that we're
you
not
can.
both gonna
You
settle on.
can. I just want you, just do me the favor, and it's not to change your mind. It's just to see
Right.
my perspective in a better way, because it's also very scientific. It's how the elementals came to be and how it fit in exactly with the Earth's creation. Um, and it's a really good video. And it's
And not to cut you off, but that's another thing I agree with. Like when it comes to the biblical explanation of how the earth was created,
yeah.
they were so vague and like, you know,
Oh
like
yeah.
it was never
No.
broken down. So
Yeah.
your hypothesis is
It's
very,
based on
very
science,
um
the
I don't
scientific
want to say
idea of
believable,
how
but there's another word. Yeah.
it's
But yeah,
it's
that
actually based
works.
on
That works for me because
yeah.
any other explanation of it really doesn't really clarify
Yeah,
anything.
yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying? So your
yeah.
explanation
Oh,
fits,
yeah.
but
A
I've just
tumor.
I've never in 50 years of speaking to spirits and things like that have never gotten that information.
Well,
Half of them don't even know what an elemental is.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
because like I had someone here the other day, and I'll tell you, I had a spirit come, and I said, "How'd you get here?" He's like, "The wind brought me," and I'm like, "Okay." So I go, "That's a wind. That's an air elemental," and he's like, and he looked at me because these people in life had no idea that these beings, these divine, existed. So they don't know what the hell to call them. He literally said the wind brought me. Like he had no
Yeah.
idea that an air elemental was the one who dropped
You
them off
think
at
he
my
could have
house.
been? You think he could have been like speaking literally because you know what spirit energy when it's released, when it's
I asked him.
initially released, it's at the mercy of
Wow.
the
Yeah.
you know
I
it's drawn to where it's meant to be drawn to.
yeah.
Like
I
that
asked
could be
him
what
that.
he
I
meant.
said, the literal wind, or was it like a being? He's like, it was the wind, but it was a
Right. The
lady.
wind carried him.
But
Oh,
no, he said, but it was the wind, but it was a lady. And I said, yeah, I know, it's an air elemental. He's like, I
oh,
don't
he
know.
said it was a lady.
He said it was a
Oh,
lady. He
oh,
said
okay.
the wind brought me, and I'm like, the literal wind, and he's like, the wind, but it was a lady. And I said, yeah,
Okay.
okay, it was an air,
Okay.
it was an air elemental.
I
Um,
thought you brought in the lady, not him.
no, he said to me, because I asked him, like, because that was the first time I heard anybody ever say the wind brought me, and I'm like, what the fuck is he
Right,
talking about? So I said to him, no, what
right,
do you mean, like the literal, like you blew in on a cloud, like, like
right.
he's like, no, it was the wind, but it was a lady, and I was like, yeah, it was an air elemental, and then he's like, yeah, okay, you like he didn't know what it was because if you when you die, you only remember what you knew in life, you know.
Right, right.
So he didn't know what the hell it was. He was just like, okay, I'll go with you, lady. But yeah,
You ever experience the difference between speaking to a earthbound spirit as opposed to one that has already crossed over? You ever notice the difference between like the terms they use and things like that
well,
versus
I
like
also, yeah,
because when I talk to earthbound spirits, right? They're all under the assumption of what they were raised to believe and things like that, as far as like religion, things like that.
yeah,
And I try my best not to speak directly to them about what really is going to happen because that would induce more fear of crossing over than you know.
yeah, yeah,
And but when I'm speaking to like let's say Stephanie and the gang, okay, and they experienced being crossed over. Well, Stephanie went immediately, and that's how she's such a good guy. Um, they speak of it as like they inform me it's not what they say in the book. Literally, like those
yeah, of
words.
course,
It's not what they say in that book. You know, once you're over there, you know, And I'm like, and that's the most confusing part, because when you're getting information from earthbound spirits, you're getting the information they were taught the same way you
Yeah.
were growing up, so that's not the most reliable.
Right. Well,
Um,
that's why, yeah, like I said,
so,
I spoke to my elemental. He knows how he was made. He's a fucking elemental. Plus, the elders are the ones with the information. They were crossed over. They were sent here as your, I should say, your bloodline guides or your
you mentioned
elders.
them before, and I had a question about them.
Yeah.
All right, who created the oh, what the fuck you said?
The elders?
Elders. But now let me just say why I'm asking this, because when I communicate with Stephanie Bennett, okay, um, she describes the ranking system of the other side,
Yeah.
whereas there's new ones, there's there's a ranking system, and elders being the oldest of the spirits over there,
Hmm.
as far as like how long
Yeah.
ago they had passed and been there. And then there's the angels, then the Almighty Creator. Okay, and that's the ranking system. So when you speak of elders in the sense of elementals, who
No. Oh,
created
no, no.
those?
Elementals are not the same as elders. My elders are my bloodline guides, and she's right. They have been
Oh, okay.
deceased
I
forever.
understand now. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
So when you use the term elders, you're
yeah.
using it as a way to describe your own line of generations that guide you.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
they're
Okay.
technically they're bloodline guides, but
Right.
they're so far back, it's not really,
Okay.
They're
Because I always thought you meant there was elders in that
no, I mean, of course,
elementals.
elementals
Okay.
are a species. Let's
Right.
just
Right. Right. Okay.
like
I
you and
just
me,
wanted to
right?
clear it up for myself.
So,
Because
so yeah, so there are older ones of those, but
right.
the
Right.
elders are my actual bloodline guides. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they're
Gotcha.
just they're
Gotcha.
the wisest of the wise, and they
Right.
know they've crossed. They
They're the
come
ones that
to
lived thousands of years ago
guide
and
you.
passed
Yeah,
on, and they're
yeah,
they're of a human spirit,
yeah,
right? Okay, gotcha.
yeah. But they're what your other guides listen to and stuff because they are the wisest. They've been around the longest. They know just about every shit and thing there is to know. They're they're like I call them the grandma and grandpa guides because they just tell everybody as it you listen to
I
grandma and grandpa. Like that's
Are
how
you
I
feeling like
describe
we're
them.
preventing you from getting from adding to this, Mary? Are you
Sorry, Mary.
feeling shut out? I apologize. You are.
No, that's okay. I
Because
was
I'd
gonna
love to
say,
hear Mary's take on the whole
oh yeah, Mary,
situation
what
we
do you
were
think?
discussing. But
She might have
I
went to the
see her
Hang
bathroom.
on.
typing
That's
all
why
this
she
in the
didn't.
Hang
chat. I'm like, why is she
hang
typing?
on. My son's telling me something. Hang on.
Okay.
Oh, okay. See, I was like, no, I think she's in the middle. She might have got caught up on something because she
Yeah.
didn't. I don't think
And
disappeared. She's gonna put her 2 cents
Diane,
in.
do you want to take Diane's comment, or because I have a great answer for that one? She
I have
wondered if
wondered
God
if
is
God is
the
the
universe.
universe.
Okay.
Everybody has their own thoughts, and I
Right.
can
Their
only
own
tell you
ideas.
what my thought is because from what they showed me in my vision, and that vision was for me and my spiritual awakening, but also so that's what set my precedence. So the creator is not the universe. It's a being that the universe created. Like the universe was here in just of course there was something here before the creator didn't create himself. The universe created the creator. And the creator is a separate being who then went around, why they created the creator, went around and created the things inside the universe so the universe can grow. Is from what I understood.
Who created the universe then? It
No, the
can't just
universe was
exist.
an existing mass that formed from years
So
of, I don't know what.
if you
That
all right,
part I
if you
didn't
put
even
it in
get
a different,
into. But
if you put it in an earthly concept, all right,
yeah,
you're saying the universe is like a blank canvas,
yeah,
and within that universe, there became a creator,
yeah,
and the creator is the one that put the paint to the canvas and
yeah.
created in his mind, in his image, the earth, the other planets. What's the word for that? You
Stars, all
yeah.
these
Um
things, these circles,
so
things,
he
and
created
all the
the
stuff.
elements that make up the universe that
Yeah,
started out as a blank slate.
you're
And
right, Christina. Everything is
okay.
connected. I
So
believe that.
that's really close to what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
Um First of all, everybody knows I don't believe that there's a God per se. I think
yeah,
that's something that's a stigma humans put on him.
yeah.
Okay, to humanize him, to be able to relate to him better.
I think the
That's my
universe is God.
and
It's what
I
God
kind
means,
of
you
believe
know.
it in the way Christina explains it as well. I think the Almighty Creator, which most people of many different religions refer to him as God, Allah, God, Buddha, whatever you want to call him. Okay,
Yeah.
All right.
that's the Almighty Creator of all we know as the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, and all the other planets. Okay, and every element of each one of those was also created by him. And the way he created this, he took pieces of himself, which the Almighty Creator is nothing but a big mass of energy, okay? An intelligent energy, apparently. So he
Extremely
literally took
intelligent.
pieces of himself to create these elements, okay? So when they say God is all around us, God is always a part of everything on earth, blah, blah, blah. It's, you know, there is a literal meaning to that, but then
Yeah.
there's a, um, uh, um, what's the word? What's the other
I
word
know
for it?
literal and not literal. I don't
Well,
remember the word for not
um,
literal.
yeah, the one
Yeah.
that, anyway, another word for
And you know what?
belief.
I really
And
agree with you on that, except like the creator is exactly I think what you said. And and that's why my video about the elementals, like he took a piece of himself, which then turned into the
right,
supernova and
I
fire,
wanted to get,
and then
yeah,
fire made the earth because it got
yeah.
all the rock together,
I wanted to
whatever.
go
And then
on to add that's also
yeah,
how our spirits came about. That's how we obtained our spirit energy. Is where our spirit energy is also literally a piece of the Almighty Creator's energy, which is, and this is going to lead to very what's that term uh where something may be kind of if
yeah,
you
looked at weirdly. Okay, go ahead.
but
We got
anyway, what happens is at the time a fetus is just starting to develop their appendages and things like that. Just as we get into that full development period or whatever, that's when and I'm told there's a particular set of angels that are in charge of doing this job, right? They're literally taking either a new piece of energy from the Almighty Creator, bringing it down and installing it within that fetus just before, birth. Okay, and that's when a human is a human. Um,
Um, yeah,
Controversial. That's the word I was looking for, by the way, guys.
controversial. Yeah.
Yes, this
Because
is where it gets into a
yeah,
controversial.
I
Uh,
don't think it's an angel who does it. And I think
well, see, that's
an
where.
automatic connection that
See,
women are giving.
but what
Like,
throws that? What makes that not hold a lot of water is the
yeah,
difference between an old soul and a new soul. Okay, now because we all know humans either have an old soul or a new soul. New soul meaning a
Right.
fresh, unlived before soul, which comes
yeah,
directly from the Almighty Creator, the massive energy, okay, spirit energy. You're either going to get a brand new piece of that, but everything started out with Him. So you're either going to get an old soul that is, instead of crossing over, is, I like to use the term recycled, is recycled into a new body, a
It
new vessel.
basically is. I mean,
And but when it comes to new souls, that the charge of giving a human a new soul is a class of angels that's their job, is to deliver that new soul to that new vessel. There's several different classes of angels, starting with the archangels and down to your simple, not simple, but down to your lower level
yeah.
guardian angels.
That, yes, I
Guardian
totally
angels.
know that there's
Like
different kinds of angels,
the
and
bottom of
maybe
the
the recycled souls, maybe the angels will bring down, but um, the new energy that's formed, I think that's why a woman's body was created the way it was when that electronic, I should say, and this is scientific, believe it or not, it actually happens in a woman's body when the electrodes hit the egg with the sperm in it. It creates whether the fetus will be a male or a female.
yeah,
It's like an electronic.
gender is different.
No,
That's
but that's when the soul is from
DNA
that
depends,
energy. No, from the
but
what
soul
I'm saying
energy
is,
has nothing to do with gender, though. See, DNA
no,
determines gender,
I'm
right?
not saying. Okay, you're not listening to me. Listen one more time. There is an electronic pulse that is in the woman's body that happens. Now, scientists say this is when the gender is created, but when that electronic energy pulse hits that's when the soul, I think, is created. Like women were given that power.
No,
Um,
no, I can't
yeah,
believe that for a
I don't,
minute.
I
Okay,
don't
I think
agree to
people are
angels
drawing
disagree,
at
come
y'all.
down.
straws at that point,
There's not enough
because
angels
there's
to
can't
handpick
be
souls
two different
and throw them
ways
in
of
yourself.
administering a soul. There's only one
Okay,
way
one
to
at a
administer
time
a soul.
because nobody's going to hear what y'all are saying. So one at a time.
The DNA determines gender, right? The
No,
male and female are equally um able, okay? The male and female are equally able to determine what gender the child is going to be. But that has nothing to do with the spirit energy that is within that vessel.
okay.
Okay, we're just a vessel. Okay,
Boomer,
we're just
you're
made up
getting,
of DNA
I know.
and things like
You
that, right?
you take what I say, you get on one kick, just 1 second. I love you to death. But what I said is scientists say that's when the gender is created. But I said when that electric energy hits, that's when the soul be- is is created in the fetus.
So you're saying at the time of conception is when the soul is administered,
No, when that
right?
electric energy, which is
Well,
like,
that happens at the time of conception
no,
when the sperm meets the egg, right?
no. This electronic pulse happens, like I said, and they know it's there. This energy pulse, this energy that happens, this electric kind of pulse that happens in a woman's system happens around a little before 3 months, maybe 1.5, 2 months. And that's when, and
Okay,
that's why
that's
they,
when the fetus just starts showing signs of um, what's the word I used? Just to remind me, like, is that's
yeah,
at the point where the fetus is just starting to show signs of
yeah.
um,
Now
like
that
growing arms and
energy,
legs and stuff, right? It's
yeah,
more than just a tadpole at that point, right?
yeah, it's a little more
Okay,
than a tadpole,
so
but that
all right,
energy
all right.
um connectors, I think is what,
Is the
this is
spirit energy,
my opinion, is what
right?
gives the fetus the energy, their makes
Okay,
their energy for new ones.
right. Well, that's my question then. I mean, doesn't but that doesn't determine where that spark of energy comes from, though, right? That nothing explains where that spark of energy comes from. You just know
No, but
that at that
it's a
point,
natural occurrence in a woman's body,
right?
which is what the creator, but this is what I'm saying, the
Which is what
creator
the
made us,
creator intended, right?
yeah, intended,
Right.
because like I said, I don't necessarily,
Oh, I know what
this
you're
is my
saying. All
point,
right.
I don't
You're
think
saying
angels are coming down.
it's an
Yeah,
automatic phenomenon.
yes,
You're just saying you're just disagreeing with the transportation process,
yes.
right? Okay, I'll go with you on that. Um,
He gonna go
I
with
that
you on
works.
that.
because I
I,
really think that the
see, at
creator
first,
created
Yeah.
our bodies for
when
a
you first
reason.
mentioned it, I thought you meant it was some
No,
metabolical thing
right, okay.
that made the spirit, and I was under the assumption you're trying to say
No,
it wasn't that it. Okay, so you're saying the difference between a person having a new soul and an old soul is one is created like it's automatically destined to be in that vessel. The old soul would be delivered because so that it doesn't
at that
cross over,
time,
it's delivered
right.
to the
Yeah,
to the
well,
to the vessel,
Yeah,
right? Okay, so my problem was I misunderstood
I
until you
know.
got to
That's
the end there with that
I know. That's why I
specific
tell you, wait
explanation.
for me. It takes me a second, but I get there.
So I I can like yeah, I can fit that in with what I found out through communication with
No, it
both
makes total sense.
both souls. So
Yeah.
yeah, so that I thought you were trying to say that was some kind of like metabolical scientific thing that happens
No,
within
I
a
think the
woman
creator knew
that
exactly what
okay.
he was doing when he made a woman body
I think
and
that
what
was his
happens
I
and
think that was
you
his biggest mistake. No, I'm just
know. How he made women create. Why? You want to carry the babies instead? You want me to go back and tell him, hey, listen.
no, I thought I was thinking if old boy wasn't lazy to the point
I
where
ain't
he
been
just
nice,
wanted to
Skinner.
create one guy and then create a women and then leave it up to the human race to repopulate. Instead of doing that, he could have just like boom, boom, boom. All right, I'm just going to create a million atoms and see how they act. You know,
Yeah.
we don't need Eve. You know, I can create it. I created the first one. I can create the next 8 million. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Like, yeah,
Hi, Annie.
who needs women? You know, all he has to
No.
do is create us, knowing how
I
to cook,
was gonna
clean.
say, Boomer wants to have the babies now.
Look,
What the
no,
hell is
no,
going
like traditional. Uh,
on?
what's the word again? Um,
You think we're gonna help you now that you're down on us?
say, but I thought, you know, as long if he could just create us already knowing how to cook, clean, and bitch, we'd be all right.
Yeah.
We'd live awesome with 8 billion atoms. Okay,
Well, we could say the same
forget Eve.
thing. Like, we
But
could say the same thing. I always go back to those little lizards
Cook,
that I
clean, and
watched.
bitch. Is that what you're saying?
where
I
are
can
you
do all
at?
that.
See, that we got our thing going so strong now. They just lost interest. It's like,
Yeah. No, what I was gonna say is I always go back to those lovely I saw on the Animal Planet they had this great segment about like mate and kill kind of creatures. But they had these little lizards that what they did instead of like mating and killing, they were like, hey, you know what? We don't need these men. They're like kind of fucking useless. Let's figure out how to have babies on our
yeah, they
own.
grow what they need when they need it. Pretty
Let's
much.
have babies on our own. So what they started to
And
do was
dexterous.
rub
In
up
other words, they
against
both.
each other and start
Worms.
popping out clones of each other. And the whole male species of this lizard died out. And to this day, there are only females of this lizard, and they just keep making female clones of
Wait,
themselves.
wait.
It was
I
the
thought
fucking best.
I may be thinking of a different story that I've heard, but
Yo, making
I
me.
heard of
You guys
a
are cracking
species
me
that
up.
at a certain stage in their life they lose their male
Oh, that's a
stuff
different species.
become a female thing. I can't remember what species it was or what type of
Yeah.
animal, but
But what the
that's
hell
the
were those
story I was saying. I
lizards
thought you were
called? I
talking about
love
that.
those lizards. If you
But
ever get to watch the story about those lizards, I just love them. What are those lizards that
anyway,
pop out clones of themselves and got rid of the male?
real hot here in
What?
Boise. Really? It's been
It
like
is.
60 something here all day.
Hugs to you too, Skinner.
I think the
Hi,
hottest it
Fancy.
got was like
Hi,
62
Skinner.
If I didn't
degrees.
say hi,
It's been cold and raining all day.
it's been here. It's cooled off a
I've
big
been
time
loving it.
compared to what it was. And it really at nighttime we could probably open the windows.
Oh hell, I
Are
didn't
you?
have to witness my children being born to know that I don't want to be the one doing it. I didn't have to witness it to know. Look, I ain't dealing with that shit. You know, sore breasts, swollen breasts, you
So it's
know,
these lizards were
gaining
called
70
the
pounds. I don't
beyond
know.
geckos.
Shit.
Beyond,
I knew at
beyond
the age of 12 I didn't want to be the gender that carries and delivers the child. I already knew that shit. Witness it to know. Trust me. That may be the empath within me, you know, because I do. I despite
You knew you
popular
were the right sex. You were like, thank God.
despite popular beliefs about Boomer, I do empathize greatly with women and their assigned role on this rock. Okay.
They're assigned role.
Well, what would you call it?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
They
it
were
is.
assigned the role of being the bearer of children, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah.
empathize with that. I do. But in all that empathy, I would never want to wish it was in reverse, okay? I know how it is. I've felt that. My first child being born, I all right, they call it sympathy pregnancy. I
Yeah.
call it because I think it was because I felt it even stronger because of the abilities that I have of um
Hi,
empath, things like
hi,
that. Like
Tiger.
I can, you know
Hi,
how
Camara.
empaths and stuff, they can physically feel other people's pain and emotions and things like that, right? So with
Right.
my first child, I wasn't allowed in the delivery with him because she chose her skank mother and whatever to be there. And back then, there was only one person allowed in the. So anyway,
Yeah.
but I felt everything about it from conception to delivery. I felt everything she was going through. The mood swings. I was sharing the mood swings with her. I was sharing the cramps, the pain. Like I thought I was going through menopause for a while. With like I physically felt all her symptoms throughout the whole childbirth. But once I experienced that through the first one, the next two, because I wasn't there for the second one, but my last two, um, I it was easier because I knew what to expect, and I could, unlike her, okay, unlike the wife, and I feel
Shut
sorry
it off.
about this part. I could block it out, close it off, and it not to the point of it didn't exist, but to the point where it was bearable, where I wasn't feeling the sharp, constant pains and stuff like that. All right. And for my last two children, I was in the delivery floor with. And it was like I I was like non-emotional about it because the side effect to having to shut off what she was going through, kind of I had to shut down my own as well. So I was kind
Yeah.
of like indifferent, I guess, unsympathetic, blah blah blah. Empathetic, yes, but sympathetic, no. Okay, so I had to shut down my own emotions as well to keep
Yeah.
from feeling what. So, you know, um, for my last two children that I was there for, and the only twinge I felt because it went from her to my son, the last twinge I felt was when the doctor had me snip the umbilical cord. It went from, see, I had her closed off, right? So I'm doing all right. But as soon as he had merged and the doctor was holding them and clamping them off, I picked up on him.
Right.
So that it happened so quickly. I had no time to prepare or think about it. I couldn't shut it off between him and I. So when I snipped his umbilical cord, I felt this sharp, quick snip at my belly button, like this twinge. And the doctor saw that. I kind of, it looked like I was doing Kegels. You know, I kind of, my abdominal area kind of tensed up real quick and stuff. And the doctor kind of gave me a, like, she didn't know what to think. But I saw it in her face that, she knew I felt it.
My ex-husband, when I was in labor and I was in there fixing to have my son, he had his cravings before we ever got to the hospital. He had these crazy cravings while I was pregnant. He ate steak sauce with what's the noodles that are the hard Chinese noodles, whatever you call them, ramen noodles.
Yeah.
He would eat steak sauce on that.
Did she
On
say
them. And
Raymond?
yeah,
Ramen
ramen,
noodles.
whatever the hell you
Ramen.
want to call them,
Ramen.
ramen, whatever.
Raymond.
Anyway,
Did he turn into
I call them
Rayman?
noodles. I just call them noodles. That's what I
I'm
call
just
them.
kidding.
I never say the name. Anyway,
Anyway.
that was one of them. But
Shit.
he had
Speaking of
like
food,
several.
I'll be right back.
And when
I
I
gotta go
was
put
sick,
my
he was
leftovers
sick.
away.
I didn't get sick in my stomach, like really. I would get like a heartburn, or sometimes I would get nauseated. But
Yeah.
every time I was, he was too. It's like he had sympathy, or I was protruding it off onto him. Maybe I was giving it to him so he could have it instead of me. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I know that when I was in the hospital though, and I was in labor, every once in a while he'd move a position, and he'd jerk and he'd move, and I'm like, because I personally don't. I'm not one of those people who scream through pain. I kind of chomp down and I fight my way through it mentally. So when he's over there moving around and stuff, I kind of looked at him. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I don't know, man." He said, "But I got this pain in my back." He said, "I don't know what's going on." He said, "I don't know if it's the chair or what." I said, "Is it coming and going?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "You're having labor pains when I have them." I said, "I just had one." And I mean, he's over squirming around. I said, "You got to be kidding me that you're having pains when I have them." He said, "I got to get away from you." He said, "You're giving me everything you get." That's what he said. He said, "You're throwing it at me." And and it didn't dawn on me till after the fact that I was probably doing that. That I
Sure.
probably really was sending it from me to him.
Yeah,
And I
Ty.
wasn't meaning to hurt him. I was just letting him know how I feel through it,
Yeah.
what I was going through. And
Right. Well,
but he was there through all of it. But every pain, anything I had, he was having it too. It was
yeah.
craziest thing.
And now I never thought about it. I wasn't married at the time, and um, we won't go into my kid's father. Anyway, either one of them. They weren't prevalent in my pregnancy. So anyway, but the children were. And funny enough that I guess even in the womb, these babies know what they want to eat, right? So I was a vegetarian when I got pregnant with my daughter. Never ate meat from the age of like 15, because I had an ulcer, so I wasn't supposed to eat meat anyway. So from the age of 15, I didn't eat meat. Got pregnant with my daughter. I was 21. I had her at 22. 4 months into my pregnancy, I walked into the diner. I was working at Victoria's Secret at the time, in Manhattan, and I walked into the diner, the Greek diner I always go to. They knew I was a vegetarian, and he comes over. He's like, "Oh, you want a tuna melt?" Like, because I would eat fish sometimes, and
Yeah,
especially during the pregnancy, I guess I needed iron, so sometimes I would eat tuna. It's like, "Do you want a
right.
tuna melt today or a salad or whatever?" And I was like, I just grabbed onto his shirt and I'm like, "I want a steak and I want it raw." And he was like, "What the?" And he was like, so he's like, "Well, I have to cook it a little." I'm like, "The least you could get away with." And so they put this steak in front of me, bloody and all, right? And I ate the steak and like
They
so
say it's
happy.
good like that, but man, I cannot. I got it. I'm just a hair, just a
No, I could
little bit
never.
of
Just
pink.
the thought of it
I can
now makes
handle.
me nauseous. But I was so
I can
freaking
handle a little
happy.
bit of pink, but it's got to be cooked for me.
Yeah, and so the next day I went in there and I'm like, "Oh, can I have like I think I asked for lomadakia, which is like stuffed grape leaves and it has no meat." And
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh, you don't want a steak today?" He goes, "It was like you were possessed yesterday." It was like you were possessed. He goes, and I go, "I think it was the baby like telling you like
When you
cuz
grab when you grabbed his
yeah,
shirt,
like I like
he probably thought, "What the hell is going on with her?"
And he asked me, like, well, because I said to him then, I said, "Oh, I think it was the baby." He's like, "You're pregnant." And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Okay, that makes sense." Obviously,
Well,
he
yeah,
had children. He knew how pregnancies work. With his wife, must have been a lunatic too. But at that point, I was just around 4 months, like I wasn't showing yet. And he was like, "You were like possessed." And I think it was my daughter. And to this day, she loves steak. And like, but yeah, and that man was scared, probably. Poor thing. Um, and like, you
Is this
know,
your
but
daughter? Your daughter you
yeah,
was
this was
pregnant with?
my daughter. And
I bet it was your daughter coming through.
yeah, and then she loved strawberries. She still to this day, she even came out with a strawberry birthmark on her. And I would eat a lot of strawberries. And every night I would have an egg, potato, and onion hero. Not a sandwich, a fucking hero, okay? Every freaking night I would have one. And yeah, like it's just funny. That was how I got my iron because I was a vegetarian. I mean, like I did eat obviously some meat when I was pregnant with her.
Uh,
Because like she
well,
wouldn't not
yeah,
let me
not to be funny
eat.
about it or anything, but the steak probably was you was craving iron. Your body was, and
Well, I
that's
was getting plenty of iron because I also took iron
yeah.
pills. I
But
was
you there
anemic
was
at
something
that
in that
point,
steak
you
you
know.
needed. Not to be. I mean, I
M-
know that your daughter probably
Maybe.
likes meat,
But I really
but
think it was my daughter, like, this bitch is, because I think she's an old soul. And I just think she was like, this bitch is not feeding me what I want to fucking eat. And I'm not
she very well,
taking none of this
that
shit,
can be
okay?
true. That can be true. That's what That's how it is.
Yeah,
But
because she definitely is an old soul. Like, look, she came out, she she started talking when she was around 8 months old, like talking. By 1.5, she could say full sentences, like that she would come home and go, why doesn't any of the kids talk? Like she couldn't understand, like why all the children her age, she's talking to them and they're just looking at her like she's fucking crazy. She's 1.5, right? But I'll never forget when she was 9 months old, I got her a one of those little like tricycles, and it had one of the
uh,
sticks so I can push her on the tricycle when she got tired and didn't want to pedal, you know? And
right,
you had to put it together. So I opened the box and I'm putting it together, right? So as I put it together, she's watching. So I walk away for a second. I forgot what I had to do. And I see her with the screwdriver trying to screw in these fucking screws, right? And I'm like, wait. Let me do it, you know? She got it, like, you know? At not even 2 years old, my mother had this lockbox with all like important tax papers and our hey Regina and our like birth certificates, anything important she had in this green heavy metal lockbox, and it had a key to open it. And my daughter was
right.
like obsessed with this lockbox, right? So she kept trying to drag it and open it. And one day she even saw where my mother put the key and freaking went and got it. My mother was so pissed. So she put the key way up high and she's like, you can't have this. And she takes the box and put it in her room, whatever. Well, I go in my mother's room because the baby's quiet all of a sudden. I go in there. She's got the box and a bobby pin, and she's trying to pick the fucking lock. And I'm like, what in holy hell? Like, that's how I should have known. Like, I should have gave her back. Like, like this one's possessed. Okay. Um, Nothing but tacos. Oh. But yeah, she had a bobby pin and she opened up the bobby pin and I told my mother, come here. And my mother comes in, she's like, what the like it was like where would she learn this? Like, I mean, I'm like, what cartoons is she watching? Like where? She's not even two. The only thing that plays is like the little fucking mermaid. Like where? How does she know how to pick a lock? You know, and
Mermaids are real.
tell. That's how you could tell these old soul babies from new ones. Because I think my son's a fairly new soul, and you could tell the difference because she was,
I
of
think he's had
course,
2 cycles.
huh?
I got that feeling from when I first ever saw him. I think he's had 2 cycles.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
I
fairly
can
young
tell
soul.
he's a
He's not a
young
new
soul.
soul, but he's a young soul. And I
Yeah,
estimated about 2 cycles.
yeah,
So,
I could tell
Yeah,
because
I'm an old soul
but my
myself.
daughter, like literally, I'm telling you, must have been like one of those elders at one time because that bitch was picking locks and doing everything else at before the age of 2. She's in her fucking diaper sitting there with that bobby pin trying to unlock that. And we were just like, what in the world? What in the world? Like, I didn't even know how to pick a lock, and I just
I think
couldn't
she was a
understand.
locksmith in a previous life.
Maybe. Um, but yeah, like
You know,
in her
like the
diaper.
old style blacksmith type
Chimeras is that
locksmiths,
little
the
thief.
ones that make the locks, know how they work, and like back in like
Hi, Regina.
when they first came out with lockable shackles, like in the dark ages. I think that was her first life, was that.
That could have been.
But
I
haven't met
yeah.
her
So,
yet. Like I'd met Jonathan, so I can't get a read off
right.
her or pick anything up off her like I did Jonathan. So I don't know.
Yeah, she's
I'm
not
just
all that easy to
speculating.
read. Yeah, the daughter.
I'm just speculating when it comes to her. But
yeah.
from what you
No,
described, it sounds like one of her first lives was, an old time,
oh
dark
yeah.
ages type
She was
blacksmith.
definitely something like I tell you, she one and a half trying to put together the freaking bicycle with the screwdriver. Then
Wow.
she's trying to pick the locks. Like this is all before the age of 2. We had all
Yeah, that's
those.
all stuff like a blacksmith and somebody who repairs like old wagons and stuff. That sounds like, yeah,
Yep.
that kind of.
She wanted to know how electricity worked. She was really like weird about that too. So we had all those baby things covering all the,
The
sockets,
outlets. Yeah,
the outlets and stuff
yeah,
because it's a safety thing. So she doesn't
right.
stick anything in there. Yeah, well, this chick
Yeah, my
got a
mom
fork,
should have done that.
took the plastic thing, popped it right the hell off, and was like, "Let me see." And she's like, just as she's going, I like grabbed her arm. I'm like, "Are you crazy?" Like,
I actually did that with a paper clip. My cousin dared me, right? We're up in my room, and my cousin dared me to take a paper clip. We undid it and folded it, so that it was like U shape or whatever. And so he's kind of kneeling behind me, looking over my shoulder, right? He's like, I dare you, I dare you, I dare you. And so I took it, and
Hi,
as
Misty.
soon as I stuck it in that light socket, boom, the whole house went out. I got knocked back so hard, I nearly broke his ribs. We both, like, I got knocked back into him, and then we both got knocked back three more feet and hit the wall behind us.
You lucky one still holding on to it.
My mom comes running upstairs screaming my name. She knew exactly what was going on. She come running up the stairs.
Who was it that got you
belt
to do
in
that?
hand, And
Who
we
was
blew
it that got you to
every.
do that?
Huh?
Who was it that got you to do that?
My cousin.
his cousin. But Mama knew rumors that actually
we were going
did
back and forth with it for a while. I was like, I dare you. No,
right.
I dare you. I dare you. I was the only one that had the balls enough to do it. So because we went back and forth for like 20 minutes on who was going to do it. And I was like, all right, but we blew every, back in the old days before they came out with.
It was like, heck with this, I'll just get it over with.
Those, what are they called now?
Did you blame it on
circuit
him,
breakers? Before they came out with circuit breakers, it was fuses, right? The large round fuses.
Oh yeah.
Every one of those fuses were blown. My dad came home from work, and boy was I think if I remember right, we got whooped again by my dad after my mom. About we had to sit in the dark for like 2.5, 3 hours before Dad got home. And he
Misty,
comes
you want a
home
link to come
and
up?
it's pitch dark inside. He's wondering what the hell's going on. He comes storming in the house. What the hell's going on? Neighbors' lights are on. Why aren't I? My dad, the first thing he wants to do is come home, lay down on the couch, turn on TV, and watch his fucking westerns or whatever. He couldn't do that first thing, so he was pissed. So as soon as he got done replacing every fucking circuit or every fucking fuse,
You're lucky they
he
had them
came
on
up.
hand.
He came upstairs and whooped the both of us again. See, my mom just whooped me because she knew I was the one that actually did it, but she knew like the two of us or my dad knew the two of us were just as much at fault. So my cousin got whooped, I got whooped. My dad went to laying down watching his fucking
Westerns.
westerns. It's like
All right, the boys are wet. So
got his fill whooping
don't
ass.
bother me for the rest of the night.
All right, who the hell is that pulling
right.
up in front of my place?
What's pulling up there?
Somebody just pulled up in front of my apartment.
Oh, we got the thunder, the lightning, the rain, the whole
Yes,
9
yeah.
yards.
Oh,
I know that feeling.
My neighbor's
Rain, man.
date, it must be. My neighbor's date is picking her up. All right. That solves that mystery. It was a black SUV too, so imagine my worry. Black SUV pulling up in front of my apartment. Yeah. So, all right. Who's vaping?
What'd you think it was? It was the Men in Black boomer.
No, worse. The U.S. government. See, contrary to popular belief, Men in Black are not a
no,
U.S.
they were
governmental branch. They're not a branch of the U.S. government. They're a secret society.
Yeah, just like the Men of Letters.
They are not under. Yeah, exactly. What do you know about the Men of Letters?
Come on, I watch Supernatural.
Oh, well, that's their idea of what they are based on the 50s and 60s events that got leaked.
Right.
That's not what the true, real Men of Letters are all about.
Well, yeah, I figured, but that's how
They're
I
more
know the
like.
term.
All right, you know what the what's that in Rome where the Pope stays? The Catholic anyway. What's that place called again?
Oh, the shit, I don't know. I'm not Catholic.
Diane knows.
Greek Orthodox, the Vatican. Thank you. Yeah,
Vatican.
The
There you go. Yes. Oh, they must have said it in your chat. Huh? Yeah. So it's kind of like the Vatican has like their secret library or whatever, and their secret association with like paranormal and supernatural and shit like that. That's kind of what that's like. The American version of that is the Men of Letters. They don't portray him very well in that show.
No, but the churches definitely have, they even have people who go out and do these investigations and stuff. I mean, because Danny worked for, one of the churches.
Yeah, that was one of the first. I mean, that was one of the first ones. An organization of different. What's that? Fuck. What was Danny again? What do they call it again?
Shaman? Shaman?
Shaman. Yeah.
Thank you.
The shamans were one of the very first I don't know, groups, I guess, for lack of a better term, one of the first groups to start investigating um, phenomena of supernatural and paranormal stuff. Vatican
Well, I
didn't even
think
get into
the
it
druid,
until
because he's
after
also a
what?
druid, but the
I
druids
think it
worked
was
with the paranormal, but they didn't. They
All
didn't.
right, druids. Druid. That's what
Dru-
I meant.
yeah,
Not the yeah. Druid is the term I was looking for.
yeah.
But yeah, the Vatican and then like and other religions, things like that, didn't even get into it until I think 15th or 16th century, which was the late 1400s to early 1500s, I think, something like that.
Yeah.
Or so the Druid communities were the first ones to start even investigating that kind of stuff, and they weren't as hands-on as they are today either. Like they didn't go to people's
Um.
places and perform exorcisms and shit like that until
Right.
much later on. They were
Yeah.
just
I just want
like,
to answer Annie's question. She says, "Do you feel you need a belief in God if you are involved in the paranormal?" I kind of feel like someone does
I
need
think
God
it's the
if they're involved
opposite.
in the paranormal. But so I'm going to tell you, I think people, even atheists, believe in the paranormal because they believe in people, right? They're a person.
Right,
So they believe people die and that their energy stays behind because there is no heaven or hell or whatever. So you don't need technically a belief in
right,
God to believe in the paranormal.
right. Um, I actually think it's the opposite anyway. Like I think the least religious individuals are the ones that believe more about uh, paranormal uh,
Right.
being
Now that they
existing.
might
Like,
believe in more
well,
supernatural stuff like,
right, yeah,
angels and deities and stuff like that
right,
being
right.
um believing in
I
God,
mean,
but
if
the paranormal
It,
itself doesn't
right.
need
That's
God.
another point I wanted to. A lot of people, popular misconception is that supernatural is or paranormal is a supernatural. Not all paranormal is supernatural, but most supernatural is paranormal. But there is a
Right.
difference between the two. They are separated into two separate
right,
entities. You have the supernatural, which involves a lot of things that paranormal does not.
Yeah.
And so the paranormal could be part of a supernatural event, but not everything paranormal could be a supernatural. Because supernatural is something that is of more than just a natural existence. Paranormal started out as a natural existence because paranormal it involves spiritual energy, um, uh, events that paranormal or events that spirit energy can manifest and things like that. That's all under the realm of paranormal. Supernatural, however, can deal with demons. Demons can be associated with paranormal as well, I guess, and unhuman like abilities, like you know, that could be a
Like
supernatural
deities or
event.
what the God can do.
Right. That'd be like supernatural.
Yeah.
Anything other than natural existence is supernatural. Whereas most paranormal starts out as a natural existence
Right.
because spirit energy naturally exists within us.
Yeah.
Men will never have a. Oh, I read that a long time. Wow, there ain't nobody chatting over here.
well, I think that
All the chatting is going on over there.
Yeah.
I think that I personally I believe in prayer. I believe in the power of prayer, but I also believe that it's put out to the universe. I believe that God is the universe. The universe is God. Um, how you want to look at that? Uh,
Right,
that's my belief,
right,
and I feel that these two believe the same way I do on that. But I believe in the power of prayer. There is such thing as it. There's miracles out there that happen all the time.
Right.
My aunt was a walking miracle, the one that just passed away not too long ago. I mean, she had leukemia, literally was dying. They didn't expect her to live through the night. The woman weighed 87 pounds. Now, if this is not a miracle, I don't know what ain't.
I'll be
Her
right back. I
brother-in-law.
gotta finish making my tea.
All right. Hart, can you hear us? Because you might want to hear this story. Anyway,
Hi, Jen.
Her brother's, our husband's brother was a preacher, right? I don't believe that it had to be a preacher or whatever. Hi, Jen, that does it. But anyway, he was, and he had a prayer cloth that had been prayed over by a lot of people. Let me tell you this, a lot of people for her. He went that night, put it underneath her pillow, and he told her, he said, I believe that you're going to come out of this, and I hope that you're our miracle. Well, the doctor said, it just ain't no hope. Said she weighs 87 pounds. We can't keep the weight on her. She's just, a bag of bones. Her height is like, she was not 6'5". She's 5'6" was her height. And she wasn't a small bone woman, I mean, she wasn't fat, but she wasn't little. You know what I mean? She wore like a size 8 to size 12 all her life, Anyway, and everybody was there. They called all the family in and stuff. So she woke up the next morning, come out of like a coma state that they said she would never come out of, that she wasn't going to wake up from. She woke up from it, could talk plain as day, like she had drank everything, and her throat wasn't sore, nothing, and tells them, I'm hungry. I want something to eat. They said, do what? So hang on a minute. We're going to get the doctor, because they were shocked that she woke up. And she wanted something to eat. She was demanding something to eat. Doctor comes in. He says, look, now we can't give you nothing to eat till we see what's going on. He said, to make sure that you're going to be able to handle it and all that. He said, we can give you some Jello or something like that. She said, all right, you can give me that. She said, but you're going to give me some food here in a little bit. She said, if I had to get up and go get it myself. And he said, I don't think you're going to be able to walk much. Let's get out of that bed. And they were in shock. They couldn't believe it. So they started running tests. They started doing blood work. They started running tests on her. And it all come back clear. It come back to she didn't even have leukemia. Her blood work come back normal. Now, from the night before to that morning, it come back normal. It's not even there. It's not showing up. Nothing. All of her levels was leveled out. You tell me she's not a walking miracle.
She's a walking miracle.
I mean, we was all in shock. We couldn't believe that, we was thankful. But
okay, I feel it necessary to inform you all at this moment. I'm going through the worst experience any human could ever go through right now. I'm forced to drink tap water.
Oh my gosh.
No.
You poor thing.
I
forgot about my tea, right? I was making tea. I forgot about it. So now it's like still hot. So I just put it in the freezer to cool it down. So I have to wait at least an hour before the tea is at drinkable temperature for iced tea. So now I'm drinking water while I wait on the tea to finish. And I'm like, fuck, man, I hate this tap water.
You don't have ice
you don't have
cubes
no ice?
to throw in there?
I said the same thing.
A what?
I asked the same thing.
You don't have ice cubes?
No, I don't.
You need to get rid
Man,
of
I
those.
can't live without ice cubes.
I don't
Oh
use
no,
it
I
all
have.
the time. I mean, I don't use ice on a daily basis, so I don't like. I've never bought ice trays and things like that, so I don't.
Shit, Frank don't use ice at all.
Um,
I
because I
do.
mostly drink soda, which I can't. Yeah, I can't put ice in my soda, so
No.
I've never had a cause for ice. So because usually I'm on top of things better than this. So usually I have the tea made and I put it in there, and by the time I'm ready to drink it, it's nice and ice cold. But this time I'm just like I forgot about it because we got into our argument and it made me think,
It
forget about it.
wasn't an argument. It was a debate.
A debate, yeah. Got involved. Make my tea is I use my coffee maker, and that's the only time I use my coffee maker because I have a Keurig for my coffee. But I put about 8 tea bags in the hopper of the coffee maker, and I run it through like that. And it's
Yeah.
one of those that doesn't automatically shut off. It's the one that uh um Irish whiskey bought me years ago, and they had it
Oh
sent to me.
yeah.
So it's the small Mister Coffee maker with just the on off switch, right? So it doesn't have an automatic shut off. So and I I'm up here and I forget about it. And so by the time I went down there, it was like this shit's still boiling hot because it's on the burner that don't shut off. So I had to
I'm in.
quickly pour it into some real cold water and then stick it in the freezer so it would cool off to
I'm
drink
in
it.
love with these. By the way, they're
Strawberry shortcake grams.
they're
Oh,
like
the made by
the big,
Goldfish.
yeah, and they taste like little mini strawberry cheesecakes
Cheesecake.
that would be in the graham cracker
Yeah.
crust. That's exactly what they taste like. I'm freaking in love with it.
Wow. You know the thing they've been saying about goldfishes over the
No.
years. They discovered like I don't know if it now, but years ago when they uh with the traditional like cheddar cheese goldfish.
Well,
The
those
reason
I
why
never got.
you're not supposed to feed them to children under 2 is because they discovered that there was a chemical that they use in either the flavoring or preservatives. I can't remember which one. Causes cancer,
Yeah.
and it's more
Well,
acceptable to children under 2 and older, you know,
well,
adults.
any of
So,
that, I never eat yellow cheese, and this has been for years and years and yeah, I don't know how long.
because of the yellow
Even
number 5 dye.
because of the dye, and the dye, the yellow dye and the red dye number 40 is known to cause ADHD in children and also adults if you've
Right.
had it, so much.
Yeah.
Which is why the FDA is getting rid of those dyes now. But anyway, it took them fucking long enough.
Yeah, they're
But anyway,
using more natural dyes now in
yeah,
the cheeses
yeah.
and
But
stuff like that.
I can
Like I
imagine
think
that yellow shit that
they
the
having
is what gave it.
carrot a carrot extract that when mixed in it turns more yellow than orange. So they use that as a dye as opposed to the other chemically dyes that they're using too.
Yes, David, welcome in. It's so
Yeah,
nice
I
to
was just
meet
gonna say,
you.
yeah.
Everybody is welcome
Um,
here, and everybody's welcome to put their two cents
This
in. Today
welcome
we're
I'll
you.
drop
having general,
Christina's.
We're really good.
I'll drop
yeah,
Christina's link in my chat, and she'll drop mine and hers.
yeah. Basically, um, we're sharing today. We're on Mary's and my channel talking because on Thursdays we talk paranormal. Boomer's our guest today, so that's Boomer, even though he has
Yeah, that's
Phoenix
me.
on there.
Just a guess. I'm just
Boomer's
a
a
guess.
guest today. But yeah, we welcome everybody in all our days. Um, Wednesday on this channel, we do card readings. Thursday is the paranormal chat. Saturday is usually up in the air, but that's when we're live. Otherwise, I do videos of all sorts of things. So, welcome to the channel. And of course, if you have anything to add to our conversation, or anything you want to tell us about your paranormal experiences, we would love to hear it actually.
David, we're not
And
like
I,
that. We like the
ow,
interaction with people.
ow, oh, I just fucked that up bad. Ugh.
No,
I'll
we
put
don't
boomers.
ignore people.
Um,
You know what it is? Everybody's desensitized. Unfortunately, a lot of people come into the chat and are so rude, and that's why people are like scared to talk to people. Not me. I love everybody.
I talk to everybody, and if they get
Yeah,
rude, there's such thing as the bitch button. I mean, and so, but we talk to everybody, and I accept everybody. I don't care
yeah.
who you are. I
yeah,
accept
I'm the
you.
one that gets a little Dennis around. I mean, leery around people sometimes if I don't know them.
Yeah, but
It
he's got
takes
a
a
good
while for me to
channel
warm
too.
up to people. So, just
I'm
if you
fixing.
happen to venture over to my channel sometime when I'm
Yeah,
live, I'm always looking for new people to discuss paranormal because apparently the old people that have been there for 8, 9 years now suddenly don't have paranormal experiences to discuss on my channel. So any new individuals that have something new to add with the paranormal, I'm always open to. So,
that's
but
right.
on a
Uh,
personal level, it takes a
He's
while for
throwing
me
that
to
at me, you guys.
accept others. Okay, so
He's
if you
throwing
happen
that
to
at
venture
me.
over and I don't remember this because I have a memory problem, I don't remember this uh, event of you coming in here and you come over and say something. Forgive me if I need a reminder of who you are, but it's usually
Yeah,
as
he's
far as I
got
go with it.
short-term memory
So
loss. He doesn't remember
yeah,
stuff
all you gotta
short-term.
do is
So
come in and say, "Hey, I was over at Mary's and Christina's the other
yeah,
night," and I'll be like, "Oh, okay."
I'll put
If you
your
mention
link
these
in
two
there.
people, I usually, and
I dropped his channel in
but
there, David. If you want to get his, it's Bermudee's channel.
Yeah.
yeah, and like I
Yeah.
said, I'm always looking for people to come up with some new paranormal stories
And
and
as
stuff
long as
because
a few times you coming in a few times and all that, everything's kosher. I'll turn you blue after that. It takes usually a few times for you coming in before I do that.
Yeah, wait, let me go to, oh, here I am.
and the
I
more
wanted to
tap
put
water
your
I
link
drink, the worse my memory gets.
in. Anyway,
Oh, that's
I'm gonna put
awful.
Mary's link in there for anybody who doesn't have her in mind, and then I should pin it. There we go.
I can't wait till
Okay.
next week when I can get groceries again. Phew. That shit's awful.
Uh, um,
David, do you have a channel and have subjects on it, or
Oh, by the way, what time is it? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
yeah, because if you have a channel, we always share people out too because sharing is caring.
he does have a channel? He's doing
Oh,
cards,
and I want to
playing
mention
cards.
real
He does
quick, a
playing
little
card
off
stuff.
topic here. Tonight
Yeah.
at 1 a.m., I get to order my new bed.
Yay, good for you.
So I'll see that next week.
Oh, is David in your chat, sweetie? Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me go there. Sorry, I forgot. We're doing a live on two. Mary and I share, we do it on both channels. So both of our audiences can see. So there's David. Let me say hi to David over there.
Yeah, see, I'm living proof you don't have to be a Democrat to be welcoming to other people. I just had to throw that out. I'm actually independent, registered independent.
Don't
So
start on.
just saying. I
Oh,
don't want
don't
to get a
start
war
on.
started.
I
I'm
don't want to talk
independent.
about.
I'm independent. But I know I
I
kind
am
of
too.
sounded like Donnie there for a second. But yeah, anyway. Um yeah, I'm
Um,
very acceptant. What's the word? Acceptant? Is that the right word? Um,
accepting.
Accepting, yes. I'm very accepting of new people as long as they prove to me that they're not assholes. They're good with me. So
Lord have mercy. Now that we got that out, and you talk about me trying to get to a point, okay?
hey, when it comes to, you know, and I've had 2 strokes. Okay, so I got.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
fine.
say, leave it
Usually, it
alone.
doesn't take me that long to get to a
It's
point.
like spit it out, spit it out.
So there you go.
Mary's cute. Kevin.
I'm just
Anywho,
excited that I get to order my new bed tonight. Yeah.
well,
I'm
that's
just
good.
glad tonight. Y'all really have helped my mood today. I mean, I really I've had some stress going and anxiety's been through the roof today.
Paranormal related or family related? Actually,
Doctor
with you,
related.
there's no difference, right?
My doctor sent me a letter telling me they were
That's
dropping me.
paranormal.
Yeah, they're gonna turn paranormal.
That's paranormal. You want to know why? Because the majority of your doctors are controlled by Satan. They're just all in it for the money. Like, yep, you need this, you need that, you need that.
Well,
Anything to
apparently
make
this
them,
one's not.
anything to get them their next new mansion or sports
But
car. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think I'm kind of glad that they
So,
did. I don't
yeah.
know. I'll find out. But I was stressing that I wasn't going to find one to come in the house,
Doctors are the
to come to
devil.
my house. But they have really
Right.
brought that back. I mean, it's really easy now, actually.
Well, that's good. Anyway, you needed a new one because those nurses and stuff that came to
Yeah,
your
they're not
house,
doing them to start with. I mean, she ain't even been
they
here.
weren't.
She's not been here but one
Yeah.
time since I got this new one. And
Now they registered
I mean,
nurses are just
really?
like your home care provider.
No, this is really
deal.
doctors. I mean,
Oh.
doctors. Well, she's a nurse
That
practitioner,
do home visits.
but
She's a
still,
nurse
yeah, they do
practitioner that
home
comes.
visits.
Yeah.
Oh, nurse practitioner. Okay, because I was gonna
Yeah,
say, dude, yesterday, right? Today's still Thursday, right? Yeah,
no,
yesterday
yeah, it is
when
Thursday.
we came home from on our way back from my visit at VA, we were dropping off one of the veterans at his home, and waiting for him was this. I guess I don't know if she was a nurse practitioner or just one of those home care provider people or whatever. But I was thinking, I was like, man, if they all look that good, I'll sign up for that because that's all I can think of. This girl, she's sitting out on the guy's porch waiting for him to get home, And I'm like, wow, who's that? Is that his daughter or something? And the driver's like, oh no, that's his home care provider. Because this is the first time I met this guy. Usually, when I have to have my appointments, there's 3 basic other individuals that have appointments with us at the same time. And I've never seen this guy before, so it was like, I didn't know. It was like, and she was like the cutest little thing. She kind of looked maybe uh slightly Asian American or something, but she had some kind of head cover on or whatever, and
Remind me to send you a
she was
message.
dressed
Boomer.
in what do they call that? The green, like orderlies wear, nurses wear,
Yeah,
scrubs.
her scrubs.
She had scrubs on and stuff, and I'm like, damn, she cute. They're like,
Well,
if
I
I
don't
get to that
I
point
don't
where
have
I need
one
one of
that
those coming to my house,
I
I
don't
hope
have
she
one
look
that
like
comes in
that.
here that
Yeah.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
have
Like,
one that
yeah,
comes in
give
here
me a
to take care of
SpongeBob any
me.
day.
Because Frank does that. He takes care of me, so I don't have one that takes care of me, but
Yeah, I
or
know. I
does
was
stuff
just
for me, stuff like that.
saying, like,
But uh, I just need the doctor or nurse one to come to the house instead of
right.
me getting out every time I have to go because I catch everything
It's
that Tom,
hard
Dick, and
getting
Harry's
out.
got,
Right.
and I'm susceptible to all that. Knock on woods, because I haven't had to get out, but except for when I was going to the pain doctor, I haven't had a actual cold. Just a cold. I haven't had one in 4 years, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Because we keep everybody away from me that's anybody who's sick. They know not to even come to my doorstep if they got the sniffles. So I mean that's just the way it is. But
Right.
so I'm glad there's a couple of companies that, because now they got the virtual where you can do online, where you can see them face to face like we're doing right now.
Oh
They
yeah.
have that now, and they have where they come in the house too, so they can combine it. So if they need to come to the house, they will. But if they don't, then we can do virtual. You're welcome, David, and thanks for stopping in, and hope to see you again. Like the
Thanks,
next
Scott.
time will be Saturday night, I think. And Boomer, you never know when Boomer's going live. It could be anytime. So
Yes, and then I'll be live again Wednesday if you want to drop by and get a card reading.
you're not gonna
But
go live Saturday?
yeah. Yeah, I'll go live Saturday with you, right? We're gonna go live, but then
Yeah, that'll be Saturday night, and
yeah,
then she'll go
Wednesday I
live
go
again
by
on
myself.
Wednesday, and then we've got a subject that we're going to talk about next Thursday.
Yes.
That is a very very deep discussion on something that I found and brought it up to Boomer first. He misunderstood what I meant by it and what I was saying about it, but now he knows, I believe, the gist of it.
Yeah. So
And
anyway, so
but
we'll do a
Christina, I
video
talked to
on that
Christina
next
about it.
week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's next week, and I talked to Christina about it, and we're going to
That's
talk
the
about
thing with
that next
Christina.
Thursday.
Everything's got to involve a video with it.
Right? She's going to
You
do
know,
video,
you
Well,
know what?
editing.
but it's going to be our video, not just
Not
hers.
only that, I have a lot of like members and stuff that don't do live streams. They watch only my videos. So I
Right.
want to give them like a synopsis of what we talk about
Why
on
are
the
they
live.
even Why are
But
they
I'm going to put a
even?
video on. I'm going to put the same video on my channel too.
People work. I'm live. It's their middle of the night. They're not coming in the middle of 3 o'clock in the morning. Let me
One
wake up
that's
to see
overseas
Christina.
and stuff. They don't. They
You know.
watch all the videos that we have.
Yeah.
Okay,
So they.
what is up with the emojis these days? Where it's all different now. What the fuck?
I don't know. They changed a lot of them.
No, that's because you hit
Not
the
like
smiley.
No, not that they changed. They changed the way they display them now for some reason.
Yeah.
Like now
Right.
you gotta scroll down this tiny little screen to fucking find something. There. Finally found it.
You found it?
I finally found it. Do you see
Oh,
it?
thanks for the thumbs up.
I was sitting here. I was like, why is this? Like, it's that fucking tiny. And it's that, like, the scroll bar is literally like half an inch thick.
I
And you
know
only
it's
see like 6 fucking or 3 lines at a time. I'm like,
Yeah.
fuck, where is
Yeah,
it?
Kim. And I do love I like doing the videos, but like I said, I have people who in the middle of the night they don't wake up to see the live streams. They're in New Zealand, they're in Australia, they're wherever they are. So they're working, whatever it is. So I put the videos and they comment and yeah. So plus it's
I
easier
got
to
one in Australia, not Australia, but
yeah,
where she
it's
lives. She
easier
lives in
to play the video on the live too
New Zealand, I think.
when I instead of trying to read off 10 different articles, if I
Right.
do a whole bunch of
That's
work
my
to see what it
method.
is, instead of reading it, I make
Yeah.
the video and then we can talk about it. It's just easier.
That's
I
my
find.
general method. See, that's it. I do it differently. Like if I'm doing like an informational type live stream, I go to the actual
Yeah, you got all the
websites that
articles.
I find, and I go through it live,
Yeah,
and read
and
out what the articles
because
are,
I
And
gotta weed out what the bullshit is
my
too.
editing skills are not even close to what Christina's are. So if I try doing it in that fashion, doing a video and all that, yeah, you wouldn't make sense of it. So when I do
Right.
something like that, I'm doing it like I'm reading right off
You do
the
it live, yeah.
actual thing. So I
Well, I
mean,
Yeah,
went.
but
I
it
I can
works for
do
you.
videos,
For
but
me,
just
I
not
find it works better
that
if I
good.
put the video together and then I go, okay, now we can discuss it.
Yeah.
I found the
Plus, I'm
right
too lazy to
information.
prepare things ahead of time. I the only thing I do to prepare ahead of time is I go through different articles and find out which is the best one to use, and
Yeah,
boom, I'm like, okay, I bookmark that, and boom, when it comes time
yeah.
for my live stream, right there, I open it up, I screen share the article, and just read through
And you
it.
can talk through it. Yeah,
It's easy as
yeah.
hell, you know. I'm a lazy
But
motherfucker when it comes to live streaming. Right?
no,
I
and
do it.
I like to have see like today we were gonna talk about it and I'm like, no, Mary, I didn't read enough about it. Like I want to make a video and then we'll talk about it. And then she's like, okay. But then it leaves like I don't like having nothing to talk about. Like, even though we always find something. Look, we've been on 2 hours and 41
Oh
minutes.
yeah,
We
all you
found
gotta
something
do is
to
get
talk
me up
about.
here. We'll find something to talk about.
Yeah. Um
That's their go-to. When there's not something planned ahead of time, their go-to is, oh, let's get Boomer up here. He'll come up with something we can argue about. And I usually
Listen,
do.
this time it was all you that asked to come tell your story, okay? I did
Oh
not
yeah, that's
vote
how it
you.
started out this time. Yeah, I had a story to
I
tell.
didn't go yet. I didn't do nothing.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I wasn't looking at it like that. I don't. Yeah, I don't think of it that way. You're
Yeah,
not
I know
goading
what
me
you
into anything. Yeah, you can't.
meant.
Nobody can goat me into anything. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, if I didn't
Uh,
want to do it, I wouldn't do it.
that's right. Um, Yeah, and I do like him. It's funny enough that you say that. I do like especially when I did the videos about the spirit guides. I read all these articles and then I'm like, does this pertain like anything that sounded like weird? I started asking the spirit guides, okay, does this pertain? Does this pertain? Is this right? Is there something I'm missing? And like they were telling me, yeah, you're missing a kind of guide. And I had to go through I don't know how many articles until I found something different. And I'm like, oh, this one? And they're like, yes. I'm like, okay. That took me a long time to do the spirit guide one. Yeah, because what better way to get information about spirit guides but to ask them, like,
Go to the
but I also wanted
source.
to have backup too, like someone else, and so I was able to find it. Good night, Scott, much love to you. So I was able to find it, but it was like you had to go through a lot of articles, because everybody has different thoughts.
All right.
And you might be able to put all those thoughts together and get to an end game. Like different people have different sources of information, like, um,
Not
but
everyone.
it's difficult sometimes, you know, because everybody's beliefs
Scott,
are
you're
different.
leaving. It's because I'm white, right?
Because everybody's experiences are different when it comes to paranormal. They can only tell what they know of, right? So it's and since I've actually been able the last year to really talk and to them and understand them and get messages from them, write down what they're saying without having the pendulum or this or that. Sometimes if I don't understand them, I have to grab the pendulum and be like, Sarah, did I hear this right? Like, is this right? Sometimes it gets garbled. Some of them have a thick accent. They don't speak English well. It's just like,
Right.
it's just
Yeah.
like anything else.
Oh, and Kim, I gotta add to that. to let the people who haven't uh, been around for the 10 years these two and others have. Just so y'all know, I've been in this game almost as long as Danny has. He's got about 5 or 10 years on me in it, but I've been in this for about 50 years too. So, it you know, just saying, if Danny's not available, I, you know, hey,
Yeah. Although,
these are things we can talk about on my channel as well. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny you say that because see,
Very experienced in that realm.
He's been in it 50 years. Danny's been in it 50 years, but they've been in it because they
Danny's
have
been
different.
in it about 55 years. He started,
Yeah,
he's 10 years older than me. He
yeah,
started doing it at 5. I didn't
yeah,
start doing it till about in my 20s. So
yeah.
that's
But what
one
I'm
thing he has on me,
right.
you
But what
know.
I was gonna say
Plus,
is you still have had, and this is what I'm saying about beliefs and stuff. You guys still have had different experiences. Danny deals a lot. He's come across a lot of like what you would call, what people would call cryptids, but we're just going to call them
right. He's
different
more
spiritual.
informative about
They're
cryptids and things
different
like that.
spiritual beings, you know.
Yeah,
Because of the different job he was in, that he's come across some of those, you know.
yeah.
Like
Being
I
a
said,
shaman and being a what's the other word I forgot earlier?
druid, yeah, but also
Druid.
because he worked with the archdiocese
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
sent him on jobs that sometimes he came across different things. But this is what I'm saying. It all, the paranormal all goes on your experience, you know, as how you learn. So everybody has
Right.
something to add to the pot of paranormal
Exactly. Well,
because
that's what I was trying to say. I have
not everybody has come up, you know,
right,
everybody who does this, I feel, is important if they really do it because there's so many different aspects. Danny could see them, I
right.
can hear them, the Boomer talks to them telepathically, right? So it's like everybody has different things that they can add and teach, and it's uh, and this is why the community, I feel, is so special. And it's a shame that there's so many crappy people that are just
Nice.
out there for the
Posers.
money.
I call them posers, Christina.
Yeah, people who are just out there for the money doing this and
Right.
don't really do it, that make it
The
make it,
exploiters.
yeah, the exploiters. They make it so bad because this, it really is so beautiful. Like
Right.
I never, even though I'm at the worst point probably in my life personally, I've
Yeah,
never been more at peace spiritually.
right.
You know, if
It's
you
the ones that
understand what
want
I'm saying.
to demonize everything that
Right.
ruins the whole concept of because
Oh yeah,
paranormal is not a de, demonic development. Okay, paranormal is not a demonic development.
I
right,
agree.
It exists, and
right.
there are demonic aspects of it, and there's very good aspects of it. Unfortunately, in my experience and most other people's experiences, the good far outweighs the negative.
Yeah,
Yes.
So the ones that are out there, especially YouTube is so um um what's the word
a
um
cesspool of these lying
yeah,
bastards with this
they're
demon loving
famous
idea
for
of the
another word for
paranormal.
famous for. Yeah, the mostly
Well, that's
you know,
anywhere. I
the
mean,
YouTube most of them on YouTube that call themselves paranormal investigators or whatever. I mean, they're so focused on everything being so demonic in nature and everything like that. And they put
And
a
or
negative.
negative twist
evil,
on
or
everything that it's
Yeah,
hard for people like us to bring forward the information that for people to believe that okay, this spirit's just trying to get your attention. It's
yeah,
not, it's not something
and they
negative.
didn't.
It's
If
just
they
it may
scratch you,
have
it's
a
not
negative
demonic.
appearance at first because you don't understand it, because you can't
yeah.
communicate to this entity, that is in your, you know,
Yeah.
uh,
Well, and I'm gonna tell
And
you
it's
because
because
lately, uh, oh, I'm gonna say one thing, Mary, and then I'll let you talk. Sorry, and I'm gonna say that I've had in the last 4 months 10 spirits come to me with like horns and like weird colored skin, and when you first
I
look at
agree
them,
with you, Annie.
you want to say shit, like what the hell is this? Because the first thing, because of all these people who sensualize, is that the word? There's a
Um,
word for it. Um,
oh, I
but
know what
the
you're thinking of, but it'll
yeah,
come.
because all these people, the first thing that you would think of if you see this in your third eye is like, look, the devil's standing in front of me, because that's how they, you know. But now, because I'm used to it, the first thing I say is, why do you look like that? Is that how like you portray yourself? Are you a human spirit? What kind of being are you? Like, I ask them questions.
Right.
um I did have one kind of like, he told me what kind of being he was. So help me, I can't remember. And um but a lot of them see themselves as evil and portray themselves to you as what you would know as, they're not really, because of what
Right.
they did in their life, they feel like
Right.
they're evil and they should look like
I
that.
mean, think about
And
it.
I
What
tell
would you
them,
do to mess with somebody you really didn't like in your life? You know, I'd do the same thing. You know, to
no,
mess with
no,
somebody that I would
you're
portray
right.
myself as something, you know,
But
like,
he
you know
wasn't
what I'm
doing it
saying?
to mess with me. He sees
No, I'm
himself
just
as
seeing it
evil.
as
Oh yeah,
another, you know,
that
as
that
an
too,
alternative reason.
as an
People will
alternative
do
reason. But
that, you know.
he sees himself as what he believes is
Right.
evil, and that's his idea of evil is the devil. Um, and one of them was a different being, who in general has horns. Um, I guess it would be like what we would consider a wraith, but that's not what they're considered. This is shit some people make up in the world. Like, they make things up, or they give them names and what they
You
do
see,
as legends.
right. You
And
see
so,
Autumn's comment when you're done.
okay, so what, even though like the legend says, well, a wraith does this, yeah, just because that's what he said he was, and I'm like, well, are you like what they say? And he's like, no. So, it's that kind of thing too. It's a misconception of things because of society. Okay, now let me read Autumn. One of the most important rules of witchcraft is intention, and those humans of any belief manifest what they believe, and hence those believe all paranormal is.
Right.
Yes, and you
And
know
I
what?
also I agree with that, and I also want to extend further that it even goes beyond witchcraft. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Even
yeah,
people that aren't into Wicca or any type of witchcraft or anything, if you have a negative thought on it of what it is, that's what you're going to produce. That's what you're going to manifest is the
you're gonna
negative
bring
aspect.
towards you negative
Right.
energy. They say, and this is a saying that's always been
Right.
used.
You get out of
You
it what you put
whatever
in.
you put out is what's gonna come back at you.
That's yeah. That's basically what I was trying to say. Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, what you
that's what it is. Um, you know, so I mean, because I don't want to say that, because I was trying to, and I'm this is a personal experience I had. I was trying to help crossover children, right? And bad entities don't like when you do good. And that's
right?
that's just right. When even
Yeah.
bad people don't like when people are trying to do good.
Right.
So when I first started and really started getting into crossing over spirits and helping the children and helping spirits and trying to get their messages and all this, um I had the worst attack, like by a spirit or an entity who told me he was a bad angel. So to me, that was a fallen angel. Was it the devil? No, there's plenty of fallen angels, you know.
Right.
He said he was a bad angel. My ex-boyfriend at the time told me there is a big um aura standing over you, like red aura. And there was a few red auras in the yard, and then one big purple one. Now I don't know which one was this one attacking me, but I feel like it was like the red one with all his little minions were like the bad. And I think the purple aura was something that was trying to protect me, trying to make sure that this
You
didn't
want to know
go
what
too
that
far.
purple aura was?
Huh?
Think of the protective purple light.
Well,
Who possesses a protective purple light?
um, actually,
Now, I'm
someone
just saying
told me.
this is a possibility. I'm not saying I know for sure.
Well,
But
I
the
think
only
it
thing I can
wasn't.
relate to that is Archangel Michael
No, it wasn't Michael
protecting
though.
you from the
Yeah, but it
negative.
wasn't Michael. It was the other guy who has the purple. Michael has a. He might have a purple too, but it
Yeah,
wasn't
he
him. It
does have
was.
a purple light, but
They told me, and I'm gonna look it up. Wait, real quick. Um,
who
the
else is?
angels that have purple
You are
auras.
right about that. I
Um.
automatically assume
Oh.
Michael when I hear purple protection and light. So.
Archangel Ezekiel.
Ezekiel. Okay, that's another one. Yep, with purple protection.
Okay, that's the one I think it was. I don't think it was.
Okay,
I think it was him.
right.
Um.
Because Ezekiel's chaotic good, and Archangel Michael's chaotic neutral. Because
Right.
Michael could go either way, you
Right.
know, determining on the situation.
Right.
Ezekiel,
So
however, is mostly good, but yeah.
right, but so I think he was trying to diffuse the situation from this bad angel. This bad angel
Right,
attacked me for 2 hours
right. Because
by
he
sending
didn't like what you were doing
bolts of
with
lightning into my back. I literally thought I was going to die. And I didn't also ask for help at the time. I wasn't so in touch with my spirit guides.
Did you ever research
And at
that?
that time, I thought that I only had the little ones helping me, and I
Right.
wasn't going to ask the little kid to get involved in this angel attacking me. Like, because that's not the kind of person I am, right?
Gothic, I like that.
So for 2 hours, and anybody else, like, and I was talking to at the time that this was going on, I was on Danny's live stream. You were on panel with
Yeah,
what's her name?
I remember.
I was in the
Sherry.
chat.
Who?
Sherry, you were in the chat. I was talking also on the phone because I was telling
Oh,
her what was
Sherry
going
from
on.
the UK.
Yeah, Shadows of the Moon. Okay. And she's like, Christina, I was literally dying. I told her I'm literally gonna die on this live stream. Like, and she's like, then get off the live stream and go like do something. And I'm like, no, I don't want to show it that I'm afraid of it. And I want it to know that I'm not backing
Did
down.
you ever research that about what, like, I don't know, what former angels use the power of a lightning or anything like that to try to identify the specific
No, because I
entity or
don't want to give
anything?
it any
You didn't
power
want to
or
give it
for it
any.
to come
Okay,
back
I'll do it
and
for you if
find
you
my
want.
energy
All right,
because I think it's blocked and I'm
right,
trying
right.
not to.
I'll do it
I'll
for
tell
you if you want
you
me to, because I'll kick his fucking ass.
yeah. So literally
I'll
two
look for
hours,
that for you.
literally 2 hours. And when I knew I just couldn't fucking take it anymore, I was like, Danny, I gotta go.
Right.
And I got off the live stream and I got up and I started walking away and I'm like, that's enough now. And and I started walking around like, And my ex was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm trying to get this energy away from me. Like,
Wait,
I
is that
wanted
the
to
live
smoke."
stream Danny had where like you said you had to excuse yourself early or something? Are you talking about
It
that
wasn't that
live
early.
stream?
I sat there for 2 hours being attacked. Danny didn't
But
even
you
remember
left
the
before the end of the live
right.
stream,
Yeah,
right?
I
Yeah,
left before the end of the live stream. You were
yeah, I
still up there
remember
with
that
Danny.
now.
You were still up there with Danny. You
Right,
and Danny were saying the same things. Danny said was saying the weirdest shit to me.
right,
Well, in general. I asked him about it later, like a week or so later. He couldn't even remember the live stream.
right,
This is
right.
before we
See,
were
I
dating.
didn't remember it either until you mentioned it. What about 8 live streams ago on my live stream? You mentioned
Yeah.
it again, and that reminded me of the event. And I still had very spotty memory of it. And now that we talk about it again, I'm starting to remember more and more of it.
Yeah. Literally, if you were talking about, and I won't forget that part because I thought it was the fucking strangest thing ever. And Danny never brings up sex. He doesn't talk about that kind of stuff.
Right,
Not,
right,
not even us
right,
in crime. He's a
right, right,
gentleman, okay? He's a fucking gentleman.
right.
Um, and like literally, you were talking about how you were gonna try to telepathically try to communicate with people. And I'm like, oh, you're going to try to read my mind? Was the only thing I could say because I was in so much pain. And I'm like, what's on my mind right now? And you and Danny in unison both said sex. And I'm like, I'm being attacked by a fucking angel right now. I'm not
Hmm.
thinking about sex. I'm thinking about how I could survive for another 15 fucking minutes. But anyway, it
Yeah,
wasn't
I
that.
don't remember that either.
That
I,
wasn't
I don't.
that wasn't the strange thing. You okay, I could say that maybe you would say that. Danny in unison with you say
Right,
that
right.
I never. And when I said it to him, he's like, no, I would never. And I'm like, you fucking say. Like,
Yeah, I don't remember that happening either.
yeah, it was fucking crazy. And
All I
the whole
remember is we were live for about an hour and a half or so before you started saying something about you may need a break or something like that, something to that effect. And you
yeah,
excused yourself, and then we went out for what, an hour after that, I think.
I don't know. It was you and him
I,
after that, but
and yeah,
Sher- Sherry stepped down before me because you could tell. And
right.
at first, I thought maybe Sherry was like projecting this thing to
Was
me, right?
that
Because
remind me if that was the live stream where I contacted his pet cow when I was talking
I
about
don't
his
know. I don't
cow.
remember that part.
That's not the same one. Okay.
I don't remember that part, but like, unless that was after I left, like I said. But I don't know what you talked
Yeah,
about
it
after that.
was. It was just me and Danny on the piano at the time.
Yeah. So Sherry had
So
stepped
I don't
down
know if it was
before me,
that one or what.
and she stepped down, and I'm like, at first I was like, well, was it her attacking me? I was like, I don't know. And then like the whole thing, I was like, what the frick is going on? Anyway, she stepped down early and because she said she wasn't feeling well.
Right.
And then I tried to go as long as I possibly could. And then I was like, no, I have to go, Danny. Thank you for inviting me. Bye. And I get off the live stream. And like I said, I try to work it off. And I text Danny the next day and I was like, oh, thanks for inviting me. By the way, why did you invite me? Like, because it was so out of the blue. This bad angel starts talking to me. Danny sends me this text. Oh, come up on the panel. I want to chat.
Right.
And it was you and Sherry, and then you came up and Sherry came up. Um, while this angel is attacking me now, and I'm like, so he never answered me. So a week later, I'm like, no, you're gonna ask him again. So I literally called him on Messenger, and I was like, look. And he's like, I don't even remember that live stream. I can't tell you. So I always wondered if it was like a big plan, like, for this angel, this bad angel, like gave the idea like to him to like, so that he could literally attack me and I could maybe either A, go crazy, be,
like
get
mind
hurt.
manipulation.
Other people were going to see him. I don't know what he thought, but I just sat there and took it because I'm like, this fucker is not getting away with this shit. Like, I'm not going to let him see that it bothers me.
Right.
But I literally stopped paranormal like for almost a year after that. Like, I would do little things, but I wasn't hot and heavy into it because I literally was overwhelmed by that attack.
Right.
And but then I just couldn't let the babies, all these children and people, I couldn't just leave them and not, like, if they wanted to cross and I had that power to do it, I couldn't not do it, So
Right.
I went back to it, and knock on wood, then I have
That's
the protectors with me and stuff like that, and we haven't got no bad angels in here.
right. That's pretty much how it went with me. Like I just started becoming so overwhelmed with it, and it started manifesting things here that I didn't want here. So I gave up uh, um, involving myself in it for like 2 years, and then eventually it just got to the point where I couldn't ignore it anymore, and I had to, because that's the only way we can. The only way we can get rid of a situation is to deal with it, and I finally realized, well, if I just stop doing it and
I told
ignore
you
it,
you'd be
it's
back.
not going to go away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not it's not like with your 12-year-old child where if you ignore them long enough, they give up and move on to something else. It's more like the 5-year-old who is relentless with shit and just keeps going, and it won't stop until you address their issue, right?
Right.
So that's kind of how I looked at it. I looked at it as, all right, this kid is just going to be relentless with it and won't give up until I address the issue. So now it's like, now every time I feel kind of overwhelmed with it, I just go ahead and say, all right, what is your deal? Let's deal with this. And it seems like once I dealt with it, I could go months without an issue.
Right.
But if I don't deal with this particular issue, it's going to drag on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to quit for a couple of years myself. It was the same time I stopped doing YouTube for 2 years. Because I had the same issue with the YouTube as I did with the paranormal stuff. I kept drawing in a particular essence that I didn't want.
Yeah.
On the spirit side, it was negative energies coming my way. On the YouTube side, it was just negative people, the trolls and things like that. Oh, I said the magic T word. I hope I didn't jinx anything. Anyway, so I viewed or I put that negative YouTube stuff in the same category as I did the negative paranormal stuff. So I gave up on dealing with any of it. Like I avoided YouTube. For the first year, I avoided it completely. Then eventually I started coming back just to involve myself in other people's chats and things like that.
I think you come back on my panel.
Eventually I started doing live streams again myself. And I've only been back doing that a year now. So I did.
I stopped the paranormal for a year, but I really loved the whole aspect of YouTube. So I stayed on YouTube, going to people's chats and panels and stuff. But I did for my channel, I was doing cooking and crafting, meditation music, like other things.
All you did was videos.
Yeah, I did video. Like I wasn't doing anything that was paranormal related.
I was gonna do that as well with my art channel. I was thinking, all right, I'm just gonna give up the other channel and forget the paranormal crap and all that, and just focus on my art channel, doing art live and stuff like that, like I used to. But then, my health got in the way of that, so I couldn't sit there for 3 hours doing a painting
Yeah.
and shit like that. So I just kind of gave it all up. I mean, my art channel's still there from from day one that I created it till now. It's still there, the same channel. My new Boomer D channel is new as of 2 years ago
Right.
because I totally I unsubscribed from all the YouTube bullshit. I deleted my channel and everything.
Yeah.
And then when I decided I wanted to at least come back to watch other people's live streams, so I could comment and then get involved with them, I realized, oh, I need a channel to do that. So I had to
Yeah.
recreate Boomer D again and started it, new for that.
I told you
Yeah.
not to do
But
that.
I
Told you
can't,
to put it in dormant.
I could not, I know it was just, it was way too much.
Yeah.
Even
Well,
though,
and I tell you, it does. It got like when you're being attacked for 2 hours, and that wasn't the first time I was attacked. I was attacked 2 other times. So I was attacked the first time. I was doing a historical vlog, and I was walking down the oldest street in Bayshore, Long Island. And I was doing a historical vlog, and I was walking down the block, and when I got to the end of the block, and it's on film, and you can still see that video. I get to the end of the block and I hear next, and I spin around all around in a 360 circle. There's nobody fucking there. I'm like, who the hell? There wasn't even a car that went by that somebody would say it out of the car, or, but it sounded like it was so close to me, like in my ear. Even you heard it, the disembodied
and if
voice.
it was somebody in real life, like, why would they choose the word next? Like, that doesn't fit, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's a too.
The disembodied voice was heard. Not only did I hear it in my ear that I spun around, I didn't know it was on the video. You can hear it on the
It came
video.
over on the video.
Yeah.
I was
And
going
that
to
was
ask you that if anybody
that
heard it
wasn't
on
the only disembodied voice that was on that video either. But anyway, that was the one I heard with my ears. There was others that caught on audio. But anyway, when I edited it. But anyway, after that, for a week and a half, everywhere that I went and I did any kind of paranormal, I talked to the spirits. I even went into Lou Rock's live stream. I'll never forget. I went into the live stream as he was going to turn on his portal box that he made.
the rock
I
box.
didn't even type, I didn't even type hello yet. As I was about to type hello, he turns on the spirit box and it says Christina and Son. You're haunted. Everywhere I went, the spirit box, the spirits told me you're haunted. I went to one place, they told me he's gonna grab your
Was
legs.
this after the first one?
He wants you. After this, I got this next. After I did this vlog,
I mean,
and
did all this start occurring after the first initial attack?
no, this is the first attack. This first attack came. I was doing a vlog. This guy, I get this next. That next was a warning to me that he wanted to attack me, basically.
Right. So
all the spirits were.
This escalated to what the next one was. Okay.
Yeah.
So it started out there and escalated.
It started out with just a disembodied voice.
Right.
Which wasn't an attack. It was just, I was like, oh, whatever. I didn't think about it. Everywhere I went for that next week, they told me I'm haunted. Okay. They said my name, trying to warn me, the spirits.
Was this before you got into doing crossovers? Or
yeah, this was before I started doing crossovers.
All right.
And I sat down at my desk one day and I was watching a live stream, and all of a sudden I feel like something dripping down my leg. So I wipe my leg and there's all blood. And I look down.
I remember that.
And as I look down at this cut, it starts healing and scabbing over so fast. I'm like, what the fuck is going on, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm flipping out. I don't like, I just, and then all of a sudden it's on my other leg. I feel something. I put my leg up. I wipe the blood. The same thing happens. I type in the chat. Now this is not even a
Did you
paranormal chat, right?
did you
And I
put
I
type
remember
in the
that.
chat. Does anybody like, like, because I was just like, I didn't know what else to do. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I think she put the wrong mushrooms in her spaghetti sauce that night.
No, I won't do any of that stuff. Anyway, Tammy Burgess Rock Fam, thank God for her. Like, she was happened
Oh,
to be in
Tammy
the chat.
Burgess, she's awesome. She's the one that
She
sent me
happened to
this.
be in the chat, and
Not
she
that
says
one.
to me, "Get me on Twitter right now." I get her on Twitter, and she's like, "Try to do this, that." I go, "I can't. I don't hear the like. I can't. I can't clear my mind. Like something's going on." And she's like, "Okay, I'm gonna get Danny. You're gonna set up a StreamYard. Send me the link. I'm gonna send it to Danny. I'm gonna get Danny on the line." I send her a StreamYard link, a private one. Danny gets on, and this, like, again, before we were dating, and he says to me, "Okay, show me your room." And I start showing him. And when I get near the door, he leans over and goes, "Shut up." And I was like, whoa. He's like, "No wonder you couldn't clear your mind. This motherfucker's yelling up a storm." Like, he was yelling so that I couldn't process what was going on. He had me so,
He
like,
knew he and he's messing you up.
yeah. And thank God, Astro, Mabella came and took care of that one. Mabella came. Got rid of that shitter. And I was like, "What was it?" He's like, "It was just a vengeful spirit, an old ass vengeful spirit that is just like has nothing better to do, just saw me and was like, no, that she's next. I'm gonna attack her." Like, God knows how many people he did this to. Like, just for fun, for the fucking fun of it,
Right.
you know. That was my first attack. My second
I
one,
think Jacoby
I
would stab somebody.
yeah,
You don't
my
let
second
nobody near
one,
me.
yeah, my second
Yeah.
one, I was at I went to the Patchogue hanging tree. This is where they used to hang a lot of the witches there in Long Island. Um, when they, did that back in the 1800s. So I went to go see this tree, and
Nobody's talking, but there's still 10 people here.
I should have known, like, to leave there fast when it felt like I was being attacked by bugs. Every single bug you could say. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on? Now, there was two other people there, and they were parked right next to the hanging tree, so I couldn't get close there. They never left for me to video near that tree. Thank God something was wanted me out of there, because something was bad was there, and they were trying to get me the hell out, probably. Anyway, so I felt like a million bugs were attacking me. But those people were sitting there perfectly fine. I was freaking dying. I felt like I had bugs all over me. Like, it was the weirdest. I never had that kind of sensation, and it never happened again, right? And I'm like, guys, I'm just getting attacked. I don't know what the hell is going on. Um, and then we walked around a little bit, and then I got to near the edge, and I was like, no, I can't do this, guys. And I said, I'll just put on the spirit box a little, and I'll do some spirit rods. And on the spirit box, they're like, "Please leave." I heard Sarah, my spirit guide. That's what she says. "Please leave." And I'm like, guys, we're leaving. Because when your spirit guide tells you to please leave, you fucking go. Like, there's no staying around to find out what the fuck is going on, right? Then we got on a haunted train. That was crazy. Right after I left there, we grabbed something to eat. It was like an 8-hour live stream, by the way. I did this live, so was all live. We get on this train that was supposedly my train that went the opposite way, and then the train driver was like, "You're going the wrong way," and I'm like, "Wait, I thought this went." He's like, "No, well, first it's gonna go there. We're gonna go back. It's fine. Just stay on the train." It took us 20 minutes to get to the end and 2 hours to get back. It was like we went into like some weird time warp. That when the doors opened, I went to get out at first and I'm like, wait, we're only went one stop. Like it was so fucking strange, that whole train. There was so many. We actually played it back on I played it back on a premiere where I just cut that part out on the train. There were so many spirits on that train, spirits standing there, and images in the you knew I was the only one on the train. I mean, because I'm on live stream, you could tell. Even the conductor said nobody's on the train except me, but somehow like I wasn't there. I don't fucking know. Because the even when I panned by the windows, it looked like there was an old man standing in the train next to me when there was nobody fucking there. And outside it was so dark you wouldn't have got that kind of shadow. Plus we were going at speeds of, fast. You know how the Long Island Railroad goes, Boomer. Anyway, the whole thing was crazy. The bathroom door opened and closed by itself. Like a whole bunch of shit went on the train. Anyway, I get home and my ex at the time goes, "What the fuck happened to you?" And I go, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Look at your arm." I literally had a black and blue of which looked like somebody grabbed me and left their thumb and fingerprints.
Is that
Which
the
nobody
train that you sent me pictures of and asked me to what I felt in them? It was you that sent me the pictures, right?
No,
Inside
did I
this
send you?
train.
I don't remember if I sent you the pictures of the train. I'm sure you
Something
saw
like
it
that.
at the premiere. Maybe you came on the premiere.
No, somebody sent
Yeah,
me pictures. I'll have to go back and look.
no,
Oh,
might have been, but so and I have the pictures. I had him take a picture of this so that I could post it so that you guys
right.
could see that because I kept saying I'm being attacked. Um, but they couldn't even see the bugs. They're like, there's not even bugs, because if you feel like there's a whole bunch of bugs attacking, you're gonna see bugs on a camera, right? There was nothing. Okay, I just had it was the sensation. And then literally something must have grabbed me because I had a black and blue with thumbprints. I'm like, is it a bug bite? That's what I said to him. There were bugs biting me. He's like, that's not a fucking bug bite. That's somebody's like thumb or handprint. Like it was a big ass black and blue, which wasn't a bug. So it was crazy. That one was crazy. So that was the second time. I say I was attacked because I literally had a black and blue of somebody's hand and finger thumbprint on me, Um, so yeah, that was the second time. And then the third time was the angel. And knock on wood, that was the last time. So yeah, and that's why I took that year break because it was three of them in a pretty close proximity.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I've never been attacked like that, thank God.
yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna say they didn't try. That's what happened at 5 years old. They were after me then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. Chasing me around
Oh
and
yeah,
telling me
well,
they're gonna get me.
you were attacked because remember when the story you even told me, they pulled you out of bed. You had marks. That was an attack.
That's the second time. The first time at 5 years old, the one was chasing me around and I ran down the stairs. I tell you my 5-year-old story. I told everybody a million times, I thought.
Yeah, no, I know the 5-year-old story, but I'm just saying, even at what was the other one? You were like 16. That thing grabbed you. It was attacking you.
Yeah, I was
Like
16 or 17, yeah.
you
What?
had marks on your
Oh yeah,
ankle.
I had bruises, yeah. Both
Yeah.
ankles. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That story, you guys, if you want to know about it, she made it, she did it
I did it on a
on
Sinister Sunday. Yes.
yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. I'll never forget that ever.
Maybe I could put the Sinister Sunday story in the chat for anybody who didn't see it.
Uh,
Yeah, I find it.
but the 5 years old one, I guess they're trying to attack me then.
Yeah.
And they say they won't try again sometime, but I wouldn't if I was them, but
Yeah.
just saying, I got a little bit more power than I had before. They better think about it. That's all I gotta say. And I got way back up more than I had before too, so they better think about it.
Okay, this is Scott's. I think your story was after Scott's. Michigan the Man and Miss Donna. I did so many people's stories. I am like, where is it? Okay, this is Danny's story. That's 8. It must be 9 then. Jeez. 10? Shit. Yo, I think you were right after Kim's story.
I want to say, what's that slamming around? That's Boomer down there slamming stuff around.
What's he doing? Okay, this is the 2 Kims, and this is number 12, right? So you must be lucky number 13, Mary.
That's my lucky number. 13 and 69
No, you weren't 13.
are my lucky numbers.
Jeez, Mary, I know I put your story. Your story's here. This is Diane. I feel like you were before Diane. Oh, why can't I find you? Okay. I feel like you were right after Kim's story, but
I think I was right after Diane, maybe.
Hey guys, you want to see a real UFO landing in a cemetery?
what'd you find?
Creepy. How do I do that again? Oh, here. Share screen. Window. That. Share. Cam.
I love the story.
All right. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
All right. See those lights? I wish I could zoom in on this. I can only zoom in on the phone app version of this. But look at those lights in the cemetery. All right, the one on the right is a constant, normal, yellow, iridescent light, right? White, yellow, whatever you want to call it. The one on the left keeps changing from blue to red, blue to red. I haven't noticed that. I was looking at my monitor, and I thought maybe it was a police car sitting over there or whatever. And so that's why I left. I went downstairs to look across the street to see what was going on. There's a set of lights. They span about total of like 3.5 to 4 feet. And for some reason, like they just keep it changed from blue to red, blue to red.
It's the way they've got them set.
What the hell? I mean, those lights have never been in it. I've never seen those lights in that cemetery before until tonight. So
maybe they just put them in there today.
It's a UFO, damn it! It's a tiny little UFO with 2-foot aliens. Don't bust my bubble.
He's talking about the one that tried to get me when I was 5. He's about
or it could be a ferry mobile. I don't know.
I think it's a drone.
Anyway, it was just weird. I happened to glance up and I saw this light changing from blue to red, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Never seen it before. So I go
He just
downstairs, I
described
look
the one that
across the
tried to get me
street,
at 5 years old.
and look, see how it's going from blue to red? Like, why would they, like, how would they put a light system in there that can do that without, unless they're like battery operated? I can't understand how, like, they can have a battery operated light with the battery staying charged that long. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no electricity over in that cemetery. So how do they have a set of lights there? You know what I'm saying? They look like LED lights that change color, like to kind of have underneath the shelf of my desk. But how would they be powered? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just weird to me. I was like, what the fuck? I could
Well, they
pass
probably
that
are
off as a
LED lights.
UFO.
But they're probably powered by solar.
That could
by
be.
solar
It
power.
could be something somebody put in there recently that has solar power. Yeah. But I just thought it was pretty cool, and I was like, "Hey, look! I finally found one, a UFO." Just thought I'd share that. Share my little UFO sighting. Pretty cool, though.
Maybe
Like, why would they
messed
put
up
something
the
like that in a
description.
cemetery, though? That makes no sense. There's no, especially where it's located. It's not near one of the walking paths. It's like right in the middle of a group of plots. It's like, why would somebody put lights just like right in the middle of a bunch of
Maybe it's their family.
grave sites? Like, huh?
And they're patriotic. They put them there to be patriotic or something. Who knows?
No, that's the civilian side.
Mm.
And they're not allowed to do that on the National Cemetery side.
I
You
found
can't
it.
leave stuff like that over there.
I don't know, but
I just don't. Yeah, I just like that's new. You know, it's like never seen that before. At first, I thought it was on the side of the road, and then I saw the lights change color. It went from blue, white to red. And I'm like, because I thought maybe a deer was standing at the side of the road or something, because it looked like deer eyes at dark.
Everybody's fell asleep
Then
on us.
I look closer, and I'm like, no, that's on the other side of the fence. So I go downstairs and I'm looking, and it's like somebody put lights up in the cemetery. Why? That like.
Well, they do it here. They put solar lights on
does the spirit
the
there
graves now.
need a night light because they're afraid of the dark, or what? Like, why? Why would they do that? Are you afraid of the dark? You need your little night light over there?
I think people do it for decoration, because over here they do it all the time. They put all sorts of shit. But they have the little stake light, solar lanterns with like toys and all sorts of stuff. So,
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
that
tomorrow.
link, guy, by the way, I found it was Is Mary's story.
Tomorrow during the
if you
day,
wanna
I'll go over there and see what it actually looks like. I'll take a picture of it and show you guys.
Yeah.
But the good news is my tea's ready, and I could dump out this horrid tap water.
Well, that's good.
Remember that time.
the horrid tap water, he says.
Oh, I don't understand why it is. Every time I drink the tap water around here, I start getting the worst kind of fucking stomach cramps. There's got to be something in this fucking water that does not agree with.
Maybe my son won't drink the water unless, like, I bought him the filter, the Brita filter pitcher, and he won't drink it unless
I used to have one of those, but They got broke, and I'm like, at the time, like they were way too expensive to fucking replace it. So
They have so many off brands now, like
I should get one.
BJ's have one, all sorts of shit.
Yeah, Brita is the best, hands down, of
Yeah.
anything. Every fashion they have, like you said, Brita makes the where you can fill it up. The
Yeah.
tub. They have the connect under your sink. They have the connect to your water source coming in. They have all kinds of varieties of their filters, and they are the fucking best. My mom and dad had one in the old house we grew up in. They had it connect the large unit that they connected to the line in, and our water never tasted any better. It tastes better than spring water with that.
Yeah.
And they only had to change it every 3 or 4 months. I think they changed the filter in it.
The filter, yeah.
And Brita would come do it for them. Like it was an actual
Well, because they had the big unit.
they had a service with it. The same ones, I think it's the same ones that have the spring water or water cooler.
Poland Spring.
Company.
Poland Spring delivers the water, and
No, I'm talking about the Brita brand. There's a bunch of different cooler. There's a bunch of different cooler companies. Because they were going to go with that option. They were going to install a water cooler thing in the kitchen, and they're like, well, why do that when why spend $30-$40 every time we got to replace the water thing, and just get the filtration system from them, and they could come in and service it for a few bucks every 3 months. Whereas we would, if they put the cooler in with the 5-gallon thing, we go through one of those in a week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
Shit. Give them $30-$40 every 3 months compared to $20 a week. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Yeah.
He remember his language. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
What? You know what I'm saying? Shit.
Oh,
welcome back, Cotter. He's strictly from there.
I sent Eddie a clip I found somewhere. This comedian, he's English, I think, or I don't know, I don't know what nationality is, but and he was on that subject of like how English words were so weird, and he says the weirdest one is shit. Actually, I think he was
in Ireland they say shite.
He pronounced it she, so whatever, anyway. But he was doing a bit about sheep, how it was confusing because it could taste like shit, that's negative, or it could be the shit, which is probably something along those lines. So I copied the link to the clip and sent it to Eddie, because Eddie's the one that's always going on about, and I was like, hey, bro, you're not the only one, and I sent it with that clip. So hopefully he saw it and got a good giggle out of it. Because, that's some crazy shit. That's some good ass shit.
Yeah.
Bitch, please. That's the best kind of shit. He's always making fun of my terminology and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see? And shit. There you go.
I'm not making fun of you. I just
from
think it's
upstate
kinda
New
cool
York unless you end a sentence in and shit or as shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Before I started dating Danny, I used to use fuck as like a descriptive word for everything. And then, he kept telling, okay, your English accent. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, that's your New York accent. And I go, my New York accent. And he's like, the cursing. And I'm like, oh. He goes, yeah, I never heard somebody curse as much. So since now I was more aware of the cursing, I don't curse as much because he would keep telling me every time I would curse. Um, for like no reason. Like if I'm really upset about something and I'm going off about something and I say it, he doesn't say anything.
Right,
But
right.
like if I'm just
That's
using
when
it
I
as a
cuss right
descriptive
there.
word, he goes,
I get
your
mad.
accent.
Shit, that's the
If I'm
best
mad, believe
descriptive
me,
word.
I get
That's the
mad. I
best
sound like a
descriptive word
sailor.
we ever have. Is the F word describes just about any situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's either good as fuck or it's fucked up. I mean, how
Yeah.
else do you uh describe it other than fuck? Like you're fucked up like a soup sandwich,
Yeah.
or that shit is good as fuck. You know what I'm saying? It's the best descriptive word out there. Or you can use it as a noun. Boy, that is one dumb fuck. Uh, you know who says that's their favorite word ever?
Who?
Cab 7.
Oh, your
Fuck is
buddy.
his ultimate favorite word.
Um, do you have 5 minutes, Boomer?
Do I have 5 minutes of what?
Do you have 5 minutes to spare?
I'm here.
Okay.
Not going
So can
anywhere
you
anytime soon.
do me a favor?
Uh-oh. Why do I feel like I'm being sent to the principal's office?
No. I want you. I'm going to put this link in in the chat. Can you bring it up and play it? Share it.
Yeah.
It's only 4 minutes and 30 seconds, but
Let's see.
since Mary and I are on our
Well, I'm
phones,
just saying I could, or he can, or it doesn't
All
matter.
right, hang on. We gotta skip the fucking dumb ads. Let's pause it. You want audio, right?
Mhm. Oh yeah, we want audio.
So, in order to utilize the audio, it has to be a complete screen share, right?
Oh, I'm sure. There's Kim. Kim, I was thinking everybody fell asleep. I'm like,
Hang on.
what the frick is going on?
Why
Eight
is it
people,
not
nobody's
working?
talking
Oh,
to
here
me.
it is. All right. So, share screen. So it has to be a Yeah, it can't be a window share. It has to be an entire screen in order to use the audio. Okay. All right. So, all right. Why is it not letting me share then? Oh, because I forgot to highlight it. Never mind. All right. So now when I share it, in order to
Yeah,
see just that, I have to expand it, right? I have to put it in
probably.
full screen view.
Well, yeah, if we don't want to see
Don't
your
show this
computer.
tip again. What? Pro tip: be careful sharing screen. Blah 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 blah. Whatever. Don't show this again. Got it. All right. So, in order for it to not be, all right. So I have to remain on this and go to expand
Oh,
the
that's
screen,
cool.
right?
Yeah,
Now they all can now that's all they see, right? All right.
yeah.
So that all right. So I can't see comments because I have to have it in full screen. So just so y'all know. So
Yeah.
all right, I'll play it.
In our last video about elemental spirits, we learned that there are 5 species of elementals in our universe. We learned a little about their attributes and what forms they could possibly take. Today, we're going to learn how did elemental spirits actually come about in our universe. Well, for that, we're going to have to go back about 4.6 billion years. That's approximately when the Earth was formed, likely as a result of a
That's
supernova
4
star
billion years
explosion.
after my creation.
Spiritually, that's right in line with how elemental spirits came into existence. The first elemental species to exist in our universe was fire. The supernova caused an explosion, which in turn made fire. The debris from this explosion began to collapse in on itself due to gravity, forming the sun. Gravity continued to draw the remaining particles together, clumping them into larger bodies, ultimately forming the Earth, the second elemental species to come into our universe. At first, it was extremely hot, to the point that the planet Earth likely consisted almost entirely of molten magma. Over the course of a few hundred million years, the planet began to cool, and oceans of liquid water formed. And that's how our third elemental species entered our universe. Once there was water, the very first plants on land were tiny. This wasn't very long ago, about
Can
470
I?
million.
You mind if I pause this for a second, add something in there that if I don't say it now, I'll lose it. That's kind of like that. That's what I was trying to um get across when I said that, like the biblical explanation of things and the Big Bang Theory explanation of things can kind of come together, and that explains what I was trying to think of.
Yes.
Yeah,
There you go.
how? Yeah. Anyway, just to clear that up. All right.
Years. Then, around 350 million years ago, many different kinds of small plants started evolving into trees. And that's how our fourth elemental species, wood, came into our universe. As the Earth cooled, an atmosphere formed, mainly from gases spewed from volcanoes. It included hydrogen sulfide, methane, and 10 to 200 times as much carbon dioxide as today's atmosphere. And here's the superhero part. Through a process called photosynthesis, trees' leaves pull in carbon dioxide and water and use the energy of the sun to convert this into chemical compounds, such as sugars that feed the trees. But as a byproduct of that chemical reaction, oxygen is produced and released by the tree. And that's how our fifth and final elemental species, air, came to exist in our universe. So thank you to all the elemental spirits who worked together and made it possible for us
Damn,
to
she's
live
hot.
on planet Earth.
It's no wonder she's
Thank you
fire.
so much for joining us. I hope this video gave you some more insight about the elemental species in our universe. Check out some of our other videos. The link will be in the description for the first elemental video. And we'll see you next week for spirit animals, animal totems, and
So
animal guides.
there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
What I meant by like the biblical explanation of it was so vague, you know,
yeah,
and this just delves deeper into it and gives more detail on it all.
yeah.
Yeah. How do I where do oh there it is.
Oh, there you
Uh,
go.
Sharon.
I could probably.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
is it stopped?
Yes. Now I
Yeah.
got to put us back on the screen, which you know. Um,
Close that out. And there we go. All right. Back to normal.
maybe that's somewhere. Ah, friggin' no! I lost the layout.
I see it.
Oh, there you go. Okay, but it was making you guys small and me big. I don't know.
Oh, oh.
Anyway, so that's yeah, that's from how the elementals,
Hey,
beings,
Kim. Right.
explained explained it to me. Um, and then I went to Danny and I was like, "Look, and he's like, "Yeah, yeah." He goes, "Right." He goes, "Well, he goes, you did it even better. You talked about how the air came about." He goes, "No, I liked your explanation." Like, okay. Um, I go, "Well, I asked them." He's like, "Yeah." but but I asked them, but then it all correlates with like how the earth was formed.
Right. Right. It
Like they
can.
told me something
Right.
convoluted that, like
It explains that both sides could be right. They're just not including each other's explanations because,
right.
like, the biblical explanation of the creating of everything is is basically just like I said. Is the problem with that is it's very vague. It's
Yeah.
there's no explanation as to where it came
Yeah.
from and what exactly happened.
Right.
And this
And
explanation, like, it includes that aspect, but goes further beyond that
yeah.
explanation to, so I always understood the Big Bang Theory part of it, but my question was that they never touch on with that was, well, what caused the Big Bang Theory? What I'm saying? There had to been an action to cause a reaction, right? There
Right.
always has to be something to start it. So
Right.
who
Well,
or
and,
what created that action? And that's the
right.
answer that the Big Bang Theory theorists, whatever the word can be, the
Yeah.
the ones that are specifically scientifically explaining things don't go that way.
There has to
Yeah.
be an
And the
action to cause a
biblical
reaction.
Right. Because
explanation
they
doesn't
can't
go
say,
the other way.
yeah,
You know what
God
I'm
sent
saying?
his some energy,
I see what you're
and
Right.
saying.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, like the creator
Um,
sent some of his energy to, and that created fire, and then that started everything. Yeah, they're not going to tell you that part.
but the discovery of
I see what
fire
you're saying.
is different than the existence of fire. That's what most people lose the
Oh,
concept
that sounds
of when
great.
they
What you
hear
were saying.
about how the cavemen discovered fire. Like, they're giving all the credit of fire to that because they're not exploring any further than that. That was the
Right,
discovery of fire, not the creation of fire. Something had to
right,
create that for it to be discovered. And
yeah,
that's the problem with going back so far in history, that they lose a lot of concept of it
right,
and the originality, the originating source of certain things. They just start where they want to start,
yeah,
with the discovery of something, not the creation of something. Yeah,
right.
Thomas
Right.
Edison, or not Thomas Edison, um, the motherfucker that discovered electricity,
Ben Franklin.
Ben
Yeah,
Franklin, yeah,
yeah,
is credited for discovering electricity, and that's all. That's where they start with it in history,
yeah,
right? That's like, but they don't go further back to discover where that source of electricity came from and explain
right,
that, because they want all, the scientific side wants it all scientific. The
right.
biblical side wants it all biblical, and they want to believe
Yeah,
that God created everything. All right, this God individual that men dawned on this existence,
yeah,
and that's where that's they don't want to go any further than that.
right.
It's like they won't go beyond, like, all right, so where did that
Yeah,
start? Where did that
yeah,
start? Where did that start? You know what I'm
right.
saying?
And
Something
and
started the whole
yeah.
process.
And they're so, what annoys me too is, especially with some of the religions, um, you know, how do you think there's a main creator, but how do you
Right.
think there's not demigods and other
Right.
things like
I for
besides
one believe.
angels, or they all go to the
Right.
angels and saints, but
I
saints, they don't
believe
understand.
that
Saints
there's
were people,
demigods and other gods other than the you know.
right? And not only that, like saints were people, like when they're like, oh, and I'm like, they were people
Right.
that other people sainted. It wasn't
Right.
God who said, yeah, I'm gonna
Right.
pick this saint. No.
Exactly. See, I argued that point for years. Like I brought that up in Bible class. That's one of the reasons why I kept getting kicked out because of I had questions about things. Right. I'm
Yeah,
like, okay, so
can't question anything.
they refer to Archangel Michael as Saint Michael. Why? And because I would say I thought only people were able to become saints. Blah 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 blah.
Right.
And I'm like, but who made them? Who declared them saints? I asked that
Right.
question, and they're all like, act like they're confused. Well, it's just a
I hear
title.
you.
Somebody dawned on them to represent how good they are. They
Yeah.
were good people. They did good things, and I'll tell you, saints, they have sinned. Okay,
Oh, of course, they're people.
they were such good nature individuals that they decided they needed a title for them.
Yeah.
They need to
I'm
classify them into something other than just your average everyday Joe. So they
yeah.
named them saints. And I
Yeah. One
asked, I was
second.
like, so how is Archangel Michael a saint? And
Hi,
that's where they get
Karen.
stumped. That's where they get
Right.
stumped. Like, they can't answer that question. I'm like, so what are you fucking teaching me here? Well, I didn't. I was 10 years old, so I didn't,
Yeah.
But I'm thinking, it's like, so what are you teaching us here if you can't answer that question? How we know
Yeah.
what you're teaching us is real?
It's real.
So
Right.
that's why by the time I was age 12, I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah.
I can't do the church thing, the Bible school thing, because it's all so contradictive, and they only tell you what they want you to
Yep.
know. They're not, I mean, some of it might be truth, but there's no way to tell. I'm like,
Right.
it's so full of half truths
Yeah.
and idealism, and I was like, I just can't conform to that
Yeah.
structure. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's it. Like, and people ask me all the time, like, oh, well, you do all this spirit stuff. Obviously, you don't believe in the Bible and God. I go, well, no. Okay, the Bible and God or the creator or, what the higher being has nothing to do with the Bible. The
Right.
Bible was written by men. Okay, let's get this straight. I
Yep.
said, I am a very spiritual person. I believe there is something higher because, of
Right.
course, I talk to spirits and everything else, and I know there's something higher because they're all looking to go to this high, this other
Right.
place. Um, so I know there's something, okay, and I believe it.
Right.
Um, I wouldn't do paranormal if I didn't believe it, right? So yeah,
Hey,
I consider
Kieran.
myself spiritual, but and I believe in the higher being but I don't believe in the Bible because it was written by people.
Right.
People can misconstrue things all the fucking time. Why
Yep.
would I? you know,
They're either
and
misconstruing or they're just adding
and
in
even
their
right,
interpretation
adding in
of
their
something. Right.
interpretation, or you have
Yep.
to believe too, the Bible was translated from an ancient language
Yep.
that was lost a long time. How many things get lost in translation when you translate from one
Exactly.
language to another?
Yep.
So,
Another
um,
perfect example of that is there's a book of poetry originally written by a poet slash I forget what the word is called um the Kayam something Kayam poems or whatever. Um and it was rewritten 7 times, retranslated by who was the author of that? But anyway, there's 7 editions to that. Um, Beyond the original that was written by Omar Khayyam. That's Omar Khayyam was a Egyptian, I think, poet slash where are those people that study the stars and study meaning of
Like
life and things like what do they call them?
astrologers or
Astrologist.
astronomers.
Yes, he was an astrologist and poet, right? So he wrote this book, and then this guy, this Englishman, translated it into English, and there's a first edition that is like 107 pages long. Then there's another edition that's only 77, and then there's another edition that's like 300 pages long. So every time there's a new edition, it changes, you know.
Yeah.
But the only way to know the real story is to go back to the very original. And when it comes to the Bible, there isn't one in existence.
Right.
But the Book of Omar Khayyam, supposedly there's an original copy in the I think it's in an Egyptian language, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember what, but there is one in existence somewhere still, because that's how in the 19th and 20th century it was converted by the other author. So I'm more inclined to believe the writings of Omar Khayyam and the
Right.
translations of the other. I wish I could remember the author's name. I have a copy of it. I printed it out somewhere here. But I'm more inclined to believe his poems as true than I am the Bible. Because the Bible is just several people's interpretations of what things are. The Book of Omar Khayyam is one person's view of how life goes on in the form of poetry.
Right.
You know, and it does mention the creator as using us as pawns, and we're just pawns on a board that he likes to bring out of the closet every now and again to play with. Okay, that explains it much better than, you know, somebody's idea of what God is and blah 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 and all that. You know what I'm saying? Look it up.
Well,
the Book of Omar
I'm gonna look it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
See, when I had my spiritual vision, when I had my spiritual awakening, and they gave me the vision, and how I know it was a vision and not just like some craziness I made up in my head was I sat down to, I believe I was going to edit a video or play a game. I don't know. I sat down in my yard, and all of a sudden, like I felt like my body wasn't, like I couldn't move, like it wasn't, I didn't have control of my body or my senses. And for 5 hours straight, I got like only what I could describe as maybe a download was this vision that was like a play or like a movie that played in my head. 5 hours. I didn't move. I couldn't get up. I didn't go to the bathroom. I didn't eat. And I wasn't like hungry, or I didn't pee on myself, or it was like so weird. Like I had no control.
Right. I put the name in your chat. I put the actual name of the book in the chat. That's what you want to search.
So I'm gonna screenshot it. Wait. So so that's how I knew it was like you know, something. And then of course I asked Tara, I was like, you know, and then I asked him, I said to her, like it was like in play form. So I had to kind of decipher the meaning of things, because of course they did it in a way I could understand, but it was true to form, you know. a lot of the things that they said, but a lot of the things were for me to decipher. Um, so, and that's why also I did it in on my channel, my vision. I played it out in that cartoon so that also I could get a second look and understand, and so I wouldn't forget it because I didn't want to forget anything because maybe something's going to be pertinent later. So,
Right.
but yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna put the link to the Wikipedia site on Omar Cam in your chat. If that's all right.
okay, yeah. So yeah, so it was, and that's from where I understood a lot of what was what, like what, you know,
Right.
what they call the devil. I I should say how I understood that the devil is not the devil, basically. So like the fallen angels, who I guess is what we not we personally, but society calls the devil Lucifer, right? He's a fallen angel.
Well, Lucifer, like he wasn't a fallen angel per se. He was cast out. He wasn't
Yeah.
amongst
Well,
the fallen
right.
angels. Referred to the ones after that event who fell from grace because they decided to follow Lucifer
Follow
rather
Lucifer, right.
than God.
So,
But
but
yeah,
Lucifer is who they consider the devil,
right.
and who they say runs
Right.
hell.
Or Beelzebub or Cain or whatever other name they've created
and they
for
want to
him.
give them.
Yeah.
But that's in my vision. That like wasn't the case, and after it made so much sense because I'm like, of course, like why would they put him in charge of hell, where
Right.
hell is supposed to be like a jail and a
Right.
like
Exactly. Why would they put a prisoner in charge of the prison?
right, exactly.
Exactly.
So it made
Exactly.
so much sense to me that um
That's
it
right,
made so
Autumn.
much, yeah, so it made so much sense to me that the spirit who runs hell is not the devil.
Right.
I mean, you can
And it's
call
not a
him whatever you
spirit.
want, I guess, but he's literally just a spirit, and he's a neutral spirit, kind of like death, who is just
But
running
he
the
was never
jail.
a
Like,
human. He was never a human
no,
thing. He was
he was
never like a human spirit. He's like
no, he wasn't human. He was
right,
given that job by the creator
right,
to watch
right,
over
right.
that. Like it's a job. It's
He's
not
the
like
jail keeper. Yeah.
right.
He was the one in charge of keeping Lucifer contained.
Yeah.
So Lucifer doesn't run hell, which is
Yeah. But from
the
everything that
human.
the Bible or the
But
the church
right,
would tell
right.
you, that's the deal. And and
Hey,
once
Super
because
Saint, how are you?
I was kind of losing, I guess I was losing, I had lost after my mother died. Like I really thought, I'm gonna be an atheist. I'm just like done with this. But
Right.
then when the children needed help and I decided to help them, I think that's why they decided to show me like, okay, this is
Right.
how it is. Like, so understand.
There's a popular misconception about atheists that they're all viewed as like devil worshippers, blah blah blah, and all that.
No,
It's not.
they're
My
not.
cousin is an atheist. It's just a
Right.
simple uh, matter of they don't believe in heaven or hell. They just
Right.
believe in an existence
Right.
that we live in. They're
Right.
just not. I mean, they're not against the ideas
Yes, Annie.
of there being a spiritual being that's in charge of things. They just don't believe it. Like you can't be
Right.
against something you don't believe. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like they're not
Right,
warring
exactly. Like,
against. Yeah.
but that's where I was leaning. Like I didn't, But because I was supposed to help these children, and I kind of didn't believe, they were like, "How are you gonna help the kids? You don't believe." But it's because of the information that's fed through society that I didn't
Right.
believe.
Right.
So I think that's why they sat me down for that 5 hours and like, okay, let's show you how it is. And once I saw it and it was all very, it made so much sense. I was like, oh yeah, okay, fine.
Right. Now, did it hurt them when you sword them? Uh, get it?
No.
Sore, cut,
So
wound, cut, wound. You sword them. Were
I
they
saw
mad
it.
after that? Were they mad after you wounded them? I gotta mess with the New York accent. I got to.
Yeah.
You know.
Saw, and
Actually, you know
sword.
what? Not all of New York City people have that same accent, though. I
No.
know.
And you know what it is? And I
Um,
tell people this because
I
of
think
the
it's
fact
like
that
Manhattan and Long Island are kind of like,
no, it's
and then the
my
further north you go, it
maybe, but
changes.
it does. Actually,
Yeah,
every borough has their own kind of accent.
yeah,
So
Burrow.
people
That's what
think
I was
like
trying to think of.
I'm from Astoria and I don't kind of speak like
Mm-hmm.
you know? And I'm like, well,
Right,
but there's a difference to me too because
because you know the girl.
my
It,
father grew up in Brooklyn. Wait, he grew
right,
up in Brooklyn and he had a
right,
way that he would speak. My mother grew up in
right.
Astoria and she had a way she would speak.
Yeah,
They were both raising me, and so a lot of the things like people, oh, like you're from Brooklyn.
yeah.
Like I'm like, no, I'm from Queens, but my father was from
Right.
Brooklyn. Because you can tell because like some
Because I
things
know
like
that
that end
show,
with an
King of
A.
Queens. The
Yeah,
show, King of Queens. The chick, I can never remember her name. The one that plays the wife. She's from New York, but
yeah.
she don't sound like she has that Italian like type accent, you know, or
Yeah.
Sicilian, whatever she is. But she doesn't
She's
have
more
that
like a
like
Brooklyn accent.
same. Yeah, so I'm like, and fuck Kevin. Kevin ain't got any. I think he's Canadian anyway. I don't know. Um,
Nice.
he has no New York accent whatsoever,
Yeah.
you know. But the girl, the actress, I can never remember her fucking name, is from New York, you
Yeah.
know, and she doesn't have to pretend a New York accent. Her natural accent comes out in her acting, and I was like, "There's a like you and her sound nothing alike, but you're
Right.
all generally from the same area." You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So
No, each borough has a
it's
different
just
because my father,
weird how
when he
that
would
is.
say Astoria, he would say Astoria. Like all the A's
Right.
were like elongated that were at the end.
Yeah, he pronounced it. He
He had
he
pronounced it a little different. So I
yeah.
got the both pronunciations
He
from both
stressed
my
the vowels.
parents.
Yeah.
So I'm like a mixy match of two boroughs. So
See,
yeah.
he
My
stresses the
girlfriend is
vowels,
from
and
Queens.
you
I often tease her about her
you
accent. Yeah.
shorten the vowels.
Yeah.
You stress the consonants, and he stresses the vowels.
Yeah. So because I have that mix of both parents that had different
Right.
accents,
Right. Yeah.
and I'm Italian and Greek because my father was
Right.
Italian from Brooklyn. My mother was Greek from Astoria. So both their accents were very different.
Right.
And so growing up,
Well,
I got both kind of
heard
mixy
about
match.
Autumn. That's cool. Uh,
Yes, Leah, but not with an H. It was
her
Lea.
first name is Leah, I think. Can't remember.
Oh, you're talking about the actress.
Fuck. Yeah,
Funny,
yeah, yeah. Let
funny
me
you say
let me
that
Google that.
because in my vision, I thought you were talking
King
about
of
my
Queens,
vision.
full. They didn't even give me a chance to finish. Anyway.
Leah Remy. Remy? Remini.
Cast. Yeah, Remini.
Yeah.
Remini. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think that's how
and
you
said it.
pronounce Remini. Leah
Yeah.
Remini. Yeah. She plays
And funny
Carrie.
enough,
Yeah,
'Cause
she's got a
it's
whole
funny.
different kind of accent.
Yeah. And funny enough that you all said that that's her name because the creator in my vision called me Leah, Lea. And that was like, I guess the name my energy was given because these names that we have now are just the names our names we were given by our parents who
Right,
birthed
right.
us now.
Oh,
But
that's
it's not
another thing I was going to mention to you guys. A segment y'all could do because you know how bad I am at like researching
yeah,
the difference between your earthly name and your spiritual names. Like
yeah.
I was gonna suggest like a segment for you guys to do on that. I was thinking about doing it, but then I was like, I don't want to do the research. But it's something
Yeah.
I heard about, and I thought it was very
Mhm.
interesting. And I was gonna mention it the last time we were on one of my panels, and I forgot
Stuff.
about it. I think you could probably do it the
Yeah.
way you do it, like with the
And
video
because
and stuff like
I
that.
know a little about it, because the creator, as soon as he saw me, he called me Leah.
Mhm.
Lea, he spelled like it came to me like that was the spelling,
Right.
no H. And he
Yeah.
called me that the whole time. He never called me by my
Right.
name that I was
Right.
given now,
He probably just
never.
couldn't pronounce your earthly name
No.
because it's much easier to
And
say Leah than Christina.
maybe, but it just like uh and everybody after that
I
like
try to be Autumn.
called me Leah, like that was it now. Now that
Right.
everybody knows your name, your real energy name, that's what you're going to
Right.
be called. And
Yeah.
that's what everybody called me from then on out in the whole vision.
Right. Yep. So
um
Native Americans actually would have three different names: their earthly given name, their Indian name that they discover later on through Spirit Walk, and their actual spiritual name.
um 1 second. Super Saint, if you need any help, do you have Messenger? Um, I'm very good with making videos and stuff, and I can help you out with anything you need. I have Messenger only at the time because I don't do Twitter or X or whatever the hell you call it. I don't know how to work fucking Instagram to save my life. So I only use the Messenger, or I do have an email up there too, but I don't check it as much. But if you email me, just let me know on a
I'm back.
email me
Sorry.
then.
Physical
Let
name
me know
and
on a
spiritual
video.
practice name.
Hey, I emailed
That
you.
makes sense, Autumn.
Drop a comment on my last video saying I emailed you, and then I'll go look because I don't check it as often. Nobody really emails me. So email me. It's my email is up in my description of my channel. There's an email.
Hey, what is
And
this? I don't mean to cut you off. I don't know why I didn't notice it before and ask about it. What is this in the blue box at the top where it says "Stream this to your audience"?
oh, because you can also play it on your channel, like
I
Mary's
would say
playing
Oh,
you
is
on.
can
that
play
how
it on
you
your
guys
channel.
do the double live? That you just
The
like
entire
one
time
of
you've
you
been on here,
start
you
it
can
and the
be
other
on
one
it.
clicks on that? Is that how you
Yeah.
do it? So
The
what would
entire,
happen if I
entire,
clicked on it? What do I expect?
it's going to go to your channel and you're going to go live on your channel.
Yeah.
Can I try that real quick?
Yeah,
Just
go
while
ahead.
it's at
I
the
don't
end. I mean, I
care.
don't want to. I want to see what it's like. I've never done that before. Let's see. Log
Do it.
in or create an account to. Oh fuck! I gotta do all that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have to have
Okay, I can sign up
StreamYard.
for free and still do it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
because you're
Like you
not the
don't have
host.
to have paid
You're a
version
guest.
or anything to do it.
You're a guest,
Not
so
streaming, you're a guest.
Let
So
me see what
you're
happens.
streaming
First.
off of me,
Continue as
basically.
viewer.
yeah, no problem, Super
Get
Saint.
login code. Holy shit! All right, carry on. I'm gonna figure this out.
All
Okay.
right.
See how it works.
Because I know you
realize
did
we
it
get on
one
here.
time before with us, I think.
I've never done a multi-stream thing.
Oh, no,
No, he
maybe you were
hasn't.
on Zoom.
No, he has never done that.
I mean, I've done a double stream where I've streamed on one platform and another at the same time, but
Right, I've
never
done that
with
too.
like 2 or 3 of the different channels doing the same.
But he's
Two
never
of the
done one
names
being on somebody
you can
else's and do it to
share.
his.
Right.
One you cannot, as it's between you and what? Wait, let me go back. I'm missing some. I didn't read
Now,
the
I
first
wouldn't
part.
do that if I
Spiritual
was a boomer. I
name.
wouldn't do it for everybody's channel. But like, you got to pick and choose on. I don't want these people on my channel.
Physical. Well, yeah, of course. You don't want to let anybody.
Right.
Spiritual name, physical names, and magical practice names. Oh, I don't know. That didn't give me any like I said, this is what the creator called me. So I'm assuming it would be a spiritual name. You know.
Who just popped up here? Was that Boomer? Oh.
That's Boomer. He kicked himself down
What did
when he was playing.
did it take me off?
Yeah, you're back.
Or
You're here. I think it just kicked you down to the stage because you didn't, even though you weren't up here, you were in the beep beep thing, the
so what
basement.
happened after I put in the code? It just kind of went back to your thing.
Well, wait. Let's see if you're live. I don't know. Boomer.
Uh,
View your channel.
Super Saint. That's kind of cool, though.
Not yet. You didn't do something.
I
It's
don't
over
know.
there to beat him.
I put in the code they sent me, and then as soon as I did that, it went back to your.
Oh, so now click the button that says stream to your thing because now you already put the code. So you must have needed to verify
Oh, so
yourself.
now I just re-click stream this to your audience.
Yeah, you should be able
and
to.
it'll. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, so now I gotta put
Yeah,
in
it
the
would, Kim.
title and all that.
Although, Kim, you're very close with your guides. You can really probably ask Penelope, will be able to maybe tell you. Because I realized too, I've had some past lives with some of the spirits. I've come across 2 actually. Only 2, but okay, 2. But my name was different in those lives, of course, because it was the name I was born to then, right? So
I was Marianne at one time.
there you
Did it
go.
work?
Yeah, because I saw that your P went up there, so now it says all 3 are streaming.
Okay, I still can't find it on my channel then. There it is. Now it's showing up.
Oh yeah. There you are.
Oh, that is cool. All right.
Yeah.
So now all 3 of
You
us are
changed
streaming
your
on
name,
our
yeah.
own channels from the same. That's pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if anybody comes over and says hi.
Yeah.
One watching. That would be me. Oh, okay.
Oh, I put it on too, so me too. I just happened to click to see if it went live, and it did. So
Oh, so it
I'm
takes
here.
time for it to acknowledge, I guess.
It takes a second.
There
Yeah,
it is.
probably.
Now
Yeah,
it's 3.
live.
Now it says 3. It takes about a minute for it to
Oh, there's
register.
Shelly. Hi, Shelly.
No, Boomer, it's me. Hi, Shelly.
Hi, Shelly.
Cassie. Look, I'm sharing a live stream with Mary and Christina, guys. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. We're all streaming on our channel. It's like fun
Yep.
day where everybody gets to. Yeah.
I thought he knew about it.
Well,
I
I,
didn't
I
know him when he
knew
first.
about it. I just didn't know how to go about it. Like,
I
Yeah.
didn't know you
I
No,
wanted
wasn't
to.
sure
I
if
just wanted
that's what
to
it
see
was, or
it's fairly easy too to do it.
well, yeah. Once you
It'd have
get
been
through the
good if you had the
initial,
entire
you
live stream
know,
tonight.
once you get through
Since
the
we've been on
initial
for 4 hours.
thing and sign up and stuff like that, yeah,
Yeah, but now once you're signed
so
up, you don't have to do that stuff again.
right.
Why does it say Phoenix? Oh, because
What?
um
Because that's the name I chose for the
yeah,
for your thing.
All right, I went over
because
and,
that's
and put a like,
we were talking
gave you a
we were
like.
talking about in the beginning, Super
Yeah, the
Saint,
Phoenix,
Give you
Phoenix
some
being my
heart.
fire elemental
elemental
spirit
and
thing.
fire elements,
Yeah.
and Boomers is a Phoenix. Yeah.
Now I just got to figure out if my earth spirit animal is tiger or wolf, and my water spirit animal is dolphin or shark. I don't know. I haven't found any, haven't gotten any definitive signs of what's what on that one. But now I know my air and my fire.
You know, the earth could also be different beings, not only animals. Just
Well,
saying.
no, I, I, I know it's some sort of
But
animal
you
only
but
because
you
I
associate
that's
with
I
what
those two.
I've
Yeah, you
discovered.
associate.
I have my animal spirits as opposed
That's
to
so cool,
like
Super
some
Saint.
other elemental spirit. So
Shelly, we've had a good night tonight. They
hi
did the biggest
Yvonne.
part of the talking, but it's been a good night.
Now
Yeah.
where does my chat show up for you guys? Where you see
It,
it
it
all?
all
In
shows up
ours,
on the side.
they all
Everybody.
run together.
Oh, okay. I can't see it because I don't have it on comments. So when I click on comments here,
Yeah.
oh,
You're gonna
okay.
see
So now I
everybody.
can see the comments on all
Mine,
three.
yours,
All
and
three
hers.
channels. Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's interesting. But you
Yeah.
guys said that it doesn't always show all the comments, right?
It shows all the
Well, we
comments.
didn't think so. We didn't think so, but the way we done it, it is showing all of them.
It's showing
Okay.
all of them. The problem is that it used to have a little paper clip, but because Mary and I share the StreamYards, it shows up. It doesn't decipher the difference between
Okay,
hers,
see,
hers
like
and
we're
I. It just is one.
Right.
But with yours, the little paper clip comes up, so we know
look at
that
Oh,
the
I
whoever has the
see.
StreamYards
paper clip is
and look
talking
at
on yours.
Shelly's. It has the little thing there.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see
yeah.
it. Yeah, the little paper clip is on Mama of an
Yeah,
Angel
yeah, it's
and
on yours only.
Spirit Stalker. That means it's in my
Yeah.
And
chat. Okay.
because
His
we share
totem
our
element. Oh yeah, yeah,
StreamYard.
Kim. I think you're onto something because, all right, because my Native American side of my family is what brought this to me. So I think it's more of like a totem animal thing as opposed to an elemental thing. Now that you mention it, yeah. So yeah, my spirit animals are more of a totem thing rather than an elemental thing. Yeah.
Now we're gone very long. I thought you were going to walk the dog.
Have a menagerie of animals. I don't know what that word is.
Okay.
All right, Shelly. Wow, this is pretty cool. I'm not gonna do this every time though, because like I get confused as hell. Not to mention there's like when there's like three people doing a live stream on the same thing, it's like each one has to has to start paying attention to their own thing too, and it could get messy that way. So it's not something I'll do every time, but it's pretty cool to
Yeah.
mess around with. That's why I
No, and
say,
it's
toward the end of
really
it is best time to
yeah.
experiment with it. So
Oh yeah, and you know what? it's cool because, like I said, it's all the chat is in one place, so
Yeah.
It's fairly like we can
So
read
I could,
everybody's comments. We're not like leaving anybody out,
right. So I could just expand the stream yards and just watch the comments on this side.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say to yeah, I agree with you that it's probably the totems, but I
Yeah.
think even in the Native American culture that they also believed that plants, mountains, all these things had spirit.
Yes.
So the earth necessarily didn't, and I didn't mean elemental, but I just meant necessarily didn't have to be an animal. It could
Right.
be
Right.
a plant. It could be a mountain. Like because they had like Brother Mountain, right? They had Mother. They called all these different things. They thought had spirit.
Right. But yeah, I was just saying, like, specifically for me, um, because it was my Native American side of my family, my cousins who like
Right.
first introduced me to this, and I think it was based on that concept, more of the totem concept than the
Right.
other, and that's why my four are more related to like the animals,
Right.
so
But like I said, the Native Americans, why I said that maybe the Earth one
yeah,
doesn't have to be an animal is because specifically they
yeah,
did give credence to plants, mountain, everything.
right,
Everything to them had a spirit. You know,
right.
SFL. I figured. I'm like, there's so many people here, but nobody's talking.
SFL,
Sorry
what's
we put
good?
you to sleep.
Welcome back, Shelly.
Welcome back, Shelley.
Yeah, this can get confusing though, can't it? Well, it's even more confusing when like you're on a panel as part of two different streams and you're
Yeah.
hearing people answer other people you can't see because you're on the other one.
Right. Well, that's why
Well,
I like the fact that they're all in one place. Like I don't have to be
right.
on.
Yeah.
Before I used to have to go to Mary's and I would jump back and forth to like talk to her people, and I'm like, dude, they at least they
Right.
put it all in one place so we could see it.
Where's the times? Oh, it's up here in red, dumbass. 4 hours and 32 minutes. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
quite a long.
Yeah.
That's a record for me lately.
Yeah.
But y'all sat on a 5 hour one with me
Yeah, it's
a
true.
little bit
Boomer makes us
ago,
sit a
right?
long
I'm
time.
saying
Usually
I
on
don't.
my channel we go shorter. Like I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah.
actually our Thursdays are usually like 2 hours and then we're out. My
Yeah,
card readings usually go around 3. I don't like to go too
I
far over
figure next
3.
Thursday we're not. I think next Thursday is
Like
gonna
my
be
one
longer than
Earth
2 hours.
is a rock man. He is one of my guys. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Hey Zach, great to see you.
Zach, what's good, brother? I'm sharing a live stream
Hi,
with
Jack.
Christina and Mary.
Yeah.
That's why it's on StreamYard instead of Zoom.
Yes. That's why.
I gotta admit though, StreamYards is a little bit better than the Restream
Yeah.
as far
No,
as like
it's
quality and things like that. But
yeah.
recently with Restream, you now have the capability of closing out that side chat so that you have a much broader image area, video
All
area,
right.
you know.
Yeah.
That's something I guess is new on that.
Well, you can hear on StreamYard too if you want to,
Hey Skinner, what's good?
or you can
Yeah.
put it down
Why
at the
do you
bottom. I think is what
change
it is.
your screen name again? I missed that part. my channel name is still the same. I just put that
Yeah,
up there for this
for
live
the
stream because
for this live.
I discovered recently what my fire element spirit animal is. It's the phoenix.
Hi,
Hi, Lucky
Randy.
Eye.
How are you?
Hi, Boomer, Mary, and whoever the other one is. Randy came
You
in,
know
had me
me,
on.
Randy. How many times have you come to my channel, Christina
Randy
from
came into my
He's
live
that's what
stream
he's
the other
getting you.
day,
You know,
got me all confused and shit because he came in under his alternate name. And I've seen his alternate name several times before, and I never put the two together. So I was
right?
like, then he says, "Oh, it's RPI." I'm like, "Oh, okay, I know." It's like,
I know who he is. Autumn.
LMAO Rod. Who's Rod?
No, it's like
She means rude.
rude.
Oh, Rude. Okay. Who's Rude?
She's saying rude because he come in and
Was
He
that
said,
really?
whoever that other one
hell
is.
is that one. He was making a joke. I
Who's
was
being
laughing.
rude?
Oh,
Anyway,
you need to share that, stalker.
I'm back with my coffee. Damn, that took a fucking forever. How long does it take to make a cup of coffee?
She didn't take her that
It
long.
wasn't gone that long. She was in yours. Hi, hi, Christina. I know you knew it was me, Randy. We were fucking with.
Welcome back, Yvonne. Hope you're enjoying your coffee. I've got tea for the day.
Coffee sound good, but if I drink it now, I'll never go to sleep. And I've been having trouble sleeping, so
At this rate, it might be tea for the week. Who knows? All depends on what I have left after I get all my shit paid tonight.
oh yeah,
Get
you're
my
gonna order
bed
your bed.
ordered. Get my bed ordered and figure out what else is being auto um what's the auto pay. I got most of my stuff on auto pay, so I usually wait till all the auto pays are taken care of, and then I determine if there's any extra left over. Of course, when it comes to money, there's no such thing as extra, right?
Yeah, because I'm sure your electric bill
Next
fluctuates.
time you do
doesn't
a
it?
Oh,
panel,
nice,
I
Zach.
got some shit to tell you. Oh, this ain't my panel, Zach.
Well, that's why he said next
But
time you do a panel.
yeah, I'll probably do a
I mean,
live
he can come up. I
stream.
don't care, but
I'll probably end up doing a live stream tomorrow, because I'm still not at the point where I want to do karaoke yet.
Mhm.
So I'll probably just do a YouTube stream tomorrow instead of D Live karaoke. So if you're around, I don't know, 6:30, 7 o'clock till whenever the fuck I get tired of doing it. Yeah, just let me know. Uh,
so that's why you're.
Depends on how I feel tomorrow. I may start at 6. I may not start till a little later. I don't know.
Karaoke. Do stand up instead.
Stand up
Karaoke.
instead of do stand up instead of karaoke. Scare what? Do I really scare you that much when I sing karaoke?
I thought she meant because I can't see because of the dollar sign. I thought she meant do stand up instead and call
Yeah,
it karaoke.
yeah, that's what she said. She said do stand up instead of karaoke. What's wrong
Oh,
with
I thought they were.
karaoke? I don't know how to
I
do stand up. I'm not funny enough to do stand up.
I do my I laugh at myself too much. So and I would love to do stand up, but I kind of laugh too much at
It's
myself.
been a hot minute.
And
I
but
laughed
so
at.
I do my stand up bits that I would do in cartoon versions on my channel. So there is some
Right.
stand up cartoons of me doing my stand up bits,
You mean there's
but
some cartoons of you doing your stand-up bit?
that's what, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not funny enough for stand-up, so
I just tell my stories really funny. They're just like real stories that happen to me, and I just
karaoke.
tell them like in a
So
funny
a
way. There's
choir
all
girl.
different ways to do stand up, and I just like that.
You were in choir, Skinner. You ought to join our karaoke sometime. We usually get some pretty good singers.
Oh, Lady D sings lovely. Oh,
Yeah, Lady D's pretty good.
Eddie,
Eddie is phenomenal.
Yeah,
Um,
there's some
Danny
good
can hold a
singers.
tune. He's been on a few of my karaoke
Danny
before.
sings
Danny can sing.
beautifully, of course.
Um,
I
I
used to
mean,
get on there
he
and
does
sing.
a perfect. He does a perfect.
Yes, Red.
Johnny Cash. You know. So yeah, we got a lot of pretty good singers.
Yeah.
Um,
I can't sing anymore. I don't think
Zach
I can. I have never
Zach
ever
does a
do it.
pretty mean Nine Inch Nails version of "Save Me."
Yeah.
Frank can sing. I don't know.
Yep,
He
Frank.
used to be able
Frank's
to.
really good with
His
the
voice
country.
is kind of messed up, so I don't know.
Yeah, that I mean,
I think we got probably.
my voice is getting to that point where 3 songs and I'm done. Like my
What?
throat starts hurting. It feels like my throat starts swelling up
You been
after
doing
about
it?
3 or 4 songs. You know what I'm saying?
Did you
No,
catch
he's
my
stopped
comment?
doing it for now. He said he's going to start back here.
You catch
So,
my earlier comment for you and Mary?
No, I'll have to go back. Boop, boop. I guess it's before the karaoke. I must have missed it.
Yeah, you must have. If you didn't see it, obviously you must have missed it, right?
Yeah, I saw Why
now,
Boomer
now,
changed his
children.
name. Wait, I am looking. No, I don't know. Did it not come out? Uh,
You missed my
let
last
Mary,
couple
Christina and Sun Gold Squad. Let Mary know afterwards that I shared, please. Oh, she shared you. She shared you out. Okay.
Mary, let me know afterwards if that shared, please.
Yeah.
Let me know.
No,
Huh?
even though he started it on his,
Yep.
we could all stay together. You don't have to jump on and off.
Boomer, why does it say Phoenix? Because I'm a Phoenix.
Oh no, Super Saiyan.
I rise from the ashes.
Well, I think we answered that one because you told her the story, but
Yeah, yeah. I just happened to, I felt the need to scroll back as well, and I happened to catch that. So,
yeah. So
monkey see, monkey do kind of thing, you know? I get those moments every once in a while. Monkey see, monkey do moments.
that's okay.
That doesn't make
Oh,
me a follower.
I
I'm still the leader I always been.
have to eat something, but I don't know what to eat.
I got leftover spaghetti and meatballs in the fridge I was thinking about snacking on. You ever
Yeah.
notice how physical therapy is the thing that's supposed to help you get better and feel better, but yet it's the one thing that makes you feel worse afterwards? Like,
Yes.
oh, I hate it. I hate my
I know,
physical
like they had told me to see if like if I had a joint or a tendon problem. So if
therapy.
it's
Right.
a joint, you should be able to do this, that, and this. And if it's the tendons, you should be able to do this. Well, I think it's both because I couldn't do any of that shit. It all hurt so much that I was like, I'm not doing none of this.
Right. Well, the thing is, I was surprised he even suggested doing the physical therapy in the first place because the first thing he said to me was that because of the extent of it, he actually said like there's virtually not much you can do about it. Like he was
Right.
almost suggesting skip everything and go right to the surgery to get it fixed, right?
Right.
And then he says, well, we'll give it a try, do this for a month at home, and we'll make an appointment for you to see me again in a month, and we'll see what our next step can be. And because he was so apparently it was so bad that he was so focused. He's focusing just on it. I mean, I've got my left shoulder and both my knees.
Yeah.
They only x-rayed the left one because that's the worst at the moment. And
Right.
I was like, well, I want to take this one step at a time. I want to get the shoulder squared away first, and then we'll move on to the other stuff. And I'm like, and then he mentioned the cortisones. I was like, that was the one I feared the most. I don't want to start cortisone shots,
Right.
As a matter of fact, the one lady that rode with us up there, was talking about how she did the cortisone shots and stuff. She had a issue with a toe or something. She had to get cortisone in her toe, and she said it was the worst pain she's ever felt for immediately after the cortisones, but after a while it started feeling better. But
yes, it's about 24
but
about
I've always
24 to
heard,
48 hours to feel better.
once you start that process, it's almost a lifelong thing. Like you have to keep it
Yeah.
up. And I don't want to spend a lifetime going to the fucking VA getting cortisone shots for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying? It's like if they start it, like, it's not even a cure. It's not a cure. It's not gonna get rid of those calcium buildups.
No, but it helps you live
So why
normal life.
So like if it was an issue for pain, I'd just take pain medicines, and I refuse to do that because I used to have a problem with medications, pain medications, and I refuse to get on any kind of pain medicine regimen. And so cortisone really isn't gonna, do anything. It's not gonna benefit me.
He needs some of that.
And that's why,
So
that's
he's like, well, we could recommend that, if the physical therapy doesn't work, which he already admitted he don't think it will, because the extent of what it's called, something calcitic arthritis. I can't remember what the word starts with an M something. And, he's like, he already admitted from the get-go, and I could tell by the expression on his, like, yeah, I saw it, your x-rays, and kind of shook his head, and I can't remember his exact words, but something to the reference of not much is going to help you other than maybe surgery. And I'm like, and then, because he's thinking surgery is the only thing that's going to fix it. But if he sent me straight to surgery, he's thinking, they're going to say, well, did you try cortisones first? And all I'm thinking is cortisone doesn't fix the problem. It just masks it. You know what I'm saying? So why should I go through that whole process, physical therapy, cortisone, and eventually have to have the surgery anyway, because we already know none of that shit's going to work. And I'm thinking it's a money thing. It's a money thing. They're going to get paid out the ass through the insurance.
I said that too.
It's free to me because it's through VA, but there's an insurance,
right? Yeah, of course.
Their work. You know what I'm saying? Even through the VA. So I'm thinking, like, yeah, that's all they want. They want a bigger payday. And I'm like, so if this doesn't work out, I'm gonna do the physical therapy for a month, and the next time I go to see him, I was like, I'm gonna tell him I don't want the cortisone treatments. I don't want to
Yeah.
prolong this anymore. We both know cortisone doesn't fix the problem. So if
Yeah.
it has to be an operation, and you can tell me for sure that after surgery it's going to be better, I will go for the surgery. If you can't guarantee me that it's going to be better after surgery, I might as well just continue living the way I'm living with the pain.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well,
So,
that's what everybody would tell me, like, oh, take this for your back, take that for your back. I go, these things that you're telling me to take are just
right,
temporary fixes. And I
right.
don't want to keep putting this shit in my body. And then I don't know if it's getting better on its own or if it's getting better. I think it's
Or if
getting
it's an
better in my
illusion
head
of it
because
getting better. Right, right,
pain medicine is, making it better or worse. Um, so I don't like once in a while if it's really bad, I would pop one of those patches, either the icy hot or the Latacone or whatever they call it, patches.
right,
I'll put one of those on my back because
right,
it's outside, and if it's really bad and I need it, fine. But other than that, I don't take anything.
right, right.
The
Now, that's
original
another thing. I was
really
going to suggest to him medical marijuana, the possibility of medical marijuana. But I don't know if these guys, even though they work out of the VA hospital, I don't know if they're like employed through VA or if they're an extension or whatever, or because they do have civilian in the medical field. They have civilian that work through the VA, right?
right,
And see, I'm always afraid to bring it up because I already know VA is against alternative medicines, right? They don't believe in the, for the most part, the medical marijuana treatments and stuff. So
right.
I wasn't get like I don't know who to mention it to and who not to. You know what I'm saying? Because I would if that was something that was on the table, I would do that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know who to talk to about it because I don't know, like,
Yeah,
if they're
but
gonna,
hey,
you know,
Cassie,
but
do you only get medical through the VA?
you can't get it through the VA.
No, no, I'm asking, do
But
you only have medical insurance through the VA? You don't have like a
oh yeah,
disability
yeah,
medical
yeah,
thing
yeah.
or
VA is my primary uh um uh medical.
like insurance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
I
sometimes
don't.
like people like
I used to
have
have.
Hi, Cassie. Welcome back.
Yeah, I used to have. Oh, what the hell was it called? Through Medicaid, I had a
right.
another. There was another medical insurance that I was on, but it lapsed, so I never re upped for it after I got into the VA program again
Right.
because I figured why, if
Right.
most of my medical stuff is free when it comes to like doing imagery and doing my visits and everything. The only thing I
Yeah.
have to pay is a copay on the medications that are prescribed to me through my primary. Um,
Yeah, but see
for
that's where
anything that
Medicaid
isn't
might even
citrus related.
but
So,
Medicaid might even pick up that difference. So it might look into an alternative and then the alternative might definitely give
they
you
probably
that.
would. I mean, I'm pretty sure they would, but they're like I've been through the Medicaid system so many times. I'm tired of jumping through their hoops. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So much red tape. So it's just simple to go to the VA. My visits, my treatments, any imaging they gotta do, all that is paid for. I don't have to worry about any of that. All I have to do is pay copay on my medications that are not due to that are not prescribed for my service-related injuries, which
Right.
at this point is just my back because they never included my shoulder, which was injured at the same time my back was.
Right.
But like if I agreed to take pain medicine for my back issue, that would be free. That's the only thing that's free
Right.
is the hydrocodones I used to take. Well, I had to take myself off the hydrocodones because, you know, I started getting that, you know,
Yeah.
not me kind of feeling.
Highly addictive.
Out on that shit. You know what I'm saying? The pain meds, you know, and they were only the 10 milligram tablets. And they were like just making me like I was a zombie, you know? So I couldn't deal with that shit anymore. So I took myself off that, and I, you know, for let's see, 2008, I think it was 2008 or 2009, I think was the last time I did anything related to the VA. You know, I just simply just dealt with whatever I had to deal with. Well, when last year, when that, you know, all this other shit occurred where I was almost going to be evicted, I had to go back. I had to go to the VA to get my reevaluation and to get checked out to see if I could use my stroke symptoms as a reason why I didn't complete something because of my lack of memory and stuff like that. I was going to use that as a reason to get reestablished with Section 8. Well, I didn't have to do that. I signed up with the HUD Bash program, which is you can utilize it's strictly for veterans. It's through the same Section 8 people, but
Right.
it's specific to just veterans.
Right.
So I got reestablished with Section 8. I got my reevaluation done, and my VA increased. So now I'm seeing comfortable, even without the SSI that I've been waiting on, which I don't know how much longer I'll be waiting on that because they just called me yesterday about a form that I sent in. And they said, well, okay, it looks like that's all we need now. And that's about all I heard. It's like, you know, so what are you saying? Like, now all I'm doing is waiting for the checks? Like, you know.
Well, now that everything's in,
we're gonna
they're going to send you an approval letter or a denial letter.
Decision.
So once you get, so my daughter's going through the same thing.
Tam.
So, hey, Tam. So my daughter's going through the same thing for her husband.
Right.
So once you give them all the forms and the time you have to do them, and they go, okay, and then they give you either an approval letter or a denial letter.
Right, I got that.
So once they give you the denial letter or the approval, most like in Indiana, like where Mary is, they always deny you first.
Right. Well, the disability, I was denied on the disability claim due to not enough work experience. I guess I don't know how they figured that out because I worked, like, I guess I just wasn't on the books long enough on each job because I've had thousands of jobs in my life.
Right.
My longest running job was the military. But since I got out on the medical, my job experience has been like very sporadic, and the records didn't show that I had worked one job for more than 10 years. You know, so that's why they denied the disability, but accepted the SSI.
Right.
So, and the law firm that was working on my case informed me of that before I even got the letter from them, you know, that was approved for it, but they're just doing the step 5 of the thing.
Okay. So you already approved.
So yeah, they're on step 5 of the process. They just needed, you know, more information and things like that based on the information.
I got a question for Super Saint. I know we had this discussion the other night, but isn't that the one where they put the leads up beside one on each side of your spinal cord?
Do what?
Electrode leads. I'm talking to Super Saint.
Oh,
She's
super
waiting
thing.
on a.
Get a social
She's waiting
security
on a cervical.
lawyer. It took 3 tries and went before a judge. Yeah, see, I did that years ago. I went to, I went through the process and was denied 3 times. Then I went in front of a judge for a a hearing on it, and the judge denied me. And then now I refiled recently last year and was denied the disability part of it, but they accepted the SSI. So I qualified for SSI. And it's just taken this long for them to finalize everything so I can start getting paid. And the law firm that helped me with it, they get paid right off the top from any
From the back payment.
retro. Yeah, any retroactive payment, they get paid through that.
Right.
And then I start receiving, my money.
Right.
It's just a matter of they're taking their sweet ass time trying to finalize everything.
Oh,
But,
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dude,
And once they finalize it, it takes because when my mother had the cancer, so she went on the Social Security disability. You literally had to be out of work for 6 months. And my mother's like, I can't be out of work for 6 months without any money and no medical insurance because I'm going through cancer treatments. Like, they gave me 6 months to live. Like, what the fuck? Like, so, but anyway, so my mother literally had to go to work for at least, I think it was 20 hours a week so that she could keep her medical insurance, but not go over the time that Social Security disability allows.
Right.
And so they didn't pay her until the first of the 6th month. Because they said, no, you have to be disabled for 6 months.
See,
So, I've had cancer for, over 6 months. But
that part wasn't a problem because they knew that I had been out of work for more than 6 months due to my disability, but my work history wasn't long enough to qualify for it. I mean, this is something I paid into for 30 years of my life. Working. I've had 15 jobs on the books from the time I graduated high school. I had like 15 or 20 jobs on the books that I was paying into the SSI and stuff like that. And but they claimed that I wasn't at any one of those jobs long enough to qualify. I'm like, see, my big mistake was I was determined to still work after I was medically discharged. And the disability kept getting in the way of my work performance. So I was going from one job to the next, and neither one of them were long enough to establish a, work history long enough for me to qualify for the disability.
Yeah.
So I qualified by being out of work due to disability, but I didn't qualify in the fact that I didn't work any one job for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, that's the catch-22. It's like, you can't, they want you to prove you've worked, but they want you to prove you can't work. That's kind of like, you have to prove that you've worked this long, but you have to prove that you can't work due to your disability. Well, I can't prove that I can't work due to my disability if I'm working while on my disability.
Yeah.
Like, the conflict there. You see the conflict there. The whole ironic gesture.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how does anybody get disability then? Because if you start a job, you're 6 years into your job, you become disabled. Yeah, you can get workman's comp. That's virtually
Yeah.
what VA is workman's comp, because you got injured on the job, you collect a
Yeah,
workman's
but if you
compensation,
become,
right?
if
But you
you're,
can't get disability because you weren't there for 10 years.
right,
You
well,
know what I'm
that's what I'm
saying? It's
saying.
like,
What if you walk
are
out of the office, you're not on the clock, and you get hit by a car and you can't work anymore because you can't walk? Like,
right. And yeah, that makes it even harder. Like,
because you can't
it's
get
a
workers'
fucked up
comp.
system.
Mhm.
Let's see. I saw a neurosurgeon about L5. See, mine is even lower. Mine's from L1 to L5. Um, I had a C spine done, what was it, about 6 months ago. And I can't remember what the doctor said about that, because they did notice a growth or something within the S3, S2 or something like that. But yeah, my biggest uh, problem is between L1 and L5, toward the lower part of my back.
And see, I
I
think
have
my,
three discs. I have three discs. Two are bulged, and one's nearly herniated. But the thing is, what's unique about it is the herniated disc is um it's swollen, like on the inside. Okay, let's say this is my disc, right?
yeah,
And this is my spinal cord, right? So the bulge is on the back side, going in, putting pressure on my actual spinal cord, as opposed to what's traditional. The bulge would be on the outside of the disc, on either one side or the other, pinching nerves. Okay, well, according to the doctor I talked to 30 years ago, that's a easier process to take care of than this one, where
right,
the bulge is on the inside pushing against the actual spinal cord. That's the riskiest procedure, he said. That and he advised me to opt out of the surgery because it would give me only a 50-50 chance. Now, the two that are just bulged in the same manner, one is below and the other one is above the nearly ruptured one, the herniated one. So the herniated one sits right between the bulge disc on the bottom and the bulge disc on the top, in the L2. So the L2, the L3, and the L4 are all bulged, and one is at the point of herniated. Um,
yeah,
so I could slip them, but I don't know. I've been lucky so far because I have slipped and fallen down my stairs so many times, landing on my ass, and I'm lucky I haven't ruptured that disc yet and totally paralyzed myself. But
yeah,
uh, the last doctor I talked to about it, um, he said, "Yeah, one bad fall could do it, you know." So that's why I'm always cautious about,
yeah,
not being too active and stuff like that. Not doing strenuous exercises and things like that, because time that disc could rupture and sever my spine.
yeah,
Like, if that disc ruptures, there's nothing between the bone of my vertebrae and my spinal cord.
right,
So if that rupture, it's kind of like if you have uh like a balloon, and you have like um something between the balloon and the hard. If that balloon pops, it allows the hard surface to connect with the spinal cord, right?
Right.
And can just completely sever it.
Yeah.
So that's the thing I've been fearing for the last 32 years.
Yeah.
Because I got out. I got out in '94. So 2025 minus 1994. What is that? Someone has to do math in their head.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm getting off of here. It's been 5 hours. I can't go any
Oh,
longer.
Is it 5 hours?
Yeah, it's been
Wow.
5 hours.
thank you
I
so
love
much
you.
for
Stay
joining
going.
us.
I don't care. I'll go and chat, but I just can't. I want to cut
Okay.
this part out.
Well, it was a pleasure hanging with you again, Mary.
I'll be down
Yeah.
in chat. Yeah, it is. It is always Boomer. And don't feel like, because if I don't come around for some reason, there's a reason. It ain't because of you either. It'd be because of my health or my sleep or I didn't see you or something like that. It's not going to be any other reason.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Super Saiyan. Yeah.
I think. Thank you,
all
Mary.
right,
And
everybody. I'll see. What?
I think my back problems, and when I was younger, I had a lot of problems.
Right.
And I went to so many doctors, and finally one did an X-ray, and he goes, "Oh, I see your problem." And he goes, your lumbar number 5 and your sciatica muscle are fused together. They don't
Oh,
move
that's
independently.
yeah. Yep.
And I feel like that's now the cause of all my
Oh yeah.
trouble.
Yeah.
Is maybe that I tore them apart or something crazy happened.
Right. Right.
I won't know until I can get some medical insurance, but
Right.
so
Yeah,
yeah.
that's not good either. When shit gets fused together like that.
Yeah.
Usually, fusing together is a result of you tore something, and the healing process, like the scar tissue meshes with the other component, and they end up sticking together rather than remaining separate.
Well, that's what I thought, that like I did something, because when I was 12, I was in a car accident with my
Right.
mother.
Right.
I thought, oh, it must have been
Oh
from
yeah,
there.
it
And
can
he's
take years for that to happen too. I
well,
mean,
yeah,
that's the
but
same thing with my shoulder. It's due to all the tears I had in my rotator cuff. It just
yeah,
took this long for it to, for the calcium buildup to take. And there's 2 areas, and they're each about that long of calcium buildup along this muscle that connects the tendon to the rotator cuff and stuff like that. And
yeah,
it took this long for it to become noticeable. I didn't, because
right,
I've had my shoulders X-rayed plenty of times before, and nobody's
right,
ever noticed it. So
right.
yeah, it.
Well, when I said to him, well, you know what, and he was like, you were born with this. It wasn't scar tissue. You were born
Wow.
with this abnormality, he told me. So I was like, oh, so I just have to deal
So
with it, you know?
how did he determine that
Well,
so
first of
many
all,
years later?
I was no, I was only 16 when I had
Oh
this.
well, yeah, still like 16 years later, they finally
Well, 16, it
was
never
able to
bothered me.
tell
You
what it
know, how
was.
much shit do you do when you're a baby? You know, like you
Oh,
don't know,
so
you're running around.
you've never had X-rays or anything done up until that point. That's the first
Right.
time they've ever X-rayed you in
Yeah.
16 years. Oh, okay, I'm good.
So I was 16 and I really was having this problem with my back. And I was in a car accident with my mother, but they did do um some x-rays, but not on, I guess, to see the lumbar number 5 and the sciatica. It's a different kind of x-ray or something,
Yeah,
or it's a
that was
CT
why they
scan
didn't
or
find
something else.
mine. Yep,
Yeah,
that's why they didn't find mine for so long, because it didn't show up on regular standard X-rays. All right, and then as time went on, and I still was having the issues, they decided, well, let's do a CT. So they
Yeah.
did a CT. Still, they couldn't find a problem. It wasn't until they did the MRI, which X-rays a 360 image of the area, that they discovered the bulge inside.
Yeah.
So that's why it took a year and a half for them to figure out what was wrong with me,
Yeah.
because it took an MRI to do it.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. So when I first was in the car accident with my mother, just to make sure, like whatever, they took X-rays and they checked me and whatever, because I said
Right.
my back was hurting. Um, but you know, it was like whatever. She's fine. I was 12, whatever. They didn't take it seriously, I guess. I don't know. But when I was
Okay, Zach.
16, when I was 16, like, I was working, I was having back problems, and it
Right.
was affecting like my walking, and I was like, what is going on? And he's like, oh, when they did this CT or whatever, they were like, oh, at first he said, what the fuck? So he's like, your sciatica number 5 and your lumbar number 5 and your sciatica muscle are fused together. He goes, it's an
Wow.
abnormality from birth, and he said you aggravated it. You must have moved the wrong way. You
Oh,
aggravated it,
so the
and
accident
so
probably aggravated the existing
yeah,
issue.
and
Okay.
so what he said was you have to take like I was taking like not muscle relaxers. What do you call them? Anti-inflammatories. And then I had to learn how to literally do things a whole different
Wow.
way to not aggravate it. But I think it's just so many years, it's just freaking aggravated.
Yeah. Because those are what
Yeah,
they
lumbar
call
number 5.
oh, what's the word? Progressive injuries. They
Yeah,
they only progress to, like, with mine, it's progressive, meaning like without surgery it can only get worse. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? So, the fact that I opted out of surgery, because at the time they're saying I had a 50-50 chance of ever walking again if I took it, because it was so close to the spinal cord, one little slit could paralyze me anyway. And
yeah,
I'm like, well, let's see, surgery with a 50-50 chance, or no surgery with 100% chance of being able to walk, but with pain and numbness. I'll go with this. I was like,
yeah.
yeah, because I'm not one that will live a life in a wheelchair. I'm just telling you, I'm not.
Well, no,
Because if that would have happened,
it's very difficult. It's not like
so
you have someone you live with that can help you, God forbid,
well, now that's the issue. But back then it wouldn't have mattered either. Like, I mean, because at the time I had family and stuff that, if need be, they could have taken care of me if that was a choice that I made.
Right.
Um, you know, but I'm like, no, I'm not the kind of person that can live, you know, um, live the rest of my life in a wheelchair. I told him, I was like, well, if that ever happened, you might as well kiss me goodbye anyway, because I would be the first one to eat a bullet. And he's like, I understand, I was like, and he's like, but and I'll never forget his name. His name, it was he was an actual military physician. The non-military, which they have basically the same rank, like a uh what do they call them,
Like
commission.
officers.
They
Oh.
oh, what the fuck is the term for them? um where's my book? I wonder if
Um,
it's this book. That there's military officers, and there's like civilian officers, but they call them something else. Not like they carry the same rank as like first lieutenant, second lieutenant, and stuff like that.
that's good.
And most of your military pilots are of that rank, but it's a
Right.
civilian uh rank, and I can't remember the term they use for it. It's not in my yearbook. It's in the other. It's in the manual. I don't know where the hell the manual is. But I can't remember
I'm
what the
typing
hell they
and
call them.
it's I thought Mary and I were just writing the same things, and I'm like, what the fuck are we like on? But I forgot that we're both on.
You're channeling each other.
No, but yeah, that's what I thought. But we're both, because she's still on here. Every time I type in the chat, it types the same thing for her too. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I forgot because we're on we're
Let
sharing the
me Google
same.
this because this has really got me screwed up now. I won't rest unless I know.
But
Oh,
because I had asked the doctor, well,
I'm gonna mute
is
while
this
I
going to
Google
cause
this.
problems all the time now with my back and all this bullshit? And the doctor was so funny. He's like, well, you were born with it. He goes, we're not going to do surgery to take these apart because it would be, there's not enough of each of them, like, because they're fused together. Because I was born that way, it's not like they stuck together. They were made together in there. They formed together, so there's not enough to cut them apart. So I'm like, if that's the problem, I'm really gonna have problems, because they can't even do anything. It didn't. It's like surgery wasn't an option. So, well, spirit stalker. That's what happened to Mary too. Yep.
I
You're
forgot I
still
mute
on.
myself.
Oh yeah.
The term is warrant officer.
Oh,
So
okay.
that's the civilian
I said officer,
equivalent.
like some
There's
kind of
warrant
officer.
officer 1, 2, and I think 3. That's the equivalent of lieutenants.
Right.
So the warrant officer, which is the civilian sector of it, when I was seeing him, he was the neurologist specialist, right?
Yeah.
He didn't say much of anything. But the actual military surgeon, Lieutenant Lipton, who is of military rank, um, he's the one that said, which I found kind of um, ironic that he'd be the one to tell me to opt out of the operation rather than the warrant officer who would be more sympathetic to the
Right.
issue of it. And I was like, okay, you know, but
Yeah.
oh shit.
Super Saint asked a question in the chat to you.
But Boomer, thank you for your service. I fight.
Oh yeah, and right above that, she asked you a question.
Yeah. Um. Wait. Where? What? Oh, I have degenerative disc disease. Do you? Yeah. Yeah. That's one term for the um issue of some of my um issues I have with my discs, but the one see, they that's what they were saying it was before they did the MRI. They assumed it was just a typical degenerative disc disease problem, but what they didn't see
Night, AL.
was when I had that fall in Panama, what it did was it wrenched my spine, my vertebrae, putting pressure on the inner part of my uh, disc, which caused a bulge in 3 of them, and the one in the center is herniated, on the verge of rupture, and it's been on the verge of rupture for 30 years now. Because my incident happened in '92. So it's partially the degenerative disc issue, but
Five
largely due to the fact that I fell about 100 feet into a ravine with a 20 to 30-foot straight drop and the rest of the tumble down this slope into a ravine. Now, that was
Right.
all with a 175-pound rucksack on my back. I don't know if you guys understand what mortars are. I had the base plate to an 81 mortar gun, okay, 81 millimeter mortar. I had the base plate of that strapped to my ruck, and I had 7 81 mortar rounds in my ruck with my basic packing list in my ruck. And each one of those, the old style 81 mortar rounds, weigh 7 pounds each because it's the old style where they're packaged in a cylinder that's wrapped in beeswax and blah, 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 and all that. So the packaging is almost the same weight as the round itself. So it doubles, So I had 7 of those in my rucksack with 45 pounds worth of steel on my back, strapped to my rucksack. Plus, so it was a total of 175 pounds, which was 30 pounds over my body weight at the time. I was 156 pounds when I was enlisted, when I was serving. And so what happened was we were all in a ranger file walking at night. We were doing a night land nav thing, and we were walking along the ridge. And I stepped forward, and the ground actually, who the hell was that? The ground, like a big chunk of ground, gave way under my feet, right? Which caused me to drop straight down for like 20, 30 feet. And I hit on my feet, and it took me backwards for the first few tumbles. And then somehow I ended up going forward tumble, and then somehow ended up back with my feet going down into like a sliding in the first kind of thing. So yeah, that is what caused the actual issue of my back. Aside from the degenerative disc thing. And that's what they couldn't find for about a year after the incident. Because I kept going back to them every so often. I kept getting, what they call PT profiles, where you can't do physical training or you're limited to the physical training stuff. So I kept going back, and they kept putting me on 3 to 6 months at a time. And finally, they determined I had to be on a permanent PT profile because they finally discovered through doing MRI the actual issue. It took them that long to find the actual problem. Because nothing was showing up on x-rays. Nothing showed up on the CAT scan. Then I did the MRI, and that's when it showed up. Because it was in such a weird, a unique area being on the inside that it didn't show up on regular x-rays. So they couldn't understand why I was having moments of complete numbness in my legs and things like that. So after about 1.5 years of being on profiles, they finally decided, let's do a CAT scan. And the reason why they didn't start off with that is because it's more expensive running a CAT scan machine than it is to just take x-rays or not CAT scan, MRIs. It's more expensive to run an MRI machine than it is an x-ray machine. So that's why they kept putting it off until they finally decided, all right, let's do this. And they finally found out what the main issue was. Did the VA take care of you? Well, yeah, for the most part. Not. They're doing much better these days, but in the
Yeah.
beginning, you know. But nowadays they have changed. Thanks to you know presidents like I won't name some, but
Yeah.
certain presidents actually encouraged the VA to be a better program over the years. So now it's a much better program and than what it used to be when I first got out. Um, I was able, is in fact, um, in the last 30 years or so, I've been back to the VA probably 12 times to be reevaluated, and it never increased. Well, finally, this past year, my last evaluation, they actually increased my VA benefits for the first time in 30 years. The first time I went, they decreased it. I was at 40% already when I started out. And then um, there was some issue back in the late 90s where somehow I missed an appointment or I don't know. So they put me at a 0 rating. And I wasn't too concerned about it at the time because I had 2 jobs going. I had my wife and working and stuff like that. I wasn't too um, uh, concerned with it until 93 or not 93, 2003. Why am I getting? Can you all still hear me? Is my mic still working?
Yeah, no, we hear you
Okay, my
fine.
computer's doing weird shit. Anyway, so in 2003, I went back to get my VA benefits back, and they gave me a 10% rating just on my back. The first percentage they gave me, it was 20% on my back and 10% on my gastro, blah, 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 whatever it's called.
Yeah.
My hiatal hernia is what they called it. So I had 10% hiatal hernia, 20% on my back, and 10% on my shoulder. Well, um, then, after I got the 0 rating, and then I went back in 2003 to get re-rated, they rated me only 20%, only on my back. And so this last time, and that was 22 years ago. Okay. So for the last 22 years, I've been living on a 20% VA payment. So the last time I went back, because going through HUD bash and stuff like that with VA, I got reevaluated, and they evaluated me a think I think it was 30% on my back and 10% on my shoulder. So now I'm at a 40% rating, which is double what I've been receiving for like the past 20 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in that aspect, VA is much better at tending to their veterans. In the past, it seemed like they didn't give a shit.
Right.
But nowadays, it's much better. And as a matter of fact, it's more convenient for me because they finally put in an outpatient VA clinic just a block away from me where I could walk to it for my regular, primary appointments. And the only time I have to like travel for it is when I have to go to Bath, and they have a DAV program, which is a volunteer program for transporting veterans to their appointments in Bath at the main hospital in our area.
Oh yeah. They're coming tomorrow,
So,
right? And you said he might bring you the food, hopefully.
oh, that's something that's not DAV. That's through HUD bash. HUD bash
Oh, okay.
is another volunteer program through VA that deals with helping veterans with like things they need to live.
Oh, good.
And they assign you a um, uh, counselor or social worker, whatever the term is for them, that does monthly visits and checks up on you and things like that. There's programs where they have a food pantry that they can that you can go to in Bath. I can't make it to Bath, for the food pantry because DAB is limited to just medical trips.
Right.
So I have no way to get out there every Friday. They usually every Friday they have a food bank that they give out food. So my social worker that couldn't make it this month because she has to move somebody, asked another individual who's involved with the HUD bash to help me out with that part. But yeah, they have all different kinds of things they do. Like um, they have uh, like during the holidays they'll drop off like holiday food packages to you and things like that. But it's all pretty. It's much better than it was 30 years ago. That's all I
Right.
can say. And if you could connect with somebody through the HUD Bash program, if there's one in your area for HUD Bash, oh, that they get things going. Like they almost do the work for you, and they'll get the ball rolling for anyone that needs it. Um, you know, uh, like if you need housing assistance, things like that,
Right.
they do the legwork for you on that too, to get that going. So yeah, it's a big difference between what it was 30 years ago when I first entered the VA program. So anyway, veterans deserve to be cared for always and forever. You should look up Christopher Goldsmith. He fights for yeah, Christopher Goldsmith, the individual that they portrayed, or Mark Wahlberg portrayed in the movie. Um, yeah, he was the sniper whose team was held down by enemies. Yeah, yeah, he started running a program too.
Nice. Well, we've been on here 5.5 hours, and I really have to lay down because
Yeah,
my neck is
I do
killing me.
too. I got to refill my tea, and I got one more exercise I got to do before I go to bed because
Yeah.
I do that one laying down anyway. Um,
Oh,
yeah, so I got to get off my ass and
yeah.
put out this fire in my back.
That's
So
what
I
I just said.
appreciate
I'm
you
like,
letting me
yeah,
come up
my neck
here.
is hurting.
I really wasn't planning on coming up for the whole duration. I just wanted to tell you that because I thought you'd find it interesting since
I
it was
did.
kind of weird how you mentioned it like the very day I came to light with it through a dream just last night. And then you mentioned it.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I got to tell her this then.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you letting me come up and hang out. And I hope I didn't take you all too far off your.
Oh, today we're just like chatting about everything. So it's good.
Yeah.
Next week we'll have like a certain thing. I'll have a video done for it, hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll work on it.
That one
Um,
Mary was suggesting, right? Is
yeah,
what you guys are doing next week?
yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Um,
All right. Well, I'm gonna jump off here then and let you say your
yes.
good nights and
Thank you for
stuff. But
joining us.
much love to you and yours, and keep it real. And how do you get out of here again?
There should be a leave
The
button
exit,
somewhere.
leave studio. Okay, leave studio.
There they are. Uh, Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us for 5.5 hours. Um, Janelle. Okay, I thought I said hi. And it didn't show up in the feed. That's okay. I said hello to you and you were yapping, and I know you were saying hi to me because you came to see me. So thank you guys for coming to see me. This Saturday. Tomorrow there's a great story, by the way. Tomorrow night, Friday night, Friday night spooky stories. There's a great story that Danny gave me the plot for. So, well, I'm gonna end it in a second, Boomer. So, yeah, I don't know. Like when I hit end, it should all end. So, yeah. Um, so good night, everybody. Thank you to Mary for joining us. And Saturday, there'll be a cool song that Robert Carr, you all guys, most of you know Robert. Robert gave me the idea for that song, and that will be Saturday. We should see you, Mary and I, Saturday night for live, and we will see you next Wednesday for card readings. I'll definitely see you on the tube somewhere. 21st Century Suffragettes, probably on Tuesday or Housebox or somewhere. So thank you guys. I will see y'all soon.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.